Silence. We need some silence. Can we take a moment of silence? The Toronto Raptors blow out wire to wire the Miami Heat. A pretty healthy Miami Heat. Jaime Jaquez is a hell of a player. You know who else is a hell of a player? Jakob. You didn't have him. Bruce Brown, hell of a player. You didn't have him. Otto Porter, hell of a player. You didn't have him. Pascal Siakam, he's in Indiana right now. It will take a bigger man than me to say, I didn't tell you so. I told you so, right? Can I be petty for 10 seconds? We popping bottles right now, right? Halftime, pop bottles. So excited. I might do a Ric Flair right now. Woo! Okay, hold on. I can't do this by myself. Michael, I got to get you on. Hold on, Michael. Do it with me, man. Co-host this.
I got you.
Do it with me. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Yes, sir.
Yes,
the ball moved. Yo, Oprah, you get a pass. You get a pass. You get a pass. Everybody gets a pass. I apologize if I just broke your speakers. I'm that excited. You ain't ever seen me like this before. I swear to God, I took 18 to 20 pictures. I took 18 to 20 pictures of my TV just to make sure that all this talk about, how y'all gonna score? How you gonna score without the All NBA guy? I don't want to be too petty, but for real, we told you, right? This community has been ostracized for years for saying that this was time to move on. Okay, let's just celebrate the good thing. The Raptors can apparently score. I was looking up pictures like blowout games in high school, and there's like this blowout game was like 97-2. And I'm like, that's probably what a lot of people who were crying today about this trade were expecting to happen. This team guarded hard, man. There was a lot of good stuff to talk about tonight. How do you feel?
Dude, complain now. All of the problems and the anger and the vitriol and the how could you and Masai sucks and Darko's system sucks and how's Scottie going to be able to handle this load? And dude, this is better than anything I could have ever imagined in terms of this is what we saw tonight. We saw what in the first half, we saw what Darko's system looks like with all firing on all cylinders with a very hot team, of course. We saw what it looked like with Gradey Dick. Oh, wait, hold on. You're an NBA player. Okay, so then maybe a little bit of patience okay. And then the lead dwindles a bit. And then with 8 or 9 minutes to go, Scottie says, give me the ball. Give me the ball. I'll facilitate if I need to, but give me the ball. And one. Give me the ball. Fade away. Give me the ball. I'm like, oh, okay. Jontay, threes. Okay, great. Gary Trent, steaming hot. I'm like, oh, okay. One off your career high for threes. Great. Let's do that. Continue this. And any questions with the front office, the coaches, Gradey Dick, Scottie Barnes' ability to handle a heavy load. My goodness. What a sight for sore eyes. And obviously we've heard a lot ad nauseum, just people complaining. Oh, what are we going to do? Well, we just saw what we can do. And we don't have Brown. We don't have Pirtle. We don't have Otto. We don't have a lot of things still. More to come, guys. And we're not done with the moves either. Maybe. Who knows? This is super exciting. It's hard not to be.
We got a war chest of draft assets. We got 3 first-round picks out of this deal. They didn't play tonight either. Forget Bruce Brown for a second. I love Bruce Brown, by the way.
Yep.
A lot of good things to say about Bruce Brown at some point in this for a lot of people. I went on a Twitter space after the last live just to get a gauge of, that side of the fan base. Holy, the Bruce Brown slander. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. But I will say this. Bruce Brown did not play tonight. He would have helped a lot. Jakob did not play tonight, and he probably would have helped a hell of a lot too. You know who did play tonight? Scottie Barnes. He played tonight. RJ Barrett. He played tonight. I feel like you remember that interview with Draymond Green and Roz after the championship. They're not here. Yup. We are. Yup. It's like RJ Barrett balled tonight. Yup. Toxic contract. Yup. I'm just excited. I know people want me to come out here and be super like analytical, but fuck you, man. I don't want to be analytical tonight. I want to be happy. It's been so obvious to me for 2 years that this needed to be done. It needed to be done. It's like a Band-Aid. You pull it off. You're dragging the air out of the room by carrying this process out. And a lot of people are really sad tonight. And you know what? I want to empathize with you guys. I don't want to rain on your parade. Have your parade elsewhere. I'm just going to be happy that the ball moved. And, that offense. Yes. Suddenly everyone can shoot. Gradey Dick throwing some crazy-ass passes in transition. And I'm like, can we settle this once and for all? This guy's an NBA player, right? He's not a bust. I swear, the way some people talk about Gradey Dick, it's like they think that the dude just walked out of a YMCA and just walked into the NBA. Like he didn't win Gatorade Player of the Year. Like he don't know how to shoot. Like,
well, optimism misconstrued as misidentified as copium. I'm like, no, just wait. Let's just give him a chance. Can we? Give him a chance. He looked amazing tonight, and I'm like, okay, well, here you can play the first half and move the ball and get the ball and run toward the ball. I'm like, okay, so you have some confidence now. You got some swagger back. I just want to be a happy child right now. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm like a kid in a candy shop. I'm like, yes, good basketball. I like this.
The Raptors allegedly. Who like without their leading scorer, without the one guy who can score on the team, break their season record for most points in a half with 78 in the first half. They scored 41 points. They lead wire to wire. I think they might have trailed for like 2 seconds of this game, maybe. The Raptors get balanced performances across the board. It wasn't a perfect game. That's the crazy part. This was not a perfect game.
It wasn't.
There was so much wrong with this game. And we'll talk about that at some point too, because there's like 150 things I could pick on. But like, my God, let's enjoy the moment for a second. The Raptors score 37 points in the second half. They lead by what felt like 1 billion points at halftime. And I'm just checking myself. I'm like, Rob, wake up. Wake up, bro. Wake up. Smack yourself. There's no way this is happening, right? They're not leading by like nearly 40 points at the half. This doesn't happen to the Raptors, right? And then, the third quarter happens and the Raptors can't score. And I'm like, right. oh boy. I'm gonna have to go back and delete a lot of tweets. And I mean, it's the trauma of watching a lot of second half meltdowns, right?
Yep.
And the Raptors, they're starting to teeter. And then Scottie Barnes is like, all right, I've had enough.
Yeah,
I've had enough. I've been a large part of the problem in this quarter. I've been bitching a lot. I haven't been boxing out. I haven't been playing defense. I've been fucking up royally. Scottie Barnes, your third quarter was ass. Straight up ass. Yes. Ass third quarter, Scottie. I think the team came out with a really bad energy in the third quarter. They came out expecting the Miami Heat to basically give up the game. Like, they thought the Miami Heat were going to be on the team bus and on the next flight out of Toronto. They were just like, the Heat, credit to them. They came out and punched the Raptors square in the face in the third quarter and reminded them, we were in the fucking finals last year. Okay? We're a good team. We have Kyle Lowry, Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler. This is the team you just beat. I swear to God, the way Raptor fans talk about it, every one of those players would probably be your first option right now. But the Raptors, they get some very inspired performances. Let's talk about those performances. So first of all, Immaneul Quickley. A lot of people are going to talk about a near triple-double. Please understand, I'm a very, very, very big Immaneul Quickley fan. Very mixed game for him, in my opinion. Right? Big time on the glass. Some of them fell to him. 17 points. Not the greatest shooting night. He's a little over-leveraged as a quote-unquote lead guard, but this is what development reps are for. This is a performance that is and a role that is unlike anything he's had. And I think he had really high moments and really low moments too. Mm-hmm. Despite his team winning in a blowout, he was -2 on the floor. Worth noting.
Surprisingly, 2 turnovers too. This guy takes care of the rock. I mean, a lack of turnovers from our team too. That is amazing to see too.
They took care of the basketball. They shot 50% from the field and plus 50% from three, which is just incredible. I think Scottie had also a mixed game, very passive in the first half. More so in the second quarter and third quarter. I think like there was like a malaise about him. I think the ball wasn't finding him enough. I think there was a lot of times where his teammates could have found him and he was kind of like asking for it. Scottie Barnes, you don't ask, you demand.
Yes.
You don't stand there and just be like, oh, well, guess the ball didn't find me. No, you say, my team, my ball, give me the fucking ball. I'll make the best decisions. I am the only advantage generating passer on this team. It's my team.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So something Scottie's got to learn from. Fourth quarter, message received. Clearly someone talked to him or he talked to himself because he was like, you know what? These Dennis Schroeder possessions, may I nominate the idiotic comment of the night? Idiotic comment of the night. And oh my God, there have been so many idiotic comments today.
Yes, I've been reading. Oh my goodness.
But the idiotic comment of the night, Alvin Williams, listening to Scottie Barnes' historical performance, wondering aloud, I wonder if he's heard of Larry Bird. That might be the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard in my life. There are some casuals on Twitter who wouldn't know a basketball from a baseball, who wouldn't know a baseball from a golf ball, that know who fucking Larry Bird is. Are you kidding me, Alvin Williams? This is a dude who studied 80s basketball. You might be, honestly, Alvin Williams, Indiana bound. Go. We trade you for literally the ball boy. Okay. Jontay Porter. I loved it. Why did he not start in the second half?
Yes.
I need to know.
My brother was asking that question as well.
That was crazy to me. I think Jontay Porter was awesome tonight.
Yes.
Just really confident. Loved it. RJ Barrett. Fucking awesome, man. Like really good. Got tunnel vision a couple times. Took a couple bad shots. Missed a ton of free throws. But holy shit, man. On 14 shots, he got to the line 13 times, and he earned every one of those trips. 8 rebounds, 3 assists, plus 20. Beautiful performance. They needed it. And the defense, apparently realizing that Pascal Siakam has been traded, really ganged up on Scottie Barnes. I saw double teams constantly on Scottie. And he found the open guy and the right pass so often, right in the pocket. And one of the recipients of that is a guy that I swear to God someone said to me is not an NBA player, not an NBA rotation player yesterday on Twitter Space, and that is Gary Trent Jr.
Wow.
Someone that Raps fan, ironically, saying, I don't like who would he play for, whatever. So I want to say this for the record. I believe that Gary Trent Jr. is a very misunderstood player. Sometimes people talk about his defense being better than it is. Maybe sometimes people talk about his offense is better than it is. But man, I've lost no respect for him at all over the last 2 years, going through all these ups and downs, always staying professional, always staying ready. Tonight he gets a start, 28 points. I would not mind him starting continuously. He is a very good shooter. He is a very good shooter. He tried his ass off on defense, didn't hijack the offense, played right within the role. He missed 3 shots tonight. He went 8 for 9 from 3.
Yep.
Holy crap.
I also was very proud of Dennis Schroeder tonight. He fit in. Like he was moving the ball. He wasn't just like dribble. That play where we pass the ball, pass on the perimeter, gets to Jontay, he drives, kicks it to Schroeder, first touch pass to Gary in the corner. Like that was so fluid. And watching Gary shoot with such confidence, knowing his role, knowing the ball's coming, knowing he's been patient, professional, waiting for his chance, stepping in there, seamlessly being like, I'm here. Don't forget about me. I'm here, contract year, here's my chance. I love the vote of one thing I thought about was with Bruce Brown coming in, we didn't bring in a bunch of young prospects. That's a bit of a vote of confidence for the guys in the locker room that are already there. They're like, oh, okay, you're not taking my minutes away. You're not completely sitting here being like, you're out, you're gone. I'm trusting you guys to step in and step up. And last thing I'll say right here is like, Scottie kicking, going into the basket during that fourth quarter, driving to the basket, looking to the corner, dishing it no look to Thaddeus. Same exact play on the next offensive possession. He looks to the corner, and this time it's a hook pass over the top to Gary in the corner. The same look, the same play, two different outcomes from a guy who's like, no. You guys don't understand. Like, I'm taking over now. The passiveness died. The aggressiveness picked up. And all of a sudden, the gravity of a player as talented as him gets to really be put on display and shine. That was one of my favorite things to see once we had a little bit of that a lot of that adversity happen in that third quarter, heading into that fourth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what I liked about Scottie's fourth quarter? It wasn't like yesterday we had this entire 2.5 hour debate, Sahil and I, about what kind of player Scottie is. And one of the biggest things came down to, I don't think he can do this thing that he just did in the fourth quarter, which is navigate pick and roll, manipulate defenses, and like really be a creator. Jokic.
Yes.
Post up, turn around, boom. No picks, no requirements, whatever. Will it be possible when, you throw a double team at him? We'll see. It's going to be a work in progress. I'm not sitting here proclaiming Scottie Barnes about to turn into Nikola Jokic and / Luka Doncic / Paul George / LeBron James. I'm not saying that. It's going to be a work in progress, but he is aware what this trade signifies. And what this trade signifies is you're up.
Yep.
This is on you. Now, I will say this. There's a lot of this fan base that has a very snippy attitude towards that. There's a lot of, it's time to be a big boy now, Scottie Barnes. Fuck them. I hope they come around. I hope all these, Pascal versus Scottie people can just go away. This was never a debate. This was never a long-term debate. The decision on who to build around was made the second he was drafted. They knew exactly what they had. They were very happy they got him. They knew who he was. Now, hopefully, the whole world is about to find out who he is. And who he is a guy who really took over in the fourth quarter. Tonight, we saw Jalen McDaniels not be in the rotation, but we saw Gradey Dick in the rotation. He won every minute he was on the court, plus 14 in 12 minutes, 2 for 2, 2 for 2 from 3. He had a beautiful set of passes. He had 4 assists and 2 steals and 2 turnovers. Yep. 2 personal fouls. Yep. But that first stint of Gradey, I think, is the best basketball he's played.
Yes.
Also, big shout out, Javon Freeman-Liberty got onto the court for the first time. Big Javon Freeman-Liberty fan. What'd you see from Gradey?
I saw Gradey Dick be decisive. He shot the ball with confidence for the first time I've seen since the Philly game. I saw him coming and running, like not standing in the corner with his hands on his knees. He was literally coming up to Schroeder being like, yo, give me the ball. And like, I loved seeing the aggressiveness, the assertiveness, the confidence, the trust in like, okay, coach has told me where to go on these rotations, on these plays. I'm going to just trust and go there with confidence, step into it, expecting the ball, even if you don't get it. That is the spectacular type of confidence we want and wished for, rather than seeing him when he's playing a full fourth quarter and his hands are on his knees to get the rebound and he's just running to the corner and then he doesn't move from the corner. I saw him pass the ball in a way that like people don't think he can pass. I'm like, oh, he can pass. He just has been passing up on those opportunities. And so what I loved seeing from him tonight was just the next step in confidence, in trust, and that will be paid forward from a coach like Darko. And I think we're going to see a snowball effect start here. And that's what I'm super excited about. The first snowball's been packed, and hopefully this turns into an avalanche.
I'm happy that they can protect him a little bit too. I think it's a really important thing for young players to not have to feel like if they're struggling under an avalanche of just bad matchups, bad rhythm, bad wind, bad conditioning, that they just have to push through, that their team is going to lose because they can't do something on the court. No, the second stint was not great for him. The first stint was brilliant. Second stint, fourth quarter, when he checked in to start the fourth quarter, he checked out in 3 minutes. And it was a good decision by Darko. Overall, what did you think of Darko's coaching tonight?
That was what I was going to get to. Thank you for teeing it up. Honestly, Darko, he saw his system working fluidly in the first half. And then he had a zero tolerance policy when he didn't see it working. Early, quick timeout in the third quarter. We're up big, but it's not about the deficit. It's about what I'm seeing in terms of the process. We have a specific style of play. Selfless, move the ball, kick it. Let's get the ball to get us open. Let's be smart. And when it didn't happen, he pulled the plug. He's a timeout. You're sitting down. You're in. I loved the no tolerance for the nonsense. I remember Chris Boucher kind of hit a fader, and then there was a timeout called by Miami, and Darko looked at him and was like, "Did you see? I think it was Gary Trent or someone out on the 3-point line, wide open at the right wing. Did you see him?" He's like, "That's the open shot. You took a fade away just now, and it went in." I loved watching him just communicate, and he wasn't sitting there smelling we'll be like, "Oh man, yeah, we're doing so great. I just hands off." No, he was locked in, holding everybody accountable. And like you said, somebody talked to Scottie. I have a feeling he was part of that. He's like, "Look, Scottie, this is what you are here for. Take over. This third quarter, that's the opposite. It's the antithesis of what we want from you." I loved Darko's coaching, and the rotations. Obviously, for me, I'd like to see more Jontay Porter start in the second half. So I'd like to see, Thaddeus Young was going up against Bam Adebayo and trying to do his thing and whatnot. But I did see a little bit of that size becoming a bit of an issue when Bam has a guy who's just his height and he's bully ball underneath. Thad had active hands, but if it didn't result in a bobble or a steal or a turnover, it was a little bit easy. So I would have liked to see Jontay Porter thrown out there a little bit more. He kind of played him like, "Oh, you're in huge foul trouble," which he was at one point. But to not see him start the second half was, to me, like a little bit like I didn't like that. But outside of that, I think that he was doing his thing. Seeing us with 2 timeouts left, with a lot of time to go on the clock, it was like, okay, we got to figure this out and make sure we get this done. But that was another thing I saw. The timeouts were used very often. We ended up with 2 timeouts, like maybe 2 minutes left in the third, but things worked out. I like the rotations for the most part, but Jontay getting in there, and I noticed he took Jontay out early before, I think last game as well. So I'm just interested about that, but thought he did a good job.
Yeah. I personally think that, I think he was okay. I think Darko was okay. I want to, of course, empathize with what he's going through today. Probably a whirlwind of emotions for him, in light of his friend passing away at the age of 46. Darko is also in his mid-40s. This is a crisis, a conscience of crisis, or crisis of conscience for some people. To know that someone in your own line of work from your country, who's friends of yours, and clearly you've come in together. Serbs are a big minority in the United States, and also in the NBA, and they do plug for each other. So knowing that he went through that today, I wonder if the team kind of banded around him too, knowing that he was going through that as well, playing really hard for him. I felt like the defense in the first quarter was just incredible. But overall, I think tactically and emotionally, I find Darko to be a little bit too hyper and reactive. There's a calming effect that I would like him, hopefully at some point, to develop as a coach. And I understand he's a first-year head coach. He has great theory on basketball. His mind, theoretically, of how pieces should move around the court is immaculate, perfect, super, super rehearsed and studied. His gauge on how to reach players, connect with players, is freaking amazing. But his ability to regulate his emotions and to regulate, sometimes when the team starts to miss a couple or misses a couple of rotations, you start to see him pace. Be calm. Your team is feeding off of your pacing.
Right.
And I think once he figures that out, and he's so adaptable that I trust him to become the coach. They talk about coaches for different cycles. You have a development coach. Then when your team ascends to the development stage and they're ready to compete for championships, you bring in the championship coach. Very rarely do you find a person who can actually progress from stage to stage. And then once you go from development to championship, eventually you get the tanking coach, the one who's willing to take, the 60 loss season on his resume. And it's like, I feel like Darko can be our Eric Spoelstra. I have a feeling that he's that type of person. I can't ever see him doing anything so egregious that a team would turn on him. and I could never see him being so stubborn so as to not learn from his mistakes. I hope he learns from this game because his team executed his game plan for the first time all season in the first half. Like I think there have been a couple of games where it's like Milwaukee, Golden State, where it's like, okay, they really, really came out and they executed. But to do it on the first night, knowing there's this huge hangover, knowing there's a perfectly valid excuse to lay this game and lose, and no one would blame them. If they came out and got smoked by 50, I don't think anyone would have said shit. They would have been like, okay, his friend died. They just lost Pascal. It's super emotional night. They're super undermanned. There's no Otto. There's no Jakob. With all excuses in tow, they didn't take the excuses. Anyways, let's bring on some callers. Coach Mo Mohommad, what's up, man?
Darko's the biggest winner.
Darko is the biggest winner. Did you retire the Dennis picture?
No, I called in on my main computer. I got a mic. So
Oh,
I was normally calling from my laptop because I was too lazy to get a mic on my main computer setup. But yeah. But Darko's the main winner, man. He can finally coach the team that he was
Facts.
promised in the summer when he took the job. Because I guarantee you, when he took the job,
he was told that Pascal was gone. Yep. I know.
Pascal ain't going to be here. If he is, it ain't going to be long. So this is the first time he got to coach his team his way.
I agree.
Without one guy dragging his feet. That he had to pretend, like X him out in the film room. Like, let's just all close our eyes. We didn't see that. Like, that's over.
I agree.
How can you play defense? If you ever played 5-on-5 competitive basketball, how do you play defense when one guy takes half possessions off? How do you do it?
I don't know. The Raptors.
Why am I killing myself? Why am I working like a dog?
Let me be fair to you. The Raptors found out tonight when Scottie Barnes took like half the possessions off in the third quarter.
Yeah, the whole team played like doo-doo the third quarter.
You know what? Like you're right. It was.
We can pinpoint him, but Quickley. I mean, that fourth quarter by Quickley. Whoa, buddy.
Okay, I'm being hard on
And
Scottie.
I'm glad Darko.
I'm being a little bit harder on
Quickley.
Scottie because number one, he's the best. Okay, yeah. I mean, you know what? He had a lot of issues today. Okay, Chris Boucher had a lot of issues today.
Yes, yeah. The third quarter was bad, but yeah.
Oh yes. Thaddeus Young had a lot of issues today.
I don't know why.
Some of which could be ascribed to the fact that he might be 150 years old. You'll notice in the last video I had him at 63. He's 35 years old. I made him from 35 to 63. He's now 150 years old.
I mean, on some of those blow-bys, he looked like 100 and something.
Credit to Thaddeus Young for fighting mummification.
Yeah, he has to tell his knees to bend, and then they bend. Yes,
I feel like first. Okay. So here's the thing: when Thad yelled at Scottie, I feel like I shifted my entire perspective on Thaddeus, and I just made him like 100 years old in my mind. I don't know what it is. Like prior to that entire blow up, and like his wife going like at fans for like about Scottie and shit. I was like very much in the favor of like Thaddeus Young is very, very good for the youth. And I still think he's very good for the youth. And I think Scottie's really cool with him. But since that moment, I have not been able to unsee him as a 100-year-old man yelling at a cloud. So that's just perspective. It's tainting my perspective a little bit. But that being said, him starting in the second half kind of felt wrong. And there was like a 5-minute stretch where the Raptors pretty much didn't know how to grab a rebound. Like there was that ridiculous stretch where like the Heat crashed the glass for what felt like 185 rebounds. In a row. I mean, we got a 150-year-old battling for, a rebound, and the other team gets 155 rebounds in a row.
They got bounces. We couldn't make a shot. They couldn't miss it. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
Yeah.
I felt like 12 straight minutes.
The Raptors outshot them from the field, 51-46. This is a team, by the way, the Miami Heat, that has consistently held teams to under 100 points. They're a very competent defense. They outshot their opponent. Okay, let me say this with a straight face. Let me see if I fall apart and evaporate because this is not real life and this is the Matrix. They outshot an opponent by 31% from three, bro. Let me say that again. They didn't shoot 30. Whoa. Yeah. They didn't shoot 31% from three. They outshot an opponent by 31% from three. A team that has Kyle Lowry, Duncan Robinson, and Tyler Hero. They outshot that team by 31%. They shot 61% from the line and won the game. This is incredible. And they got close to that 35 assist mark that Darko talks about. They had 34 tonight. You know, they had 9 steals. So they win the stocks department. They win the turnover battle. They did not win the points in the paint battle because Scottie is just threading the needle to Gary Trent Jr. in the corners. And I was just like, man, this is beautiful offense.
If you told me that was LeBron or Luka and I was squinting, I would have believed you.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell me any different.
You want to know the stat? You want to know the stat of the night? Here's the stat of the night. Largest lead for the Miami Heat, 0. Largest lead for the Raptors, 37.
Okay, how nervous were you guys when it was cut to like 13 or something?
Because
I'm like, yo, we already lost to the
it wasn't
Pistons.
cut. It wasn't cut to 13.
What was it? Because we couldn't. I told my
Was
brother,
it 13? I don't
13.
think so. I don't think so.
Theoretically, let's say we lost. Would this have been the worst comeback ever?
No.
Really?
No.
They were worse?
It's not even worse or better or whatever. Okay, let's see. Where do we get to? We got to 16.
I mean, looking. I mean, Palms didn't get sweaty yet. We got Scottie. Now, if Siakam was our closer, whoo, now we're sweating.
So let's see. How close did it get? It got to 83-96. So you're right. It got to 13. And it got to 16. It got to 16.
Okay.
No, that got to 13. And then it went to 16 right away. So Bam Adebayo makes the second free throw, then it's 13, and
Scottie
clearly Scottie hits Gary for that 3, and then it's 99.
8 minutes left. Scottie was like, okay.
8 minutes and 30 seconds. Scottie was like, it's closing time, and he was involved in a lot. 6 minutes and 44 seconds. Scottie makes a 5.2-point shot that puts it up to 21 points, and now you're like, okay. There is no fucking way in hell that they're going to blow a 21-point lead in the 6 minutes. And Darko's like, hold my beer. Okay, so like clearly, Dennis Schroeder next possession misses a 24-point, 24-foot three-pointer. Gary Trent Jr. enters the game for Chris Boucher. That's exactly when the game changed, right there. Gary Trent Jr. providing so much more positive spacing. The Heat defense really had to they had to like respect him, and I think that it opened up just enough space. And like you're playing like Thaddeus Young is like basically the worst version of Jakob in a nutshell. As a player, apart from the occasional corner 3, he's like the worst version of Jakob. This is not an optimal center to put around a guy like Scottie Barnes, or a guy like Immaneul Quickley, or a guy like he's doing his best. He's a screener. He can set a down screen. He can roll hard. He can occasionally sort of finish. He can make the secondary pass. He's a connective player. I get all of that. Bruce Brown is better at everything than Thaddeus Young.
Yeah.
He might be shorter than him, but he's better than him. I'd rather have started Bruce Brown at center tonight. I'm not kidding. Some people might think I'm fucking insane, but I promise you, Bruce Brown is a better center than Thaddeus Young right now. So,
Darko, when Darko gets tight, he just goes with the vets. He just like, all right, Thad, Dennis, the young guys, they wet the bed, change their diapers, get the baby powder. It's like,
look, man, like I think like Dennis and Thaddeus represent like a binky blanket for Darko Rajakovic. Like anytime something is wrong, we got to go to these guys. I think Otto would have helped tonight. I think a lot of guys would have helped tonight. But that being said, you didn't need the help because you win by 24 points, which is incredible. Just incredible.
I wasn't worried about us losing the game. I was just, when it got to 13, I was staring at Scottie. I'm like, your turn. And if you don't, I'll be very upset. It's your turn. Like, it's go. Like, stop. Go. Like there it is.
That's funny. I want to say thank you to Kenbo. I've been looking at your comment and also sipping on my champagne. This is champagne. I literally went and like at the half, and we had been saving this because neither one of us really drink.
Right.
And my girlfriend and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna tell her that Pascal Siakam got traded and Scottie Barnes took over, and I just want to celebrate this moment. So I popped it, and I'm drinking this. And I'm looking at this comment, toast. Thank you so much, Ken, to a new era and new beginnings. Comrades. This makes me feel very political. Okay. Thank you, Rob, again and always for the best Raps media content, all the live shows. Hope can buy you a beer, meet you at Penn Dance Film Festival. Cheers. Yo, if you end up coming to Penn Dance, I'll buy you a beer, man. That's super cool of you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate it, bro.
Yo, guys, I want to ask you a question. I didn't make it. I had to get my car fixed, so I didn't make the beginning of the game. I missed like half the first quarter. What was the tribute for Siakam? Was the nut hugging like how intense was it?
I didn't catch that. Was there one? A
I
tribute?
don't know. I don't know.
Why would there be a tribute? He wasn't there.
Listen, I honestly believe so. Barnes's post game, like people are gonna have fake tears. Like we miss him. This is that. Like I think the people who truly felt that way are no longer here. So everyone's gonna have to pretend. Besides Masai, they're just gonna have to pretend. They're just gonna have to muster up emotions they don't have.
I mean, look, man.
I'm not even trolling. Like real shit.
I think there are people who probably felt a lot of good stuff towards Pascal, bro. Like I think Chris Boucher specifically.
Okay.
Like that's
Jakob,
one guy
Jakob,
for sure.
Jakob.
Jakob, that's
I
two.
can't name anybody else on the current roster.
Bro, I think Scottie liked him a lot. Like, you know, like his post game, like the one that he did for the TV, like with Kayla Gray or whoever, like that was from the heart. I think I don't know Scottie Barnes to lie ever. So like when he lies, he laughs. Like that's just kind of his thing. So I don't think that he was lying when he said, you know, it's going to be tough. We need to move on. Like I appreciate him or whatever. I don't think it's going to be that deep though.
No, it will not be. It can't be. It can't be.
Like he's, I'm sure.
Here.
Look, Scottie's a basketball genius. He knows that, like, ultimately this had to happen to some extent, right? He understands that, and even if like he may be a basketball genius, but he's also 22 years old. These are not necessarily things that run counterintuitive to each other, but 22-year-olds are still 22-year-old kids. Like I know that it feels weird to say 22-year-old kids because most of us we assume that 21 you're an adult, right? But I remember being 21 or 22, and I remember being remarkably mature for my age. And I still had a lot of very immature thoughts and immature reactions to things. And I had immature reactions to shit last week. So, you know, it's a constant evolution. And, you know, as you get older, hopefully, ideally, you get a little bit wiser. But I think it would be hard to believe that you would come into the NBA. Imagine you're a 20-year-old rookie, you come into the NBA, you're playing with Pascal Siakam. How could you not? Like, you'd have to be crazy not to respect the dude.
Yeah.
I think you would have to be crazy. He's a two-time All-NBA guy.
I don't think him
who's an NBA
traded
champion.
affected him that much. I just think the trade, I don't think, because it's not like they've accomplished great things.
Yeah, but
I mean,
he's accomplished great things.
The last year
right?
and a half were pretty.
Oh,
the rookie year, his rookie year, yeah.
Prisoner of the moment aside, like Pascal Siakam, like, okay, well, Coach Mo, I imagine like you're closer to my age than his age, but imagine you're a 20-year-old, you get drafted to the NBA, right? 19 years old. 19 years old, you go into the Toronto Raptors. What do you know about the Toronto Raptors? Who do you know on the Toronto Raptors? Probably the guy who just made All-NBA, right?
Yeah.
You're going and you're watching him work, and you're like, oh, whoa. I don't work like that. Let me learn from him. I don't dribble the ball like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be an appreciation for Scottie, a guy who's had to turn himself from one type of player to another. There has to be an appreciation for the type of player that Siakam has become. And I think like that what gets washed away.
Relationship, because the OG one is different. Because you know how you talk about where's the rookie hazing, where like. You've said it, and I think we can all somewhat tell. Siakam isn't really involved with the leadership of the younger players. So it's like when Kyle Lowry and DeMar left, bro, that hit hard. When DeMar left, it hit the young guys hard.
Yo, I'm losing my mind here. Please tell me, chat. Y'all going crazy.
No. Shams, I saw your face. I looked at my phone. The Raptors have waived Christian Koloko to complete the Siakam trade with Indiana.
Wow.
Shams Charania. Yeah.
That means his condition is that bad.
Damn. Not my homeboy. That's tough. Shams Charania just tweeted that out a minute ago. That's crazy.
What?
Now we're in the market for a center.
Oh Lord.
No.
He was the head to roll, eh?
Yeah, this must mean his career is over. That's
What was the
Whatever he-
extent of his
What?
like respiratory condition?
Yeah,
What,
it has to be
that's-
serious.
What was the
I heard
extent of-
something last week that he would play this year, like that there was a very good reason to believe that he would be okay. Like, what the fuck is this?
Wait, he only makes
What?
one. He's only
If
making 1.7 this year.
Yeah,
and
1.7. Yeah.
and only 2 next year. So
Was there a setback? Like I remember you saying this before, Rob. You were like, "Oh, I have high hopes for him to hopefully play it like at least a game this year or something." Like,
Yes.
wow.
Jared Osei saying he could have had a setback. Then apply for a fucking, disabled players exception. Like,
Yeah.
what?
How long do you think they knew that this was in the works of like potentially this happening? Do you think that had something to do with the Jontay Porter, like quickening the Jontay process? Because now they without Koloko, they have no young big prospect, and Porter is it.
Yeah.
Dude, like really, really, I'm not capping.
I'm shocked.
What he did on defense last year as a rookie is something that I haven't seen a Raptor rookie big do in a very long time. They must. I mean, they don't take these decisions lightly.
Mm-mm.
Maybe it's more serious than I heard. Okay, cool. Well, prayers up, Christian Koloko. I hope you get healthy
Yeah.
really soon. You're probably going
Was he
to.
on the bench today? Was he on the bench today?
He was, I think.
I know he was on the bench on Monday. I saw him on the bench on Monday. I can't remember seeing him
Yeah,
today.
he was on the bench today.
I'm shocked.
Like, why would you even ask him to come out if he was like, bro? Like, I mean, I appreciate Jordan Nwora, but there's no chance in hell. I mean, that I would. No offense to Jordan Nwora, but there's no chance in fucking hell I'm picking Jordan Nwora over Christian Koloko. This is crazy to me.
Positionally, play style wise, youth, like
Is Nwora
Youth,
what position does Nwora play?
it's like a small
SFPF.
forward.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think he was a center. Our
Yeah,
center
he's like
depth, my
6'7".
goodness.
Like, I mean, like, Keehan saying, is there any way he can come back? I mean, yeah, technically, but like, why do this? Why do this now? Like, what the hell is?
No, what I don't understand is we needed that to make the trade work. That's how people are framing it.
Well, yeah, you do a 3 for 2 or
Oh,
3
okay,
for
yeah, he had to be
1.
waived,
So
yeah,
you
yeah.
have one roster spot available from the your 3 for 1.
One person had to
precious.
be waived.
It's a money thing. Fuck that, man. Shit, if I was
We
rich,
need-
I'd pay his salary.
We need a center. Now the Wendell Carter
Blake.
stuff.
So Blake Murphy is saying they may bring him to the 905. God, I hope so.
Oh, okay. Like, that's crazy. Oh my God. I hope it's not done. I don't know what happened there. Hopefully there's some kind of work around the front office has ready to go already.
Yeah, but-
damn, bro.
You'd have to imagine it's serious because he didn't play in the summer league. That's July. We're in mid-January.
That's not that far. 7 months is right along the timeline of what I believe.
I mean,
he's going through.
Okay. Like, I don't know the
Anyways.
details of it. Seems like you're more privy to it and you're not saying it, which is completely okay. I just wish the best for him and like health
He will be
wise,
fine.
career wise.
He'll be fine.
Everything
He'll be
like
fine.
that.
He'll be fine. He will be fine. Like, it's not like something that I've ever gleaned was life threatening or anything like that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I want to just check Blake Murphy's tweet here. Hold on. One
Also,
sec.
in terms of the tribute, the next time we could possibly see one, I didn't see one today either. The next time we could see a tribute for Siakam. I mean, the Pacers visit on the 14th of February, so it's Valentine's Day. See if we show him some love. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
So good news for tomorrow, guys. We don't have to decide if we're going to watch Pascal's debut or the Raptors game because the Raptors face the Bulls at 7:30. We can watch Pascal Siakam in Sacramento at 10 p.m. So
Yeah, I mean,
we'll have to
it's,
decide.
Halliburton isn't back, right?
No. I don't
Okay,
think so.
so I mean, Okay, let's see. So in terms of what Blake is saying, let me just pull up pull up Blake Murphy's tweets on my screen here. One sec. Stop screen, start screen, present, share screen.
Someone said we're on TNT tomorrow. Why would they do us on TNT tomorrow? That doesn't even make sense. Us and the Bulls?
That's weird. Okay, Koloko will get his full salary paid out. Good for him. Raptors lose his non-guaranteed pseudo team option for next year. Okay. I would not at all be surprised if Koloko was brought back for the Raptors 905 and or re-signed this summer. The Raptors had to waive or trade someone to make the trade work. Koloko has been out all season with a respiratory issue. Team remains very high on him as a prospect with no timeline return towards a return right now. He became the choice. It sucks. Hope the best for him. How is he the choice over Garrett Temple? Help me understand this. I mean, like, I'm trying to think here. I'm not. I need to like read the CBA 2 times just so I have it memorized because I can't remember. Like, if you waive a player,
I know. There's no way
how do you become the team that gets to sign him to your G League team?
Yeah.
What if some other team claims him? You know what I mean?
Well, their logic might be he won't even be ready for this season, so they're going to scoop him up in the summer, and just in time for the summer league, I guess.
Interesting.
Because everybody else theoretically is a trade chip, and if Koloko can't play, he's not a trade chip. So in that sense, he made the most sense to waive if he's not going to be ready for this year.
Yeah, James Sorensen saying, Rob, would he have played at all played this season at all? I believe, yeah, he was timing up to be back at the end of the season. So, I mean, Tamberlyn with the I. Yeah, it's a little bit strange to me, to be honest. Like, it's a little bit weird. But, you know, there's no way in hell they're doing this without talking to him about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no, like,
Yeah.
He didn't find out about this on ESPN. Like, he knew this was coming. So, or ESPN. This is probably not on ESPN. No offense, Christian Koloko. Love you, but you're not on ESPN right now about this. You know, but I think he's a really good player. I really do. I think, you know, once he solves this issue, they've been working on him all year, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you'd think all the investment they were doing and
Right?
monitoring him and getting him the help he needed, it's all to just, you know, offer.
yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Cutthroat Bob saying poor guy. Well, it's not really poor guy. It's more like, you know, if the Raptors don't retain him and he ends up somewhere else, poor Raptors, because he really does pair well with what you need offensively and defensively. You know, he's Scottie Barnes' most frequent screener last year. He's an excellent roller. He's a lob threat. He's a developing, you know, shooter. He's got like short roll passing potential. He's got switchability. Like it's you know, significant. I think it's worth, you know, noting that they also, like, again, this thing that Blake said about, like, don't be surprised if he comes back with 9 of 5, etc. Yeah, we'll see. You know,
If you reload Blake's page real quick, he also just said something. The Raptors will likely structure this trade so that it creates a $10.2 million traded player exception. So they'll absorb Nwora into the Achua TPE to create a larger one in the Siakam deal. So I don't know if that was part of the strategy as to what, but it doesn't explain Koloko per se. I'm not saying that, but that would be like a move forward, more of a larger TPE right there as well. It's something to keep an eye on for further moves for moving forward. But
we need a big.
Yeah.
We need a big in the worst way.
Yeah.
There's
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you guys flip Bruce Brown for somebody else at the deadline if you're Masai, or would you keep him?
All options should be open. Can you even trade him again before the deadline?
Yeah. When is that switch to the 60-day can't trade them thing? When does that kick in, or whatever it is?
Because I remember Rasheed
Past
Wallace.
the deadline.
Remember when Rasheed Wallace was traded to the Hawks, played one game for the Hawks, and then got traded to the Pistons? Do you remember that?
I do.
Crazy.
So
is that even
like,
allowed to happen nowadays?
That's the thing. Like, when I look at teams that just traded right now for like a player like last week, like, so for instance, if I wanted to trade OG Anunoby right now, I can't. Right. So I'm assuming. Let me just try. I'm gonna go on Fanspo and just try to trade OG Anunoby because I'm too lazy to read up the CBA right now.
Yeah, that recently traded thing, that RT will be over his name, and
yeah, it is. So it's like I'm looking at the Raptors right now. Let's see. Pascal Siakam's still on the Raptors, according to Fanspo.
So Raptors.
I think
go
like the
ahead.
best way to do it is to reroute it before the deal goes into the league office completely, right? So, I mean, yes, you can technically reroute him to a third team, provided that third team is giving you value back in exchange. You're like extending the trade. I don't know. I like him. I like Bruce Brown. I really do.
I do. I also like him a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's a you know, like how we value Scottie Barnes because he's a point guard who can kind of play center, who can kind of play
Mhm.
small forward, he can play all 5 positions, right?
Bro, in the weirdest way, with the weirdest build. That dude has small legs and just boulder shoulders. Bruce Brown is built so weird, and it's effective. It's like it doesn't even make sense half the time.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, for the recently traded, how it works, it says OG. So, for example, if OG was it, OG cannot be traded to a team aggregated with other players from his team because 2 months have not passed since he was traded for. He can only be traded away to a team by himself and other non-player assets from his team, draft picks, cash considerations. And then that restriction expires February 28th, 2024. So he can only be traded away to a team by himself and along with draft picks, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently that's how it works. So like Bruce Brown would be under those same stipulations. Him and picks, that's pretty much it.
Right. Just to quickly go through this. We're incredibly excited to welcome Pascal Siakam to Indiana, said President of Basketball Operations. Shout out Kevin Pritchard. As 2-time All-NBA selection and a 2-time All-Star, Pascal is a player that our organization has long admired and respected. We feel that his unique offensive skill set and complement to our play style, while his defensive versatility will be a valuable asset to this team. There's something I've never shared on this live. Kevin Pritchard is actually the reason I'm doing what I'm doing right now.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah. Wow. I'm kind of like, I'm tipsy. I'm a little bit tipsy. I haven't drank alcohol for like 6 months. But yeah, Kevin Pritchard is a very, very big influence in my life.
When
So
you start revealing truths, that's how my brother is when he gets tipsy. He just starts telling you things.
Yep.
He just starts confessing.
Shit. All right. Christian Koloko is my favorite center in the NBA.
So do you think the starting lineup remains the same tomorrow?
You mean with Bruce Brown back in?
Yeah.
Defensively, Bruce Brown is just such an upgrade on Gary Trent Jr., right?
He is.
That being said, Bruce Brown is such a big defensive and rebounding and screening and transition. There's a lot of advantages. However, I will say
he's better. He's just better than Gary. He's just better.
Yeah, he is. But that being said, Gary provides something very, very important for your starting lineup, which is a play finisher to pair with. Like, there were so many times tonight where I felt like the Raptors got to left side or right side dominant of the floor, and there was like an open pocket, and it was like that skip pass was available, and no one saw it but Scottie.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, the defense is loading up. They're sending 5 defenders to the right side of the floor, and it's just like, why do you not see the corner shooter? Scottie's shooting has also been like on a bit of a terrible downturn in January, and I'm feeling all sorts of superstitious because last year he started out the season like 6-7 games in, and he was like shooting 52%, and I was just like, this guy's amazing, he's Steph Curry, and then he fell off a cliff. And this year I was like, I'm not gonna do it until I know it's real 100%. And then I finally fucking made a video about his 3-point shooting, and I promise you, go look at that video, look at the date stamped, and look at his 3-point shooting percentage before that video and after that video. I have to apologize, Scottie Barnes. I'm sorry. I will never talk about 3-point shooting ever again in my life.
It's weird because he can't make threes when everybody else can, but he can't miss when nobody else can make threes.
Yeah, he's very team oriented that way. He's a great team player. He'll make them when it counts. I appreciate that he took
Gary
6.
goes 8 for 9. The game Gary goes 1 for 8, he's going like 4 for 5. It's just the weirdest thing.
Facts. Scottie's the ultimate team player. Tamberlyn saying, "Did you jinx him?" Yeah. It's possible that I probably jinxed them 2 times in a row. I apologize for this last year. I feel like if you apologize for the same thing 2 years in a row, you're just an asshole. So I won't apologize this year. I'll just say I regret doing it. Yeah. Teflon saying Raptors make the play-in. Yo, don't bet against it. Like, what would it take to make the play-in? Let's see.
Come on, though.
You're 9 games under 500. Get to 2 games under 500 to make the play-in. Can you bridge that gap? Can you be 8 games above 500 or 7 games above 500 for the rest of the season? Sure. Why not?
What are you talking about? It takes that much? So the Hawks are 6 games below 500. They're number 10.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it takes. All you have to be is better than the Hawks.
I don't necessarily think you want to be number 10, bro.
No, but I'm saying if we're talking about play-in, because really you're facing the 9 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's like last year's team. We're facing.
I mean,
the Bulls again.
Okay, fair enough. But
and isn't and if you guys remember what happened in that Bulls game, things were going well. We were up 19 in the third quarter on that game, and Fred VanVleet said, "Payday's coming. Let me take over."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we just play team basketball, if we had that game last year with this current team, and we have no egos, and Scottie's like a primary decision maker, but we don't know who's going to lead the team in scoring or shot attempts. Yeah, we beat that Bulls team. We beat that Bulls team. But if Fred bet on yourself, he comes out. Yeah, that's what last year was to me.
Hold on, can I clarify one thing? Did the Raptors just like get rid of every African player on this team?
Yeah, they kind of.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah. They traded their Cameroonian all-star. Yeah. They waived his Cameroonian teammate, and to New York, they traded the 2 Nigerian guys. What?
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, Nuaro's Nigerian. Nuaro's actually Nigerian.
Exactly. I'm very happy we're getting Jordan Nwora back. This would be a very, very weird team.
He needed 1 Nigerian.
What?
He can't. Like, that's what held up the trade. Where's my Nigerian at?
Right, but it's like, how we go from 4 to Jordan? Is Jordan the worst of them all? I'm telling you, man. Like, I mean, he can splash them threes.
They're like, you want Jarris Walker? Is he Nigerian?
He's not. He is not.
Oh dear.
What is going on, chat? Jamaicans are better than Nigerians anyway.
That's this Maroon Prince killed me last time. I was patiently waiting and letting other people speak, and he's like, I can tell that guy has a Jamaican mom because he's just patient and waiting his turn. That's why he said that. This guy's hilarious. This guy Oh, Maroon Prince is just different, man.
Masai heard all the rumors about how he loves African prospects, and he was like, "Bet, hold my beer,
bro." That Giants of Africa night where the Knicks spanked us, that was tough. That was tough. It was a celebration, then it was a spanking, and it was like, dude, I could read people's minds. We're like, "Yo, we love the work you're doing, but the product on the court is ass."
Bro, I'm just gonna say this straight up as a slightly inebriated person right now who would definitely fail a breathalyzer. I just want to say for the record, if Christian Koloko is not back with his team, I'm going to fucking riot. I am not going to be a happy person if Christian Koloko is not back with his team.
The shift in your mood, Rob, after you read that, your face, I'm like, I gotta look at my phone. Something happened. And I just glance at my phone, and the first thing I see is Shams, and I'm like, oh, okay, that explains his face. You were like frozen. And I'm like, okay, that's what happened there. Also, Mo, you're hilarious, man. You remember every single spanking we've gotten. And I swear you're Jamaican now because that's how my mom used to go get down with it. I remember each of those.
Yeah, you just hold them. You keep them in the chamber to bring them out. Yeah.
If the Brooklyn Nets lose 2 more games, we are officially 11s. Does that excite anybody? And we are... I mean,
the pizza party's happening. Yeah? The pizza party's happening.
It will happen.
It will happen. It's gonna happen soon.
Do you find it
with Pascal? Just letting you know.
Do you find it poetic that we have a chance right now to spark We the North Part 2 against Kyle and DeMar in a back-to-back? Is that poetic?
Mm-hmm.
Given that they started it
on Saturday. Knicks on Saturday.
Oh shit! No way. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey Tamberlyn, what's up? Long time no talk. What's going on? What are your
No,
thoughts?
I'm
What did team basketball
I was-
look like? Did the hold on? I didn't watch the game. Did the Raptors score 8 points without Pascal Siakam in the whole game? No, that didn't happen. Okay, that's good.
Bro, that's the same logic of how are we gonna bring the ball up?
I
the
just
court
drank an
without
entire
Bennett?
bottle of
How? How is it
champagne,
gonna happen?
and I just drank an entire bottle of champagne. So if I sound a little bit like off hinge, that's
Tipsy?
me.
That was
Yo,
beautiful.
I used to
that
be able to
first
polish an
session.
entire bottle of like rakia, which is like a Serbian drink, which is like 60-70% alcohol. But my alcohol tolerance has gone to shit, and I haven't eaten all day, so just a little bit buzzy right
So
now.
the first half was beautiful basketball,
Mhm.
but two of the takeaways I had is: have you ever heard on TV the Raptors talking so loud on defense this
Nope.
entire season?
Okay, so basically, when they traded for Immaneul Quickley, I did notice a lot more talking. Scotty's always talking, but he's more
Yeah.
like complaining. He's a
But
complaining
you can
talker.
hear them on TV talking to each other. And the
Yeah.
other thing is, how satisfying is it to have the ball in Scotty's hand in the fourth quarter? Truly now 100%. He scored or assisted on every field goal in the fourth quarter.
No way.
Yeah,
Everyone?
It was a
everyone.
ridiculous number. It was a ridiculous number. I remember seeing it.
RJ went to the line, but other than that, he scored or assisted on every single field goal.
Right. Kihan saying, Rob, being sleep deprived is more dangerous than being tipsy. Bro, both. Okay. Both. What's both? Okay. That's all I want to know. What's both? Okay. That is very impressive. And you felt it. I mean, I did not know that stat, but that is very interesting for you to bring up. I did not know that, but I felt it while I was watching the game. I was like, it feels like he has been either a screener or a passer or a scorer in literally everything. He's like, he authored it. And here's the thing. Like, there was a beautiful, hang on, I want to read something. Totally unhinged. Hang on one sec. Y'all keep talking. I got to read this. It's a quote from Nikola Jokic, which I think will perspectivize very well what Scottie Barnes thinks about basketball. Hold on.
While you look for it, I want to say RIP to us Raptors fans. We will no longer have to hear the Pascal Siakam vaginal screeches on every attempt at the basket. So you know the screams I'm talking about.
And one.
Yeah. I think one of the callers calls it yeah.
Yep.
I noticed also right away that the team took on Scotty's identity. That's what I would say. Like, there was a real passing of the torch. Like, Scotty in the post game was talking about how close and how much he loves Pascal. But I think because Scotty's such a team guy, I think he never truly felt comfortable taking over. And they also, in the post game, Scotty mentioned that it was told to Pascal before the season started that Scotty was the number one option now. But it didn't necessarily feel like Scotty embraced it fully because he's a team guy and he wouldn't want to step on toes, But right from the opening tip tonight, it felt like Scotty's team. Like, the identity was cursing through all of them. I was so impressed by what happened tonight, and the fact that they held Miami under 100 on top of it was just
I would love to see,
icing
I would
on
love
the
to see him
cake.
I'd love to see him put together a full 48 minutes of like being like, this is my team. Like, in the third quarter, that kind of waned, and then he, with 8.5 minutes left in the fourth, he said no mas. It's we're going full on, and I'm taking over. But 100%, it felt like, okay, this is the beginning of the Scottie era. I was so excited, and to see us show up the way we did for Darko at the beginning, have a little adversity, bounce back, the way we played as a full team, it was just beautiful. So I echo your sentiments, Tamberlyn.
And I was really happy for Gary because he's been really professional through this first half of the season, accepting his role, and he's going to IQ and Scotty, and he's going to be able to fire away. And the freedom he played with tonight was wonderful to watch.
I'd glue his minutes with Scotty's as much as possible.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I tape them together as much as I can.
Also, why
Yeah.
didn't Darko play IQ more in the fourth quarter? He only needed 1 assist to get a triple-double.
IQ was foul baiting way too hard there.
Number one, that.
Yeah.
Number two, he also needs some rebounds, did he not?
Yeah, 1.
No, I thought he reached it. Hang on, I'll tell you.
Triple double watch.
Yeah, he needed entering the fourth. He needed 2 rebounds and an assist.
That's not exactly the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough. If you chased it, you would get it. But, like, I don't think he cares enough to do that. Yeah.
He earned his sit down, I think.
Like,
Yeah.
Scotty's fourth was so effortless. Like, it just looked so like he'd done that 100
oh, they
times
took
over.
rebounds away. 8 and 9 rebounds assists. Sorry,
He took it away?
he had 9 rebounds at one point, and the final box score says 8 and 9 assists. So, I guess that.
Interesting. I wonder how that happens. That's not usual. Where did you catch the post game? I'm just curious. Was it
I
online?
watched Sportsnet. I was watching like I continued watching the game after.
Yeah.
I actually skipped through. I was behind because I PVR'd it, so I was behind watching and skipped.
Would you like
through
to hear
part
a
of
drunken confession? I don't know how to
Yeah.
PVR. I
Come
don't
on.
understand. I'm not kidding. I don't know how to PVR.
You know how to
Yep.
do so many things technical that I don't, so I can't believe you don't know how to PVR.
Never learned it. Don't know how to do it.
How many filmmakers
what
you think don't know how to
service
do PVR?
Probably just me. I'm the only
What
person in the
service
world.
do you use?
I don't use a service. I am used to turning on the television and saying what's on right now, and that's it.
I mean, are
And-
you
and
on
if-
Rogers or Bell or?
Yeah, I'm on Rogers. My girlfriend knows how to
Okay.
PVR. She knows how to do it, but like I
You just
refuse
have
to
to
learn.
pull up the channels, like you know how you get the menu of the channels,
Okay.
and then go on what you're looking
I feel like
through the
I feel like you're
programs.
talking about Pandora's box here because I mean, if I open this box, what is going to stop me from rewinding the game in real time? I will be lost in real time. I will not know where my Raptor fellow fans are.
That's why I get it, so I can rewind, and
But,
I can
like,
skip parts
there
of
no-
games. Like
What?
I skipped the whole opening
Skipping
of
the
third
game? The game
I
I love?
skipped-
The game you love? You skip it? Do you skip Dennis
section of
Schroeder
it.
pick and roll possessions?
Yes. I
This is-
skipped through the opening part of the third quarter because they were
She
so
got the
behind.
ball rolling on the floor. She double speed that.
You know what? I think it's force of habit. She's just been so used to skipping Precious Achua, and you know what? I do not fault you for it.
Fair.
If you're skipping some Precious, I don't blame you. Save your
Yo,
life.
when you said you believe Malachi Flynn has a better shot in New York than Precious Achua, you still stand by that?
Yes.
Whoo!
Honestly, it comes down to Tibbs, man. It comes down to Tibbs.
Tibbs does not
Yeah.
play dumb shit. He
Yeah.
does not. He will not do it.
Pops Mensa Bonsu. Hold on. I missed that by a second. You're drunk. Not drunk. Definitely not drunk, but
Tipsy.
definitely like a little bit off. Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely in the Draymond just won a championship. Marc Gasol 3 beers before the parade. Marc Gasol was
Before
like
the full
lit.
bottle of wine.
Marc Gasol was
Yeah.
lit.
I was there.
He
I thought
downed the
Mark was
bottle of
fall over.
wine.
I was
Yeah.
surprised Mark didn't fall over the top of that double decker because they're so tall. The railings at like their kneecaps, and he's like drunk,
Yeah.
waving. I'm like, this dude's gonna fall over, and if he lands on people,
Facts. Okay, we're gonna go to the post game. If you guys want to stick around, absolutely come back. If someone else wants to call in, absolutely.
Darko almost made me cry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to that for sure. I'm gonna go to his what he did pregame, what he did postgame. We're gonna make sure that this
Yeah.
is nice and classy.
I teared up. He's so genuine. He could have another social media hit again this week on what he said tonight. It's really touching.
randomly, did you guys see the Kings coach bring out the
Yep.
video, the proof?
50 grand.
50 grand. My God.
I feel like, in fairness, he didn't get charged 50 grand for bringing out a laptop. He got 50 grand for charging at a referee and bringing out the laptop. I feel like it was 20 grand, 25 grand a piece.
I love people going at these refs, and it's just consistency. It's like, you're gonna call it there, call it here. Just call it here.
Look, I think what happened was
I love Mo.
a lot of older refs aged out. A lot of younger refs came in, right?
Yep.
And you're going to go through some growing pains with that. And depending on how good these refs are long term, hopefully those growing pains will be very, very short lived, right?
I can't believe Ben Taylor ref tonight in Toronto.
Oh yeah.
And they should.
I can't believe he made it into Toronto. I can't believe he made it out of Toronto. But that being said, that is interesting that the Raptors blew out the. I mean, gosh, did that factor into the Vegas odds? The Miami Heat were heavily favored to win tonight, but not that heavily favored. What did Vegas know that the average person did not know? Because, I mean, when you think about it in theory, the Heat are a better team. The Raptors are playing without Pascal Siakam. Butler's back. Like, why were the Heat not more favored? They were 3.5 point favorites. It felt like they should have been 6, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, to everyone who smashed the over on the Heat, whoops, lost probably like thousands of dollars on that one. But yeah, interesting for sure. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna pull all of you off, and I'm gonna pull the Darko post game thing on. If you want to stick around, stay in the studio for sure. If anyone wants to call in, link is in the description. And while this post game is going on, guess what? Your boy's about to sober up and have the second half of this conversation very super sober. How am I gonna sober up? Coffee. I don't know, man. I just want it to be like light. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a pretty heavy person. Sometimes I don't drink pretty much ever. I don't like alcohol, but you know what? We had this bottle of champagne. It was looking at me, and I was like, I looked at it 4 days ago, and I was like, the day we trade Siakam, that day, I popped this. And I don't want to make y'all seem like it was a bougie bottle of champagne. It was like a $20 bottle of champagne. Still, it wasn't like, I'm not popping like Remy Martin here, like, but it's not something. It's not so serious, dude. But it was my mini celebration. If I had a cigar, I would pop that too. So yeah. So, anyways, it's a good day. Like, I know for some people it's a bad day, and every time I say it's a good day, for me, I feel like
people? Who are these people?
It's
the media.
Bro, it's a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, I've
it's
seen
a
some
lot
tweets.
of people.
One guy was really angry. I won't say his name. This guy was really angry. He was just like,
These are not
this
Toronto
game
Raptor
pisses
fans,
me
bro.
off. I was like, yo, what are you
Bro, there's some
this game?
YouTubers out there. I heard.
Yeah.
I didn't watch. I heard that. Oh
they must
shit.
have been big.
Yo,
mad
bro,
in the first half. They must
I
have been
might be
big
a little
mad.
bit tipsy, but you think I was gonna miss this comment? Pendants the next Sundance. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, bro.
Wow.
Jacinto, appreciate it. Okay, so straight up, like, there's allegedly some YouTubers who went on a 20-minute rant. Can't believe Pascal Siakam got traded.
Have they watched him play?
They
Not
can't
really.
believe.
He allegedly, this person cannot believe. I'm just gonna say this as a person who doesn't necessarily think too much of this YouTuber. How the
You'll
apples
never
taste,
meet these
bro.
people in real life. You'll
By the
never
way,
run into them.
Grange said tonight that the Raptors offered Siakam 3
3
years
years.
and 30%.
Yep.
And he turned it down, and they had a conversation with him after the fact,
Mhm.
saying, even if you get all NBA,
Yep, we're not
giving
gonna
you the
send you.
max.
Yes, I've known this for
So
almost
he
half a
knew
year
this.
now. Yeah,
He
I
knew
know
this.
dude.
And there
But
were still several guys on TV today trying to dig in and say, well, we could have got more. We could have got more. With the second apron, life has changed in the NBA. Catch up.
no, number one, I agree with that. Number two, I think people really, really need to adjust, like, their expectations of what they think the Raptors thought of Pascal Siakam. I believe the Raptors had a much more. Okay, I'm gonna put this very condescendingly. I believe Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster, despite the fact that they grew up with, came up with, won a championship with, identified this player, thought much more closely about Pascal Siakam as I did
Yes,
than the average fan did.
and so did the league. That's why
And
we
so
got that.
and so did the league. And it took a very specific circumstance, like Tyrese Halliburton in the Indiana Pacers, which is like just the perfect fit for Pascal Siakam for that deal to be worth it. But if you're gauging, like, I mean, can we be real here? Jarris Walker, Keegan Murray, these are the players being held out. Like, I exited a Twitter space where I was like, let me just say this on the way out and then just let me leave because I don't want to hear what people are going to say about me after I say this. I was like, can we just be real for a second? Y'all talking about one player versus another, and one of them was almost, was being Kevin Durant was available for that guy. You got fucking Bruce Brown for the other guy. Like, can we be real about like what these two players are worth around the league? Like, I feel like sometimes you become a prisoner, and perhaps even a casualty of your own marketing.
Rob, I don't think we wanted to trade OG. But if we actually wanted returns and we wanted something, we had to trade OG because trading Siakam on his own was going to do nothing.
But in fairness,
you had to trade OG.
Do you know how much worse I would feel?
Value was that low.
Dude, how much worse would you feel about this roster right now? Like right now, if RJ and IQ were not on it? Because I would feel a lot worse about it.
Me too.
Yeah, much worse.
And this is not me being a disloyal motherfucker. Please understand that. I love OG. I made a mixtape about him. Like my first basketball mixtape in 6 years that I ever made was about OG. I love OG, but I acknowledge reality too. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so I want to say this. There's a hold on. I'm gonna give a quick shout out, and I will also pull up that quote that I said I was going to pull up.
If we could trade Siakam for what we got for OG and just keep OG, would we have done that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the dream, but we can't because Siakam's not worth that.
He means get IQ and RJ for Pascal instead. I was very emotional about OG leaving, and I feel bad for OG because he wants a bigger role, and look at how much RJ's been unlocked now that he's in a different system. Imagine how boring it's going to be for OG standing around watching Brunson and Randall dribble the hell out of the ball and take all the shots.
OG could have done what RJ's doing. He just can't. He's just not skilled enough. He's not talented enough to do it.
Agreed. But his defense is incredible, and he is a solid 3-point shooter. I was hoping he would be part of the core. He's not. We got IQ and RJ, and we saw tonight what the potential is now that they're going to be unlocked.
Facts. Have you heard of Dishes and Dimes, the podcast?
Yeah.
You have, right? So I just want to give a quick shout out to Dishes and Dimes, the podcast. It is an all-women NBA podcast. Sandy.
Of course, I'd heard of it.
Okay. Tamberlyn, NBA media personality who happens to be a female. Yes. Dishes and Dimes. Sandy. Do you know Sandy?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So Sandy side up on Twitter. I was on a Twitter Spaces, kind of vibing there, listening to some people talk a lot of nonsense, pontificate whether or not the Raptors were about to head for the worst stretch of basketball they've ever seen in their lives. Not going to happen. And this lady pulls up, Sandy. She made a lot of fucking sense, man. Made a lot of sense. And she said something that really resonated with me. And I've invited her to do a show with me on this. I would love to hear her perspective on it. She's a very, very intelligent young lady. I want to say young woman. I have no idea how old she is. But she said this one thing in the space. She said she was talking about DeMar being traded for Kawhi. And she addressed it in a way that maybe some people did not want to hear it. And she said, you're either a fan of a player or you're a fan of the team.
Exactly.
You got to pick one. You got to pick a lane. Yep. And if you're a fan of the player, like I think like a lot of people accuse me of being a fan of Scottie. I'll tell you right now, if Scottie like does something so against the Raptors, against his teammates or whatever, you're going to see me switch up pretty fast. I don't think like I'm not like that fanatically obsessed with a player that I can look past what they do to the team that I root for. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that if he leaves someday, then I'm going to turn on him either, because I never turned on Vince. I never turned on Kawhi. It's not about leaving. It's about doing something underhanded that's against the team. You support the team, but there are seriously like people in this fan base that are like, nah, Pascal, that's better than everything on the team. That's above everything on the team. I want Pascal to literally fuck over the Raptors because they fucked him over. I'm like, this is off. This is off, you know? I will never
Blame the
believe.
media.
Yeah, like exactly. And Tamberlyn, you know better than anybody else exactly where this shit is coming from, right? All of this conspiracizing. It's not even. I'm pretty sure it's not even a word, but I hope people understand what I mean by that.
Not a
Like
conspiracy.
all of this, conspiratorial
Conspiring.
bullshit about
Mhm.
what the Pascal Siakam and Masai Ujiri apparently, closed door conversation sounded like. And I believe, and it's just my opinion based on everything I've known about Masai Ujiri over the last 11, 12 years, he's a very, very, very straight shooter. A person who will tell you straight to your face, we're not giving you 5 years because that's not how we see you. That's not how we see the cap. That's not how we see this team. And this is what we would like to offer you. We want to make sure that we're not jamming ourselves into a corner. Do you take it? But Grange's article today, it presents the Raptors as such a terrible organization. Pascal Siakam, heartbroken that he was just heartbroken. Like, I mean, God, I don't want to contribute to the clicks, but man, read it. Heartbroken
Did
that.
you hear Pascal's agent on Raptor Show today?
Yep.
Yeah.
He refuted that completely by saying that the Bobby and Masai had been nothing but a class act, and they kept them in the loop, and that it had been a great experience for Pascal. It was bittersweet. They loved the pit in Indiana, but he did not disparage them in one iota. And he said they kept them. They communicated constantly with him.
Exactly. And that's the thing. They always do this. Like they did the same thing with OG. They did the same thing with DeMar. They tried to do the same thing with DeMar. DeMar misread the signals a little bit and things changed a little bit last second and something happened. But Masai Ujiri tried to tell him 6 hours before the trade broke. You remember the reporting around, Drew Holiday? He won a championship and he found out on ESPN.
Yeah.
Where's that for an organization? Dumpster fire, Milwaukee Bucks, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, Masai, like, it breaks my heart to hear this fan base turn on this man.
That's
because
difficult for me.
and I'm not
Me
trying to
too.
act like he has not been very well compensated and very well respected for what he's done. But every time something goes wrong, there's always some weirdo conspiracy about Masai's not doing his job. Masai's off in Africa. Masai's this, Masai's that. It is a very weird conspiratorial view, and I think it is a lack of appreciation for a very, very fucking competent, very intelligent executive. One of the most sought after executives. Don't forget it. When he signed, I tell you, when he signed, there are a few people that said, I'm happier he signed than if Kawhi signed.
I'm also
Like,
happy
that MVP,
Yeah.
Like I'll
unhealthy
never
relation-
shortchange Masai's impact. Like he's honestly one of my favorite aspects about this organization turning around in the first place with the ship. Like his job is so incredibly difficult, but so incredibly in the back of people's, like not even in people's minds. I was gonna say back of people's minds, not even in people's mind in terms of what it takes, what he's doing. And the thing is, facts don't have feelings. You're trying to construct a winner here. Facts can change your feelings, and everyone's entitled to have their feelings heard, understood, and acknowledged. But at the same time, Masai's resume is unquestioned. You cannot sit there and be like, I have to question your ability to do contract, to do trades, to do X, Y, or Z. He always does right by his players. He keeps things internal. He's not leaking to the media over and over and over again. It's just like everything plays out behind closed doors and in private. That's respect amongst him and the players and the coaches, and he keeps things tight and runs a ship that in a way that I really admire personally. So it's hard pressed on me to look at him and point to him and be like, this is squarely on his shoulders. Like, you don't know what's going on and who he's on the phone with and what they're offering. You're just assuming that he fleeced himself for X, Y, and Z. And it's okay if an opportunity to make a move earlier might have gone by, but everything happens the way it happens for a reason at the time it does. And he's had enough on his resume to just trust him and be like, I think he might know something I don't know. But that's just me.
If anything, I think he cared too much because he didn't, like, he was so straight up with Pascal. And a lot of these fans that are doing this, it's so easy to be negative instead of being positive. All it's going to take is the Raptors, which is none of the question, for them to play much better now and end up in the play-in and get into the playoffs, and people will very quickly move on from attacking Masai, and hopefully the media stops this. I don't know what their end goal is here. I'd like to see people be more positive than negative, though.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of requests to play the post game. I'm gonna pull you guys off,
Okay.
and then anyone who wants to stay on, just stay backstage, and I'll pull you back on right after. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers. As my man Jalen Rose says, we got to give the people what they want. Okay, let's do this. All right. Hold on. I'm trying to think if I want to pull this up first. All right, good. We got a Gary Trent interview. We also got a Darko interview, and we also got a. Okay, hang on one second. First, let me pull up Darko talking about his friend
Jakob on the passing of his friend, Golden State assistant coach Dejan Milojevic. Check out the video.
Oh my God, the pronunciations.
Tough day for NBA community. My condolences go to family of my close friend Dejan Milojevic, who unfortunately passed away this morning. I knew Dejan since I was a teenager.
16.
He was a role model as a player, as a man, as a husband, as a coach, somebody that I really admired and have a lot of respect for. Unfortunately, last night his heart stopped working and he left his wife and 2 kids behind, and a big legacy. This is a really sad day for whole NBA community. My condolences to his family and then Golden State Warriors as well. Thank you.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Nope.
Where you had news about, I guess, what's now a pending transaction, and you had to play the same day. What's it like to do that? And obviously you guys came out well, so what keep that first half?
No, again, at the end of the day, we are professionals, and we understand what league we're playing in and what comes with it and how it goes. You know, obviously, a change like that is big. You know, obviously, you've built relationships with guys over the years of playing with them and going to battles with them and seeing them at their highest points and their lowest points. So, you know, I wish nothing but, you know, the best to Siakam. You know, obviously, it should be a great thing for him. The player that he is, it doesn't matter what organization he's going to. Again, a high-level player, a high-level thinker of the game, a great player, you know, and a good person. So, you know.
What kind of example did he set? I know he wasn't always the biggest talker, but what kind of example did he set for, I mean, you when you first came to the team, but also everybody else who came through?
Whether it was for me or everybody else, like you said, he doesn't really talk too much, but everything he does and everything he showed was through his actions. You know, being the first one at the gym every single day in the morning, win, lose, or draw, he there getting his work in, coming in, being a professional, setting the tone, you know, showing the ins and outs, how to go. You know, he's been here for 9 years now, so it was great, everything he's done. You know, he teach you how to be a professional, you know, even the ability to help Scottie grow in a sense, you know, being at that forward position, whether it's little things that he sees on the offensive end or the defensive end. So, you know, his impact on me, his impact on the team and organization going to be here forever.
That's Darko also mentioned that he was the first guy in the gym. That was something that was really happening.
Yeah, no, he worked for real. He really works. He's really about his craft. He really focused in. He really locked in. Really a true professional. That's why he's an all-star. That's why he's an NBA champion. That's why he's accomplished what he's accomplished. Everything in this league, to accolades, to money, to everything. That's why he's at where he's at.
Did you ever pick up a lot of like his success is skill-based? Like he's added so much to his game. Mm-hmm. Is there anything you look at how he achieved things that you looked and you said, I want to add that to my game?
Yeah, in a sense, you know, we kind of different players. He more on the block and spinning and stuff like that. But again, our ability to play off one another, what I provided for him was spacing and helping him, you know, swing it out if he needed it, and that's what he provided for me as well, commanding the double team and it getting swung out, you know, in a sense like that. So, you know, really, that's about it, man. Just really, again, the main thing I took away was his approach, you know, how he thought about the game, how he went about the game, win, lose, or draw. Again, whether he was saying a lot or not saying anything at all, his actions spoke louder than everything.
Gary, today was obviously an emotional day. How did you channel those emotions into your best game of the season on the court?
Again, just any opportunity I get out there, just try to showcase how much I can help and what I can do for this team. I was just given a certain opportunity today. Teammates were finding me, kept knocking them down. Obviously, just continue to keep building and continue to show improve.
Gradey, I know you want to talk about the game for a moment, but just Pascal, can you talk a little bit about your relationship with him and what you felt he meant to this team?
Pascal, that was a guy I was really close with. We just our relationship just kept growing. He's been here since before I got here. I talked to him about a lot of things, watched him come every day, ready to work, show up, be happy, just bring a joyful spirit every day to practice, no matter through the ups, through the downs. Being able to talk to him through those down moments and him just being positive and just seeing him every day, you just develop that relationship. What he meant to this organization, he loved it. And he came every day ready to work and continue to get better and just grow.
Before the game, Coach Rajakovic spoke about how obviously Pascal had been the focus of this offense for several years. But this season, the focus has shifted onto you, and Coach was praising Pascal's professionalism in that transition. From your perspective, how did that transition go?
I think it went well. He was open to it, and he allowed it to happen. He was open to it. That's hard. Him being here for a while and doing the things that he has done. It's hard. It's hard for players to do that, but he's open to it and allowed it.
Change is obviously very hard, but how does it feel now knowing that essentially you are the focal point of this team and you are essentially the face? Does that come with a lot of pressure? How are you feeling in that way?
I'm feeling no pressure. I think we already knew that. We already discussed that, and it was already out there. No pressure, no nothing. Come every day to try to win and play the best basketball we can play.
In a weird way, for a moment of this magnitude, Pascal Siakam being traded, a coach passing away, I'm happy that the Raptors went to two of the realest people on the team. I do want to say this about Scottie, not to interrupt his post game, but this is the advantage of doing things in not real time. To pause him for a second, absorb the discomfort that comes with usurping a person that you actually look up to. A lot of people would present this as a negative thing. I think a lot of people would look at this as like a bit of a negative thing. Like, why doesn't he just take it? Why didn't he just take it? Why didn't he just walk up to Pascal and say, like, this is my team. This is my team. Precisely because I believe that he is a student of the game. Precisely because I think he is someone who respects the game. Partially because he's a very good person. And probably because, from what I've always gathered about Scottie, and this is going way, way back, like grade 10, grade 11, is that there is a boundless empathy with this person. What is empathy? Is an ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Is an ability to feel what you are not directly experiencing because someone else is experiencing it and understanding what they're experiencing. The feelings of a person who is being asked to take a second step or a step back in a contract year to a player that they probably have technically out-earned tenure within the system. It would be like if I admired somebody and I came to a company as an upstart, researcher, and they were like, you know what, we love you. And I'm just like, but I love my CEO. They're like, that guy's not gonna be CEO. You're gonna be CEO, and he's gonna be your VP. It'd be very uncomfortable. I think I'd be very uncomfortable with that too if I really admired that person. So I don't think he's capping when he says that he genuinely admires Pascal Siakam, his game, his craft, his work ethic. And I'm very happy that when the Scottie Barnes story will be written 20 years from now, that he will have had, 2.5 years to 3 years to really study a person who is like a real worker. That being said, obviously, this channel has led a bit of a push for this to happen. And it's precisely because I think that Scottie himself would not necessarily disrupt a process like this. I almost feel like, hey, man, he won a championship here. He's got the max contract. Why should I take this over? And I think this is the biggest strength and weakness in this particular player, that he has such an amount of empathy that even he could empathize with Jalen McDaniels not playing too many minutes and saying, hey, I'm on the court with Jalen McDaniels. He hasn't gone off. He hasn't scored a point in 3 games. Let me get him going. Not ever thinking to himself, no, this is my turn. I got to take the shot here. So selflessness is a really great thing for a leader to have. Empathy is a great thing for a leader to have. I think what hopefully Scottie will realize over time is that the most selfless thing he can do for this team is take over when it's needed and when it's required. And I've seen lots of that from him the last 2 years. And I think that the most selfish thing he could do is be passive. And I hope that at some point he will realize that.
Coach Darko had his friend pass away. He mentioned that one of the ATOs that you guys ran was something that he had learned. Do you know what play that was?
I didn't know what play was. We just went out there and ran it the first play and then learned after the game it was they got it from his buddy. It was a very emotional moment.
Do you remember which play that was?
First play. I think it was a double wave for me coming up, and then I got it was a slip up for Quickley. And I think that's the play. I don't know. I don't know if that was a play. I think that was a play.
Because I think the first ATO was Gradey had the assist to Dennis.
I don't think that was a play.
Okay, just wondering.
I don't know.
Yeah. There's a few in the game. Yeah. Okay.
Scottie, this was obviously a really emotional day. How did you channel those emotions onto a great performance on the court and a big win against an Eastern Conference rival?
I think for me, I think basketball, it relieves all that outside noise, that stress, whatever you're feeling in the outside world. Basketball helps me have that peace. Where it just has my mind be as free as possible, flowing and just being locked in and being happy, have fun. I think it's just like a natural instinct that happens when I'm out there on the floor. So I think me being out there on the court, it just relieves all that. I think when I'm off the floor, that's probably when I think about it more. It gets me more. But when I'm on the floor, it's like a reliever. Where I'm not thinking about anything and just focusing in on that moment and out there enjoying and having fun.
Scottie, before the game, you were introduced last in the starting lineup. Obviously, that's sort of a symbol of respect. What does it mean to sort of have that moment?
I don't know. I'm just ready for the game to start, to be honest.
Y'all want him to be individual? They want him to be individual so bad. They want him to be like, oh, I've been waiting for this. Because they're like that. They're like that. That's the fucking thing. When you are selfish, the ultimate goal in your life is to prove that the whole world is like you. He's not like you. He's not like you. He doesn't give a fuck about that shit. That's the most beautiful thing about this player, is that when Immaneul Quickley has it going, I promise you he will let him get 51. No disruption, no envy, no jealousy, even if he has 6. I'm going to pull that quote up by Nikola Jokic. It's so relevant.
have happened, obviously, transactions. Personally, how you been dealing with that? Just is it just like sort of open your eyes to like how the NBA is sort of like a business in a way?
It is a business, but you develop those relationships, those friendships. That goes beyond basketball. These guys, I'm always going to be talking to no matter what. FaceTiming no matter what. Just keep communicating, keep talking to them. Those guys are like family to me. So no matter what it is, I'm always going to be close with these guys.
What do you credit to tonight's performance in terms of just overall you guys playing really, really well and coming out the gate?
Well, we just came ready to play. Got some stops, focusing on those matchups. Went out, had great ball movement. I think it was really clicking for us. We made shots, getting to the rim, attacking. We was doing it all on the offensive end and defensive end.
Very happy with the way you guys responded on a very difficult day. What did you see in their emotional state?
I mean, for sure, a very complicated day. As I said before the game, I thought that guys in a film session, in the walkthrough, they were really logged in. And in the first half, we followed the game plan to the point. We did a really good job there defensively, which allowed us to have really good opportunities on offense. We had a really good 23 assists in the first half. That first half was really how we need to be playing on offense and defense. And once we play with that kind of mentality, I think it's very good for us.
Playing with basically 4 out all night opens up a lot of 3-point shots for you guys. Did you see more open shots tonight than normal, maybe?
Yeah, well, for sure. I think also having out there Gary with the starting unit, who was 8 for 9 tonight, that was great. But also just the factor of Jontay Porter, when he can stretch the floor, like it's just different. Like when he makes shots, that's great. But just like that gravity that people's gotta be aware of, that 3-point shooting opens up a lot. And that team is really, really good defensive team. And we were able to attack the paint and get extra passes and play team basketball.
Speaking of Jontay, he and Thad, I thought, did a really impressive job on Bam tonight. What did you think about that front court matchup?
I mean, when you go against Ben Adebayo, like he's one of the best bigs in the league. A lot of respect for that guy. But I thought that our guys did a really good job. Like, Ted is doing his best out there competing. He knows angles. He knows how to meet early and use his physicality without fouling, which is great. And the best thing, like during the whole game, he was talking and teaching Jontay what he needs to do, because of their lefty stroke. For those guys, I call Jontay his little son there, so they were both good tonight.
Without Pascal, there's obviously opportunity, a lot of shots, a lot of minutes, and I'm sure you have a lot of guys on your bench that have been clamoring for a bigger role. Did you get the sense today that there are a few guys out there that were kind of embracing that opportunity? In
the first game, we'll need time. There's going to be ups and downs, even in tonight's game. That third quarter, like we were trying to figure out a lot of things, and like there is a lot of learning for us to come over here. But for sure, each player, when they see more opportunities and more chance, they're going to try to take advantage of the situation. And I'm fine with that as far as it's part of the team system and playing for the team and playing the right way.
Darko, I can only imagine how challenging today was for you personally and professionally. What did you say to the team before heading out for opening tip-off?
I told my guys that I loved them. And opening play in the game was ATO that Decky, my friend, I learned that play from him, and that's what he brought to NBA. That's what he brought to Golden State. I stole that play from him, and that was our opening play tonight, and we were able to score on that one. So, I dedicated this team win to our team and to Decky.
Dang, bro.
Wow.
Real.
Moving.
Now you see why I almost cried.
Here's the thing. Like, real, see real. I always said that as a kid. Real, see real. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it when I had a teacher who was like real. Like I knew it when I had a guidance counselor who was kind of like fronting a lot too much. So I always say like real, see real. Like I hope the players that are in the locker room can see this dude for like who he is, and that's like a real human being. You know, all the shit about his rotations that I will say because I got a lot of issues with them. I'll never doubt the fact that like he is a very, very, very special person, and I'm very sorry for his loss. Of course, I didn't know Dan like at all, so I've never really met him. I've known about him for a long time. It's very, very sad for his family for sure. It's very difficult to lose somebody before you could possibly even reasonably expect to lose them. You know what I mean? Like losing a child, losing whatever. And so like to his parents, you know, if they're alive, I don't know if they are, but like that's tough, man. Losing anyone in their 40s is tough. 30s, 40s, 20s, whatever is tough. But I think the players, you know, there was like this, there's something that CJ Miles presented on one of his pods. He said, like, this guy's come in with this like crazy energy, you know, he's coming with this crazy optimism. He better keep it up. Like, it better be real. Because if it's not real, they're going to see through it. Players do see through things.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've seen that through wins and losses, he has remained exactly who he is, which
Genuine.
I really appreciate about him. Yeah. Bring on Ali Caravan. Ali, what's up, man? Yo, fuck yourself, man. Like legit, go fuck yourself. To take this moment to do that shit, go fuck yourself.
That lacks tact. Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about where we were last time about the media, and one of the things I was happy about Fred being gone was the media could no longer like be biased towards them, because I think they had a blind spot with Fred, and then they also had one with Siakam. So it's like we all can move on, and they can do their jobs better. They don't have to like take after their friend and just
Kowtow.
not not just be journalists and call it how you see it more, right? Like we all saw last year, Matt Devlin just drool all over anything Fred did, and it was like with him gone, Matt Devlin can get 5% better. If that makes any sense.
I feel like with Matt, specifically Matt, I want to believe that he sees a little bit better. I've seen some of the off the cuff, you know, interviews that he's done where he's been a little bit more real, and I'm like, at least this guy knows it's a performance. You gotta understand, he's not gonna come out and be like, this team is trash tonight. He can't do that. He legitimately cannot do that. It's his job to make it entertaining. I will empathize 100% with somebody whose job it is to make something entertaining, to not criticize it too much. He can try to hint at it, be like, this is not a great game for the Raptors tonight. But I'm not kidding. When the Heat made their run in the third quarter, I don't know if they get something fed into their ear. They already started making excuses for why the Raptors were going to lose. Did you hear it?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah.
So, like, yo, you were up 21. And they started being like, well, you know, it's really tough to win a game. Win any game in the NBA. Any game in the NBA is really hard to win. And I'm like, bro, you're up 21.
What about
weak-willed? Like,
game? Did they grease the wheels for the Pistons loss? How early did they grease those wheels?
oh my God. Yeah, it's a tough emotional day for the Raptors. You know, I mean, like,
Right.
yo, like someone mentioned the other day, they were just like, I was listening to the backlash against the Washington Wizards, and they're just like, man, the Raptors had an excuse. They had OG Anunoby out. They traded half their team. And I was just like, oh, Masai, you genius. Because Lord knows if OG Anunoby plays that game, they probably still lose that game. And now you really have no excuses, because the way OG was defending the last like 2-3 weeks he was here, and the way the Raptors were playing overall, like defensively, it was a very gutless performance. And it really just sucked to see like players underperform. Tonight, I watched players kind of exceed.
Over. Yep.
Like overperform.
Yep.
And I watched
I think
players
they wanted to
overperform.
win it for Darko.
I think so too.
I
Partially.
think that's part of it. You know, I think there's also a part of it that can, you know, kick in a bit of pride Whereas,
Sure.
you're looking around at the shows. Like, I'm
Yep.
hard
Yeah.
pressed to believe that, they don't watch ESPN, or they're not watching like what people are saying about this. Okay, it's time for the Raptors to bottom out and go into
Right.
the Nikola Topic and, Alex Sarr and all these, and these guys are like, these guys really think we're bum ass. They really think we're washed. Like, really think we're incapable of winning a game. Let me show it. And I think that, this is where I think like isolation scoring, creation, and all of these things become so overvalued and so overhyped. And the notion of a 20-point per game score, it just gets lost. And I don't mean to sound like a Disney movie, but I'm gonna quote Coach Carter on this one, right? Bring it way back to Samuel L. Jackson on this one.
Great movie.
Love that movie, right? Like, straight up, I'm
Yeah.
I'm an art house nerd, and I'm preaching to you like a total sappy, feel good sports film. Okay, his two leading scorers leave the gym because they don't want to buy into his offense, they don't want to buy into conditioning, and then they say to him, they're like, "Yo, coach, those were our two leading scorers." He's like, "I guess we'll have new leading scorers this year." I am Dirks, Mr. Cruz. What is your deepest fear, young man?
Curry before Curry.
Facts. I swear, Steph Curry watched that team, and he was like, "Yo, Mohamed Abdul-Rauf, Cruz, I got this." So what I'm saying is, that's the fact of basketball.
You're it.
That's the fact of basketball. Your offensive process is going to result in somebody scoring, somebody shooting, and you know what? Just because you're a primary creator versus a secondary creator, just because you're a movement shooter versus a self-creation kind of dribble ISO shooter, it doesn't mean shit to me. I understand that we measure everything in this world by rarity of skill sets, but you are not going to tell me that there's a world in heaven or in hell where Jalen Green is a more important player to a basketball team than Scottie Barnes.
Nope.
You know what I mean? So that's
No
kind of
way.
my point. And we over prioritize that one type, that one archetype, because that's what we've seen succeed as a floor raiser, right? I don't know. I think 10 wins is 10 wins.
It's interesting because, like, coming off your point, it's like we kind of sometimes some people are critical thinkers, right? So they try to evaluate based on like their own disposition of what they perceive as valuable. Other people will learn what value is based on what media says and what highlight packages show, and these guys doing the flashy jumping or the flashy dunking and scoring this many points, but it's so much more than that. And I think that going back to that, the press conference, like, you see how much this means. Like, this is Darko's life. This is somebody he's known since, like you said, like he said, 16. Like, right.
He said teenager. I know for a fact it was
you know
16. Yeah.
16, right.
Yeah.
And he's known him for a good majority of his professional career. Just all of these things matter. That first play was a tribute, and it started something. It sparked something. The team is ready. They're locked in. One thing I had to write it down. One of the things that I really loved about Scottie is we got a good revelation into who he is. They asked about Siakam. The first thing he mentions is he brought a joyful spirit. You could start anywhere. You could start with what he could do on the court. You could start with he showed up to work and he brought a joyful spirit. That showed you. Well, the first thing you list is going to indicate to me what you prioritize. And he seems like he's very big on the type of culture that is set, the energies that are around him. He's sensitive to it, and that toxic energy will not be tolerated, and it's not something he's trying to flow with. So when he starts off saying joyful spirit, that gives me hope that, like, okay, you need to be assertive and take over and understand that you have to be a bit more selfish at times for the sake of the team, and to be a good team player, you have to take that role on. That's not being selfish. It's actually for the betterment of the team. But you can't teach that level of empathy, that level of care, that level of prioritization of team spirit, of he brought joy because he likes to bring joy. He can value what he sees in himself and seeing it seeing that reflected in the mirror from other people. I really love that. Another thing he said, Pascal was open to it. What does that imply in a way? Who left immediately? Who Like in terms of the takeover and, it seems like Pascal took a step over. He said Pascal was open to it. That kind of means that maybe a Fred or whatever, what have you, was not so open to it. And like for me, he's speaking glowingly about a guy who he respects on a very deep level. Like I love like watching people speak, read between the lines without and just try to understand who they are and what they're revealing if you really dig deep. He showed us his priorities. He showed us what he cares about. He told us earnestly why he appreciated Pascal Siakam. This isn't about give me the keys, get out of the way. This is about he was gracious enough to give me the keys. That can't be easy, and I appreciate the joyful spirit he brought to the table. That to me is more important than someone who can tap dance with the media and say all the right things while doing different things behind the closed doors. And that's not throwing slights. I don't know how it is behind closed doors. But the fact that he said something very significant, to me what was significant was that he was open to it. That really speaks volumes about Pascal, the character, and it speaks volumes about what Scottie Barnes, our new leader, really prioritizes and values. But yeah.
Great points.
So you're saying bet on yourself, huh?
I'm saying bet on team spirit, brother.
I'm kidding.
I got you, brother. I know.
I'm kidding.
Being really facetious.
I was like, when you were building the profile of the player who is not what he's describing, I'm just like, it's like I had an etch-a-sketch in my mind, and I'm like, oh, there's a beard. Oh, there's some eyes. Oh, there's a nose. Oh, this looks like he's talking about Fred VanVleet, huh? Yeah. So here's the thing, like situation can sometimes corner an individual, right, into maybe becoming the worst of themselves and the best of themselves. I've always felt that like people have like there's a duality within all of us, and obviously the worst times in the world they're going to show us like the worst side of ourselves. Personally, I prefer not to put people in a position where they have to show me the worst side of themselves. That would be a really great position. I think you got the worst of Pascal once, he found out he wasn't getting a trade, whatever. So you saw some of the tendencies come out. You know what I didn't see come out? I didn't see him completely hijack the offense. I didn't see him completely go outside of himself. I didn't see him stop supporting his teammates. I did see him sell a lot on defense. I did see him sort of like check out mentally a little bit on the leadership role and stuff like that and kind of, preserve himself. But I wish that if I had to do, and not that I would, but if I had to do like a assessment of the character of the man, I respect Pascal Siakam a hell of a lot more than I respect Fred VanVleet.
Ditto.
Like there's no measure to the, and then I remember tweeting earlier, it was like Pascal Siakam, the player, like in terms of respect, 10 out of 10. His fan base, completely different question, completely different situation. So I wish that there was a world in which Pascal Siakam could be successful here, but I am actually very happy that there is another world in which he's going to be very successful somewhere else.
Correct.
And here's the thing. Once Vince Carter left Toronto, my ultimate hope was that Vince would win with somewhere else, that he would be successful and healthy and then have a beautiful career. I never rooted against Tracy McGrady once he left. I knew he had his reasons to leave. I've never rooted. There we go. Number one. I've never rooted against Kawhi. I've never rooted against Kyle. I consider myself a real Raptor fan in that sense that like I'm not saying once a Raptor, always a Raptor in this like blind faith, like I'm sitting here like rooting for Ed Davis. That's not quite the extreme level that I'm talking about. But I am saying that like I do value what you did for the team that I root for. And that means that Anthony Parker, current general manager for the Orlando Magic.
Love Anthony Parker.
Loved him, supported him, felt empathy for him when he was on those really terrible Cavs teams. Root for his sister endlessly because she's one of my favorite basketball players. Candace Parker, shout out. Awesome. Right? Really got me into watching WNBA for the first time since Lisa Leslie, watching his sister Candace Parker. What I'm saying is that I'm not trying to present like, oh, once you play for the Raptors, you're family for life. I'm not up front like that. Not family. I don't know these people. They're not family. They're fucking not family. But there is a sense of like, I really wish well for Pascal. I really do. As bad as I think his contract would have been for this team, as bad as I think sometimes his defensive presence is for this team, as much as I think it's time to move on, I believe that I have a lot more respect and good wishes for Pascal. I will never root against him. It's not like, I can imagine like if the Raptors were against the Pacers, I would want Scottie to kill him. Like I would want Scottie to go at him every possession and dust him. But if they won, I wouldn't be like, okay, now Celtics, I hope they really beat Siakam so that Siakam doesn't make the finals. That will never happen. My hope is that if the Raptors don't make the finals, I hope either OG or Pascal make the finals. I cannot extend that same goodwill to Fred, unfortunately.
Oh no, I was hate watching those Fred first couple games.
Yeah, Fred is a completely different situation. But like, I mean, with Kawhi or like, and I mean, look, man, as Raptor fans, maybe the realistic thing is to accept that we probably aren't going to win the title this year. But look at how many ex-Raptors might. Kawhi might, potentially, not likely, but potentially. I mean, okay. Let me paint an interesting picture that I think Tamberlyn is going to really appreciate. We're going to call this the will a Canadian star or an ex-Raptor win a championship? Like a relevant ex-Raptor. I'm not talking like, no offense, Delano Banton, but like a serious ex-Raptor. Shea for OKC.
Yeah.
Kawhi.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray. That's 3. One of those 3 teams is probably going to the finals, right? And then you got OG and Pascal on the East. You got Kyle with the Miami Heat. Potentially they can make another run.
Long shot.
Yo, we got a lot of dogs in the race. And I hope one of those teams wins it.
And Canadians on the Indiana team that Pascal's going to.
Yeah, but I already mentioned Pascal. I don't need to mention the Indiana Pacers players. But I'm not mentioning Kelly Olynyk and shit like that. I'm saying like super. I'm talking about the stars. I'm talking like the Jamal Murrays and the Shea Gilgeous-Alexanders and the RJ Barretts, soon to be, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like it's cool. It's a good thing to be able to root for another team and stuff. And I don't like to appreciate the zero-sum thinking. And I especially do not understand this concept of rooting against a player because they leave your team. That to me seems crazy.
Well, you can even see the impact. You can even see the impact of like, Pascal, what he's left behind here. Like Gradey, I'm sorry, Gradey. Well, shout out to Gradey Dick anyways, but Gary Trent Jr. was speaking glowingly about him, and he was speaking about his work ethic. He's always first there in the first person in the gym, win or loss. He's always there. This is pulling the curtain back. This removes the conjecture. You can hear the earnestness, how earnest he is, and speaking about, the example he was set, maybe not verbally, but like in terms
that
of his
was
work
his
ethic.
way of leading. Yeah,
Right.
that was his way to lead.
I loved hearing that, and I think it's important for people to not discredit like Gary's comments, because you might just hear everybody say it here and there, but we just had one of the pillars of a championship walk away, and what he left behind. It wasn't verbal, it was actions, speaking louder than his words. Yes, you want your leader to speak. I think that's a very integral part of leadership. So it's not the ideal full package, but you need that guy showing to be like, oh, he's here before me again. Oh, he's here before me again. He's still working on that move. Oh, that's the kind of stuff that where it rubs off. And I'm glad that that's what's left behind, as opposed to, because that's what the players remember. That's what the coach is thankful for. It's not what the court of public opinion wants to hold him guilty for all kinds of transgressions. And yes, I don't agree with the way that maybe his team might have handled the, talking about, oh, I'm not signing with anybody, etc., and deleveraging the team a bit. But I think 2 things can be true. I can disagree with how he handled the situation and still be appreciative of how he was when he was still here.
Yeah.
See, the irony is that Pascal and Fred were nurtured and under the leadership of Kyle and DeMar. And as far as how they handled it, I would give Pascal a passing grade. He picked up after DeMar because DeMar's way was to lead through actions and it's hard work. Pascal was very similar to that. Fred, on the other hand, failed miserably at even trying to walk in the shoes of Kyle Lowry.
Miserable, failed horribly. And I think that
he's done a better job in Houston.
Yeah, but I think guys like Gary
has no choice under Ime.
I think guys like Gary are more fond of
Stanford
Siakam. I think the players were more fond of Siakam.
Oh, big time.
Than Fred. Like I don't, man. Fred, he was rubbing people the wrong way.
We'll
And
see
then
soon
the
when he
media,
shows up in Toronto.
tours, the things he'd say in the media, it was like,
Yeah. People keep asking me for my thoughts on Christian Koloko. Scroll back like an hour and a half, bro. I was very shocked at first. Then we read Blake Murphy's tweet about potentially him staying with the Raptors. I understand it's a business. I hope that they'll stay with him. I know they're really high on him. There's no way in hell that they're going to waive this guy without like knowledge about his medicals that I clearly don't have. You know, because I'd heard as recently as last week that he was on schedule to come back at the end of this year. That being said, you know, yeah, so like every 10 minutes somebody comes in and be like, does Rob know about Koloko? I think everyone knows that I really love Christian Koloko. So yeah, yeah.
There's next month, pretty soon, February 9th, Fred VanVleet's return. Okay. And then we have
he's returning the day after the trade deadline.
And then on February 14th, the Pacers come to town. February 14th, the Pacers come to town. And then finally, it takes a little while, but March 27th, the Knicks return. So we're gonna have 3 big tributes. Yeah, the next 2 months. 2 of them are pretty close. Yeah.
So you're ending wow. You're starting We the North Part 2 against Kyle and DeMar in a back-to-back.
Right.
And then you start We the North 2.1.
I'm just glad
which I'm assuming because I'm assuming the Raptors are going to be buyers at the trade deadline. You heard it here first.
You need a POA. You know what's weird? I was like, yo, we couldn't get Aaron Nesmith. That's the one guy I wanted. That's the one guy I thought was realistic we can get.
Okay,
the only guy that plays defense on Indiana.
I'm like,
fair.
we couldn't even get him? My goodness.
I mean, okay, Tamberlyn, come on. Like, there's another guy who plays somewhat okay defense. Miles.
Yeah.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's all right.
That's the guy.
Yeah, but you're right. Aaron E. Smith is the guy.
They said you're getting nobody we value for next year.
Okay, so here's a refresh take on this, right? Like, I think that we have a very, very difficult time actualizing hypotheticals. Like, it's very difficult. I don't know what 3 picks is. Now, what's interesting is some people go skew the complete other way. They're like, 3 picks? They have a complete opposite reaction to it, which is like an over-exaggeration of what it's worth. I think other people have an under-exaggeration of what it's worth, which is they think that it's worthless. Need I remind you that the Knicks were dangling 2 picks and the Raptors negotiated to get Immaneul Quickley? You got 3 picks. So is there a team out there that you could send 2 picks to right now that could give you an Immaneul Quickley adjacent player? Yes. I'm thinking Utah as well. So what would it take to get
Did you see my note? That StatMuse posted it on Twitter. Scottie liked
that he liked the Lauri Markkinen thing?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Lauri would be great for Scottie.
Yeah.
He would be absolutely great for Scottie.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. This is the thing. The way I look at those 3 picks, right? If I'm putting my GM hat, if I'm putting my coach hat, I'm like, yo, give me a player I can throw out here. If I'm putting my coach hat, I mean my GM hat on, I'm like, okay, so if that's what's the going rate, and they were offering me 2 picks for OG, and
would you have made this trade in 2K?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, all day. I would have. I know what those first round.
What would
picks
you have pushed? What would you have pushed for? Like, if you could have pushed for one variable, and by one variable I mean like a 10% adjustment to a particular asset. Like, for instance, like, I'm not saying like you could have converted, you know, a three picks for Jarris Walker or some crazy shit like that. I'm saying, like, if you could take 1 pick off the table, would you have taken Aaron Nesmith
100%
over Jordan Nwora?
Nembhard?
Or like,
What about
okay, let's say
Nembhard?
like that's the question. So like, okay, so how many first round picks does Andrew Nembhard worth to you?
Not one.
Not one?
One. I would
Just
give
one.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 tops. Like, I'm deciding.
The Detroit second.
The one that's the worst pick of all
Detroit
those other
second's pretty
teams.
good.
So here's the thing. I think the Raptors, look, man, like at some point, I promise you we'll bring on a person who understands the draft, specifically this draft, a lot better than I do because I haven't studied it too much. But I started studying it the other day because I started thinking about like what we might be able to get, right? Dr. Dredd saying breaking news again, or are you just catching up to the Siakam trade?
We're not drafting 3 players, by the way, in the first round.
I don't. Well, second round, but like, sorry, like first round plus second round. No, I get what you're saying, and that would be highly, highly dubious. The last time I could think the Raptors like using like a whole bunch of picks, and bringing in all those players. Oh, here's a bit of a trivia. Can you name the year that I'm talking about?
It would
where
be
the Raptors used 4 picks between the first round and second round, and actually brought all 4 players to the presser, but only brought. I hear the typing.
Someone's cheating. Typing
Someone
it up
is
on Google.
immediately cheating.
I'm stumped. So I'm.
That's my mechanical keyboard going to work. It always sounds like you're angry.
Coach Mo be like this. That's what Coach Mo be like. 4 picks. Hold on, let me think about
Is
this.
this the JV Ross?
Two first round, 2 second round. And the only clue I will give you is that
I think it's a JV Ross. It was the double year. We had 2. And JV never came over that year. JV and Dick were in the same year.
Jonas Valanciunas and Terrence Ross were not picked in the same year. No.
No.
Nope. Oh man. There you go. John Wheaton.
There it is.
Clap, 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 clap. You got it.
Joey Graham.
Jonas Valanciunas. Sorry, Charlie Villanueva, number 7. Joey Grant. Big surprise, by the way, to everybody. Big surprise. Like, I can't believe. Okay. Number 16, Joey Graham. I believe.
It's so much.
It was 16.
Yeah.
Hold on. 16, Joey Graham. Hold on. I want to test this out. I want to make sure that I'm right here on this because I used to consider myself a bit of a draft encyclopedia. So number 16 is Joey Graham. Unfortunately, number 17 was Danny Granger. Okay, we're going to forget about that. 41, Roko Leniukic. Shout outs, Roko. And number 58, Uros Slokar. Am I correct? I got to check now.
Looks like
No, you are correct. You are correct. You are correct.
You checked? Dope. Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
That's
but
impressive.
in terms of the Indiana, there were a host of players that I liked. If I were to drop a first, who would I take? Now I don't know if it's realistic, but I'd take Isaiah Jackson. I'd take Jalen Smith. I'd take
As opposed to what though?
I wouldn't take. I wouldn't drop a first for Jalen Smith.
If we
dropped 1 first round pick.
You said if we dropped a first, who would you have considered, right? And negotiated or changed whatever, changed an aspect.
So you would have adjusted.
Jackson,
okay, yeah, that's fair.
Isaiah Jackson. I would have. I like him a lot, but that's okay. It's okay to disagree. I would have taken obviously Jarris Walker, which that's not realistic. So
that wasn't realistic.
Yeah, we can skip.
Okay,
that.
here's a question
But
for
like,
you.
I
Here's
would've
the
definitely
would you have
go
taken? Okay, let's say I'm Indiana and you're Toronto right now, and you really want Jarris Walker, and I'm like, okay, are you willing to drop all 3 first round picks if I give you Jarris Walker?
I'm still getting Bruce Brown.
Yeah, you get Bruce Brown and Jarris Walker, but you don't get shit else.
Well,
that wouldn't work.
The money wouldn't work.
But sure.
The money wouldn't work.
What? Yeah,
the money wouldn't work. It would be $5 million short. Trust me, I tried that. It's no.
I dropped 2, but I don't know about the third. Maybe.
It would have Jalen Smith. The $5 million from Jalen Smith or anybody higher than that would have had to be incorporated for that trade to happen. It was not going to work 2 for 1 like that.
But you can include Jordan Nwora as well.
We would have been like $2 million short.
You think they would have
even with their $8 million
trade exception?
Yes, yes, with it.
Well, then how do we make the deal work without it? We didn't get Jarris Walker
because they brought the guy from New Orleans.
Kira Lewis makes 5.
Jarris Walker makes 6.
Yeah, he makes 6, but I'm saying with Nwora, who also makes the 3,
and Bruce Brown.
So that's why I'm saying there's $2 million that would have not been there from this deal, and I think we just hit the line with this deal.
Let's assume I found a way to make it work.
Okay.
I would have to counter by saying it would be Jarris Walker, Bruce Brown, and of the 3 picks, the worst of the 3, just one.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get at. You value Jarris Walker as 2 first-round picks, basically 2 kind of semi-okay first-round picks, equivalent
20s,
to a number 8 pick for you,
Going into the Darko, Jama, Scottie Barnes led offense development system. Yeah, I think he can thrive. I mean,
those
Gary
picks were in the 20s, right? So like they're going to be probably conveying, or in the maybe late teens, at the best case scenario, but probably going to be more so 20s. If I was in a draft and I was talking to them and I'd be like, oh, you're going to give me the 8th pick for 22 and 25, I'd consider it. I'd sit there and be like, okay, let's think about. That's where my arithmetic comes in. So I would,
right?
But
because Jarris was
shout it out if you know it. Any one of you, what pick was Immaneul Quickley?
Ooh.
He was in the 20s.
16?
Correct. Nope.
was it?
Tamberlyn off.
2020.
2020. What pick?
20.
I know the answers to these questions. I'm asking you as a quiz. This is a pop quiz.
When did Raptors
22.
When
He was
did Raptors
25th.
pick that year?
Okay. I knew he was in the 20s in 2020.
He was 20. Why are people saying 23rd, 24th? I believe he was 25th. If I'm wrong, correct me, someone credible, but I believe he was 25th.
But Jarris Walker was the 7th pick in a much better draft. So it's like, what's the 7th pick?
He was the 8th pick.
Okay, so the 8th pick in the 2023 draft. What's that worth in the 2024 draft?
Don't know yet. I'm trying to. What I'm trying to
They're
establish.
saying this draft is weak, but you don't really know until you get closer to the draft because there's a lot of really good Europeans.
Okay, let me just try this on for size. I promise I will not bring up the extreme examples in this. So Immaneul Quickley is a very good player. He was picked 25th. Okay, what pick was Tyrese Maxey?
Like one before him.
Nope.
No.
Wasn't he like 12 or 15 or somewhere?
Nope.
around there?
He was in the 20s.
Farther?
Nope.
He was in the 20s.
Tyrese Maxey, not Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, Maxey.
Tyrese Halliburton was 12th.
Yeah.
Chat, let them know. If they don't know, let them know.
He was in the 20s too.
There's lots of value that does fall if that's your overall
and
point.
2020 wasn't that.
I would like to make the point of like through volume, not through point.
21.
Okay. Walker Kessler.
Oh yeah. Well, we know that. We should know that one from the Koloko and the Thad trade.
Right.
We burned that one from our memory banks so we can sleep at night.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the Toronto Raptors have 3 picks. 3 picks.
They need a big
John Wheaton, you are very, very impressive. If you're not Googling this shit, congratulations.
He's Googling. He just doesn't have a mechanical keyboard.
You know what? I'm gonna go on a weird intuition and say I don't think John Wheaton is Googling. I feel like John Wheaton is actually another basketball encyclopedia. So what I'm trying to say is that there is value throughout the draft. If you know, now here's a beautiful one. OG Anunoby. What pick was he?
Oh, after
23?
OKC, 21, no?
Nope. Tamberlyn.
20,
Mo already said it.
23.
23.
He was 23rd. Siakam.
Oh, okay.
In the 2017 draft.
27. I know that.
DeLon Wright.
Ooh.
Oh, DeLon Wright was in the teens, wasn't he?
Nope.
Oh yeah, he was in the 22. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't.
The Raptors have had kind of success drafting 20th,
And
23rd,
And
27th.
this draft, actually, the thing about this draft is it's not
It's flat.
considered to be strong, but the middle part of the draft is where they say you can get a lot of role players. That's where the value is.
Facts. And that's what I was noticing. I was looking at
we have glaring needs. Point of attack defense. We need defenders. We need bigs.
What I would say is
Abu Bakar. Fuck you. No, you don't get to mention this.
Right.
That didn't happen. It didn't count. Okay.
What I counter to your
live
point
in.
there, Rob.
I live in hypothetical reality in which Tampa and that shit doesn't happen, and we drafted Desmond Bane, and we won a championship. So yeah, second championship happened. Never happened. Malachi Flynn never happened to this fan base. Okay, just.
I mean,
So
do you
the-
guys? Go
So
ahead, Jen.
here's a hypothetical, Rob. Basically, the with Pascal's trade,
Mhm.
that's been established what a player of his value is worth. Okay.
Mhm.
Hypothetically. So Danny Ainge, Trader Danny, is someone
Mhm.
who likes to take advantage of all the other GMs and isn't easy to deal with, but
Really
has
agree.
said that no one is off the table in Utah. No one. He came out and said it. So,
He came out and said it.
or one of the reporters reported, it might have been Mark Stein that reported on it, saying that he said no one, that Lauri Markkanen's not untouchable. So if Lauri Markkanen's not untouchable and
I
Pascal
heard a different
Siakam just
report.
got 3 trades, three picks,
Mhm.
then hypothetically, why can't Masai go to Danny and say, okay, so 3 picks
Mhm.
and maybe even give him the second,
What's
the
the
New
end
York.
goal? What is the okay? So here's the question. I think from the CBA perspective, because
What's the end
Laurie
goal
is
for
so
Utah?
underpaid, right?
Yeah,
Laurie
yeah.
is super underpaid.
Yes.
He's a pretty
Yeah.
young player, makes $17 million a year. He is going to be eligible for a crazy extension on that. And that's not going to be extendable because there's limits on how much you can actually offer him, if I'm not mistaken.
OG dilemma.
The OG dilemma, the DeJounte Murray dilemma, exactly, right? So you go that route and you're going to probably hit unrestricted free agency. Again, that being said, maybe not necessarily suffering through the exact same trepidations and fears that you have with typical North American prospects, whereas he comes from Finland. If you put him in a winning situation, why wouldn't he want to stay? Maybe you roll the dice on that.
He
But
fits
maybe
our offense.
maybe Utah is looking at that as well. S. Antonio
Yeah.
saying Laurie is not the answer. My
Who's-
question is, what's your question? If he's not the answer, what's your question?
Who are you referring to in your tweet when you said that there's a perfect player out there to
Laurie.
pair with Scotty? Laurie?
Laurie.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I knew you and I were in symmetry on that.
Yeah, like
I would
Laurie,
love Laurie, but
a
how?
pick
Like,
and-
what are we giving for
Every pick we
3
got in the
picks we
trade.
just got.
Well, here's the thing: if you waive the
Gradey Dick,
protection,
and
if you
Gradey
waive
Dick.
the protection on the San Antonio pick, which I don't suggest you do, because there's a very good chance that you end up in the lottery.
Wouldn't they have to agree to that?
I don't know the rules on that.
Because if they have to agree with that, why would they agree to that? I'm holding you in
Because
limbo as long as I possibly can, because I can there's a chance I can get next year's pick off you.
I think the Raptors would be negotiating from the position of they're like 13th or 14th or 12th or whatever. Like they wouldn't. I don't think they would even dream of waiving the protection if they were sitting 6th. Like they would have to have like, I don't know. Like look, right now we're 9 games under 500. If they're 5 games under 500, I'm assuming that like either Brooklyn, Chicago, one of those teams is crossed under us. We're probably 9th. So at that point, I feel like, look, the top 6 protection only protects you in the event of a lottery rise, right? As I mentioned in my last live, like Scottie Barnes, the year we
Yeah.
got Scottie Barnes,
We were
like
7th.
we jumped.
we were
projected.
7th. We jumped,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How many teams have jumped from 9th to 1st? It's happened.
It's happened
Yeah.
quite a lot, actually. New Orleans
Yeah,
was projected
that's
to
the
be
weirdest
4th. They got
thing.
first.
Exactly. Like how far
Especially
did
with the 7th, 8th, and 9th picks.
yeah, like how far did the Bulls run? I think they went from 11th to 1st, right? They was 11th to 1st, 12th to 1st, or 9th to 1st. They jumped very high to get Derrick Rose. So what I'm saying is that number one, finishing bottom 6 does not assure that you will keep the pick because there's a pretty good chance that someone is going to jump you. It's very risky indeed because now you end up surrendering the worst possible pick you could, which is the 7th pick,
And we
which
can't
kind of
improve our
sucks.
odds because those teams that are lower than us, we can't catch.
Yeah. Bert saying Laurie costs us Scotty. No. No.
Please.
I'm gonna say no. on
No,
that.
no, 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 no. These are very different types of players, and I believe any general manager in the world that would prefer one over the other would be shot on the job,
Yeah. Yeah.
or at least should be. Did I go too far with that? Like shot? Oh my
Was
god.
Bert drinking with you?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's funny because there was this caller the other day. We did a trade show for Siakam. I regret to say that there will be no more trade shows for Siakam.
Those
I
were
have
fun.
to retire them. They were so hilarious.
I enjoyed the Detroit one. I really did.
I promise you, everyone I fleeced, I got more than 3 first-round picks in Bruce Brown. Though I want to be clear on that. I got real fucking value, bro.
All in the 20s. We're the first all in the 20s too.
Yeah. What?
We're the first all in the 20s. We're like 1/8. Like what's Indiana's projected right now? Like 18th, and the rest are in the 20s.
Well, that's the thing, though, right? Like, if you are you can never say where a prospect is going, right? You can't say definitively that guy's going to be a second-round pick because you don't know March Madness, he pops off, or injury happens, big explosive streak happens, growth spurts happen. There's so many things that can happen. What you can do is try to project a range. Now, need I remind you that going into the 2003 draft, like Dwayne Wade, like I spoke to a pretty credible person at the time, and they said this is 2003. Okay, so it's like doing like very, very like sleuthy type of blog reporting.
Filling off a torn
you know?
ACL.
Yeah, and they were just like he could be 20th. That was the floor on Dwayne Wade. It's like he could go as high as 5 and as low as 22. That was the exact, I believe, word. And I'll never forget it because he literally went 5th.
Yeah.
But exactly. But here's the crazy part. The Miami Heat really wanted Chris Bosh. They legit wanted him so bad. And there was
gotten Wade. Imagine if we had gotten Wade. Oh my
We
God.
would never have drafted him. We had Carter.
Now, everyone remembers.
never.
Everyone remembers the Detroit Pistons making a very disastrous mistake in that draft, drafting a Darko Milicic. But do you know? And I would love to have somebody on who can confirm this one day, so that it can become more than just something that I heard from someone that I think would know at the time, and years later repeated many times, and in the rumor mill or whatever. But I'm wondering if Tamberlyn, you've ever heard this. Do you know that there was a prospect that the Raptors kind of were looking at and thought of maybe even higher than Chris Bosh, but somehow reluctantly he pulled out of the draft?
Oh, you named that guy before. I remember.
Oh, I remember the story.
He was very large.
Okay, it can't be the guy KG punched. That would have been too long ago.
No, Rick Rickert was a little bit before that, and a completely different draft range. He ended up being a Dallas Maverick. Okay. Dude who's human computer basketball encyclopedia, tell me who I'm talking about. I'm very curious if you know this. John Wheaton.
Yeah, there he is.
John Wheaton, get to it. Summer Low, Greg Oden, nope.
No, Portland, no.
Dirk, whoa, you're years off, bro.
No,
Yeah.
he's in the 90s.
Dirk was drafted, I believe,
I'm trying to think of the big.
99.
Who did Haywood get drafted by? Is it Cleveland?
Your nope.
Who did Haywood go to? Was it Haywood? No, he was
Brendan
Washington, right?
Brendan Hayward was drafted in the year 2000 or 2001 to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Peja Stojakovic was drafted in 1996.
Yeah,
he's not big. Like you're talking a center, right?
I'm talking a huge center.
John Wheaton, what he
And he
said,
played for
this
Dallas.
situation.
He did eventually get traded. He got drafted by Dallas the next year. Bradley, nope.
No.
Sean Bradley was a high lottery pick, and he was drafted way before. His name begins with P. This is like an interesting, like weird trivia. Huge like Yao? Yes, huge like Yao. Rafe LaFrance, also another 90s.
What year?
He's
what year, Rob?
I believe he was drafted in 2004.
Yeah,
2004 or 2005.
He pulled out of the 2003, and he was drafted in 2004, I think is what Rob said.
Might have been drafted in 2005.
Okay.
2004. He was drafted in 2004. I'm positive. John Wheaton, you definitely Googled this one. Your response.
Greek. He's Greek.
Nope, he's Russian. His name is Pavel Podkolzin, a name that haunts my nightmares because he is a 7'5"
I would never have
Russian
got
player
that. I would
who is, by the
never
way,
have gotten
3 years. Yeah, he's 3 years. No, John Wheaton, you swear you didn't? For real? How did you know that?
This guy's capping.
How did you know that,
I
bro?
would never
Like
have
you
gotten
need
that.
you
and
need
I
to
do this
call
for a
in.
living.
You need to
Call
call
in, pronounce his name properly.
Yeah, like Carbon Cheng, like cool. Like you misspelt it, which is a very good sign that you probably didn't Google it. Yeah, Pavel Podkolzin, like he's a Russian former player. Glenn Grunwald. I remember back then the Glenn Grunwald really liked this guy, and the Raptors really needed a center. So yeah.
Oh my God, can you imagine? That would have been worse than Bargnani.
It would have been significantly worse than Bargnani because he had
Oh,
all sorts of issues.
Who was the guy that we drafted that turned out to be the other center?
Rafael Araujo. Rafael Araujo.
Yeah.
That's
It
Rafael.
would have been worse than Rafa.
It's Hoffa.
We don't need it. We don't need to say it
y'all
properly.
got your Brazilian messed up. It's Hoffa.
Anglicized,
He was
man.
bad enough. You don't need to fuck up his name too.
You gotta
Fucked up his game.
You need 10 career
Okay.
points before I can get
Here's interesting trivia. I just feel like flexing Raptors trivia now that I'm a little bit tipsy. How old was Rafael Araujo at the age of being drafted? I'm just gonna go around and just get like an answer. Michael, how old?
I'm gonna guess he was 23.
Mo?
I'm going 21.
Tamberlyn?
He had a grown man body. He was thick.
Tamberlyn, you Googled that.
How old was he?
You definitely Googled that. You didn't Google
I've
that?
got nothing right. Give me one right. I finally got one right.
What was the age?
He's 24. He was 24.
24.
Bro,
24. I was
24 on a lottery pick?
Damn.
You know what? 24 makes sense. That dude looked like he'd been drinking beers for at least 10 years.
Yeah, but that was also
He had-
an era when
Bro, he had a family,
experience.
and the story
Good night.
behind
Good night, family.
him. So I don't know how many Raptor fans here are like 16, 17, 18 years old, and like maybe, you know, my girlfriend was like, you need to make timeless Raptor videos because you're like such a like. I have so many stories about the Raptors because like through the years of like I've done events and like you get close to a player, you get to hear their stories, close to an agent, trainer, whatever, and you hear so much stuff, and you're like, oh, I don't have a platform to talk about this stuff. And what's really cool was, well, not cool, it was depressing as fuck, was that Rob Babcock often gets credited for the Rafael Araujo pick. He did not actually make the Rafael Araujo pick. It was not really his choice to make the Rafael Araujo pick. Do you know whose choice it was?
8th for a 24-year-old is crazy. A Brazilian 24-year-old for the 8th pick today for a center, bro. A senior at BYU, bro, you're fired.
Mm-hmm.
In 2024, man, times have changed.
I
Who
mean,
was
not
in the
really.
Drafts at that time. I'm trying to think.
Abu was saying Jim Kelly. Nope.
No.
Brian Colangelo.
Nope.
Ryan Colangelo.
the
We don't
coach?
even remember his name.
Was it the
He
coach?
passed
Rob?
away. No, he passed away in 2017.
Lenny Wilkins?
Nope.
No.
It was not a coach.
Oh.
He was, however, one of the most esteemed basketball minds in the world, and he decided to choose, or very, very strongly pushed for, Rafael Araujo. Yep.
Was he scout on the team, or was he hire?
Okay, John Wheaton, you finally got stumped. Thank God. Okay, good.
This
All
guy
right.
had his own agenda going on, man.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Tipsy Rob is vibing with John Wheaton.
Close enough. Spelling was a little bit off. Wayne Embry came after. Wayne Embry came with Colangelo.
I was going to say, did Wayne replace the guy?
No. So basically, there was an interim almost tag open for Jack McCloskey. He was the general manager of the Pistons. Yes. Okay. I you all know when I say Pistons, he assembled the Bad Boy Pistons. Okay.
Joe Dumars.
Oh,
No,
that's
no,
how
no,
Joe Dumars
no,
played on
no,
the Bad Boy Pistons.
No,
sorry.
Jack McCluskey assembled the Bad Boy Pistons,
Yeah.
which
Yeah,
is the Mahorns, the Isaiah Thomas, the Joe Dumars. Ironically, Joe Dumars would later go on to resurrect Bad Boy version 2.0. Now, here's a funny fact. Wayne Embry is known for assembling a team that is very important. What team did he assemble? We're just playing NBA trivia just for the fun of it. I'm sorry. I sprung this on you guys. This is
Was it Milwaukee?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Because
Who was this? Who was the superstar?
He had two. He had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar before he was named Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and he had what's the triple-double guy? That Russell Westbrook passed. The Big O, Oscar Robertson. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
See, you know some stuff, Rob.
Hey, man. You know some stuff. It's good. It's good. I mean, I think like there's such a deep appreciation for the game of basketball. Like there's such a. Any of y'all heard of Earl Manigault?
Yeah.
You've heard of Earl, yeah?
Yeah. Earl the Pearl.
Yep. Earl the Pearl, City Legend, Len Bias. There's so many players, man.
Len Bias Len Bias is tragic. That story is tragic.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember, Rob? Do you remember the video game NBA Street Volume 2? One of the greatest basketball games ever made.
I still have it.
Oh, that game was, first of all, the music, everything. Probably the greatest basketball game ever made. But I remember being a kid playing that game, and I was like in middle school, and all the throwback players. Oh, you could, from that game, man, you can name almost all NBA legends and what team they were on.
Mm-hmm.
Even 2K, when they brought throwback teams, I forget which 2K did it, but they brought a bunch of throwback teams. So a lot of people know the main star or the main two stars, but there was always like ancillary players, and it's like you get to learn those players, and you'd be like, wait, who's this guy? And he's like 89, right?
Mm-hmm.
On like the Bucks, and it was like I thought the Bucks were two guys, but it's like no, there's more than two guys.
Yeah, it's interesting how much like ratings in video games came to shape my perspective on players, right?
That I never watched.
Yeah, but what's interesting is, so like I played basketball before I watched basketball very seriously. And in 1999, I wasn't like watching super much that year or 2 years. I think stretched, like I don't know what happened. Like maybe I was focused on school or just focused on playing basketball or something. And I remember picking up NBA 2K or 2K1 the next year. There's like a period where I didn't watch basketball very seriously for like a year. And I remember scoring like 60 points with Peja Stojakovic. And he was like rated 67 or 66 in the game. And I just kept shooting with this guy. I fucked over my friend once by scoring a triple. I had a triple double with Eddie Robinson. Okay. But here's the funny part. I couldn't get the rebounds, so I got the turnovers instead. My friend was so cheesed. He's like, why does motherfucker keep walking out of bounds?
Does that count? Does that count?
It technically counts, yes.
Has anybody in the NBA that you can remember call someone saying he had a triple-double watch and turnovers?
Mo doesn't want to live in a world where this is true.
Pardon?
Yeah.
But did they say he had a triple-double though?
Yeah,
but he did it more than once, and Westbrook did it too.
But did that count towards his career triple-double count?
No.
No, but if you're betting over, a friendly game of 2K, in which there may or may not be a little friendly wager of $10, it does count. So let that be known. Enough. Just walk out of bounds. Yeah.
I've never played 2K.
Never. You're missing out, Tamberlyn.
Never.
The ratings are the funnest thing. It's so fun to be like, wait, this guy's that? That's what I do. I don't even play the game anymore. I just watch my brother play, and I'm like, could you go check what Scottie Barnes is rated? And they'll say this. What's Evan Mobley? Just out of my curiosity, what's he rated? Like, that's the fun stuff.
That's
you're like,
interesting.
yeah.
I mean, like, so here's the thing. Like, I play 2K almost exclusively for the my GM mode, so I can make the trades, build the dynasty. Trade McGrady, right? Yeah, I think Trade McGrady. I might give you a run for
What's
your
his
money
name? McLeod?
because I don't know if you know. I don't know, but if you know, but RJ McLeod, man. But that dude,
Yeah, there's the
that dude,
goal.
that I built the goat. Yeah. So my point is that I would love. So I my girlfriend got me a PS5. Y'all won't believe this. I haven't opened it yet. It's been there since Christmas, under the tree. It's been sitting there. And the other day we were going
You're
over
doing
finance. Pardon?
because you're doing so many lives, you haven't had time.
Yeah.
No, it's because I have this really, really crazy idea that I haven't earned it yet. This is childhood trauma for a nutshell.
Reward system. I see
Yeah,
it.
so I'm just like I haven't done everything I need to do for Pendants yet. I have to change the channel art. So until I clear my thing, I'm not gonna do it. And I also don't have a lot of time to play video games right now because I'm doing these lives and shit.
That's
And I'm like, I don't know how
dedication,
long
Rob.
it is. Straight up dedication. I think I spent 14 hours of like a 30-hour stretch doing lives. I'm basically sleeping and then waking up and doing lives. And this is like a Truman Show, basically.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that what I found really interesting is that I looked it up the other day. There is apparently a feature. I'm again technologically very impaired person. There's a feature where you can stream directly from PS5 to YouTube, which is very cool. So I would love at some point to be able to link this channel and to be able to take y'all through like a 5-year rebuild of this current core. I think that would be really, really cool.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I like that.
So I want to see like how realistic I can make the drafts so that I can get like a real thing. So you can see the whole vision for how I hope this thing turns out.
But I don't know what the CPU trade is, but you're not going to be trading with callers basically conceding to every demand.
Yeah. Haim Dirk saying not only lives where Rob literally goes on Raptor Spaces right after. This is true. I like the second I finish this, I go and I walk my dog and I'm on Spaces listening to people lose their minds. I don't think I've ever been this obsessed with the Raptors my whole life. Like I've loved the Raptors. Like I've watched a lot of Raptor games in my life, but I don't think I've ever been like this. Oh my God. Like I need to know everything and I need to know every opinion. It's been very fascinating.
I went to walk my dogs and I got an alert. It's like Pensari Basketball is listening live on Spaces like 5 minutes after you finished your live. And I'm like, this guy, only Rob.
Sometimes I get alerts.
I'm always up when you do them, but whereas you are gifting yourself the PS5 when you've done your stuff, I kind of do my work and I listen and I gift myself to come on when I have time because otherwise I would never get any work done.
No, we're going to go to bed tonight. We're all going to wake up in the morning.
There's going to be another live.
There's going to be another live that we missed.
Masai is doing his press conference tomorrow.
Yes, he is. So I need to sleep so that I can live that. Look, it's like I value the concept of lives. Like prior to this, I had watched only 2 YouTubers do a live and I hated it. I'm not going to name which YouTubers, but I didn't like the concept of it. It felt very scary, I think, for me. Like, what if you screw up? What if you say something wrong? What if, you get something wrong? And I think like the concept of being able to edit, because I know how long it takes me to do one of those edited videos, like the Otto video. I had to chop down 42 minutes down to 10 minutes because of all my stammering and ums and ahs and all that stuff. So I was just like, oh my God, the pressure. What if you say, hi guys, and then you just freeze? What happens? Do you get to cut the live? Are they going to be like, did he die on air? Like what happened? You know what I mean? Like it's a very scary thing to go on live and to be able to do that, especially for someone who's very camera shy. So yeah, I mean, it scared the living shit out of me.
You're like Darko. You're genuine. That's why it works. You're knowledgeable and you're genuine.
My girlfriend said that too. She's like, you're pretty much the same. She's like, if I want to know like how your day is going, I sometimes like if I can't talk to you, if I'm at work or whatever, I'll just watch your lives and I'll know how your day is going because you would never lie. So I'm like, that's really cool, man. So yeah, so
sweet.
I love that.
You should bring her on sometime.
She almost came on last night because she was so pissed off that I was being so loud because I was playing this like little Precious Achua clip. She banged the door so loud. She was like, smash.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
was just like, "Oh, motherfucker, you better calm down." Like, my
I hear
bad.
that guy's in the doghouse. I hear he's in the
You were the
doghouse.
first person I thought of today when the trade became legit. I was like, Rob must be dancing.
I promise you, I did not dance though.
Oh,
But I tell you, I had a I want to say like who can I compare this moment to? Like it's like you remember Will Smith in Pursuit of
Mhm.
Happiness?
Yeah.
You remember the last scene of Pursuit of Happiness? The second to last scene, like when he gets the job and he comes down and he's towering over all these little white actors that are supposed to be around him, right? And he's just walking and he just like he bursts and he's just like, yes. Like, I wish I could play that scene for you without getting demonetized. If you haven't watched Pursuit of Happiness, another
Yeah.
somewhat cheesy but incredible movie, I would suggest you go watch, based on a true
Moving.
story.
Very moving.
Also, by the way, fun Pursuit of Happiness, Will Smith trivia at almost 1 a.m. The final scene of Pursuit of Happiness, where he walks past the character that his whole story is based on. Did you know this?
Yeah.
You knew
I
this?
love Easter eggs like that. That's amazing.
It's very cool, and he looks back at him too. So what I'm saying is, like, that moment, like, where, and the narration is this moment right here. This is happiness. That's how I felt, because to me, this Pascal Siakam thing should have happened a long time ago. To a Pascal Siakam fan, what I say to you is, you should be very happy too right now. If you're a super Siakam diehard and you hate watching this right now,
You're a Pacer fan now. Just buy your Pacer gear. Go to Indiana.
And he's gonna eat in Indiana.
number one, he's going to eat. Number two, this is the only chance, in my opinion, that he had to make All NBA. He might just make it now.
Yeah,
he ain't gonna make it.
You think so? But if they run the table, if they go like 30 and 10, and he averages like 30, 10, and 6, and he could. He's good enough too, by the way.
I think his assists are going to drop.
Pardon? You think his
I think
assists are going to drop?
Yeah, but I think his rebounds will come up because now he's going to dedicate himself to playing defense because he wants to make an impression. So he'll be rebounding and doing more.
He ain't getting 5 years.
Defense.
He's not getting 5 years.
Yeah.
I don't know. Indiana's got money to spend. Like they've got the room.
All right. Oh, by the way,
We'll see. I don't know.
I wanted to mention the Knicks game, right? OG played 43 minutes in a regulation game. He played 43 minutes. Okay.
You said Luol Deng played 43 minutes.
OG.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly.
43 minutes.
Exactly.
Mo, you missed the joke.
Exactly.
You missed the joke.
Oh yeah.
You totally missed the joke.
No, I know. Tibbs and Luol.
Tibbs throwed Luol Deng into the ground, man. That kid.
Yeah. Hartenstein, 41 minutes. 41.
Which means Precious is already in the doghouse.
Precious Achua 6, and I'm assuming most of those are in garbage time because it was a blowout. I'm assuming all of them were in garbage time. He does not believe in Precious. He will ride Hartenstein until it's bone on bone before he gives Precious.
You can't afford for Hartenstein to get injured because Mitchell's already out. So
Hartenstein is a backup, and he's playing 41 minutes.
I'm gonna do two things. This is gonna be we're gonna call this a media break. Okay. So number one, I'm gonna play you a Knicks fan's reaction to Precious Achua. I played it yesterday, but only in our 4 a.m. live that I did with Sahil, which I'm assuming a lot of people didn't watch. So I believe this is
dying to see this.
Yeah,
this is the funniest.
Does he finish with Bing Bong?
12:50 is prime time.
Josh Hart, I don't know why Quentin Grimes can't get more than 14 minutes. Also, dear God, please put Jericho Sims out there. Go get Carlo Quinn. Call Norvell Pell. At this point, call Nerlens Noel. Call anybody, bro. Call anybody. I don't want to watch Preston Achua play basketball anymore. He's ass. Crush ass Achua. He's terrible. Like, really, 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 really bad. Not like, oh, he doesn't have a post-game bad. Not, oh, he's not the greatest defender bad. He's, oh, he won't catch the ball at the basket bad. He's, oh, when you dump it off to him, it's still useless. He's going to throw it straight up in the air into the basket bad. He's, oh, when he gets a steal, he's going to throw it over his head from half court on the floor bad. He's awful. He's really, really bad. I'm tired of watching him play basketball. Please play Jericho Sims. Somebody had mentioned, like, oh, Jericho's not good. I don't care. I've seen Jericho play. A rookie Jericho is better than this. Jericho is being done a disservice. He deserves better. Put him on the court. You can't have him getting DLPs for Precious Achiuwa. No way. Not on God's green earth. That guy's bad at basketball. We've seen enough. Experiment over. Conclusion drawn. Drew a Picasso. He's ass. The conclusion is pornography. Because Precious Achiuwa is ass.
His ass.
We've seen enough.
Bing bong.
Bro, like, I think like people don't understand the pressure of playing in New York. This is the pressure of playing in New York. Y'all thought I brought a little bit of New York energy to Toronto, and I so fucking did. Right? I did. I mean, just, let's be real. I did. I would blitz these guys, like, but this is the real New York, right? Like, this is like tough up or fuck up, you know? Like,
What shot did they have? They couldn't make it here. What shot did they have there? But OG, besides OG, what shot? Rookie OG was guarding LeBron better than anybody on our team
They
ever
were
could.
chanting OG's name the second game he played.
OG has that dog in him. I seen him beat up LeBron and like do a pretty decent job. The other two, they can't cut it in Toronto. They're just they're like, you know.
I hope
Fresh ass.
OG wins
Yeah,
Defensive
they're-
Player of the Year because he's not going to get a lot of shots there.
The worst part about that rant is the fact that he was so on point with diving on the floor, throwing it over his head behind him without looking bad, because he literally did that, and it was egregious. And
He'll make a great play and then
his
mess up.
teammates like right here in front of him, like, "Yo, send me the ball," and he goes, "Oh, darn, I'll get him next time." Tibbs is like,
Yeah, yeah.
that spot over there, no, fifth row, yeah, back there.
It's crazy because he has the body and the capacity. You would think by looking at him to be like, when he does something good, you think, oh, he could be something, and then you see him like boneheaded plays, and you're like, oh, he can't think.
I was low key worried about what contract negotiations would have been between Precious and Masai. Low key, I was worried, but now we don't have to worry about that.
Thing is, he's an athlete, but is he a basketball player? Like,
No, he has no IQ at all.
Someone said, was it you that you said Precious is what a football player looks like playing basketball?
I think I said rugby. I think I said
think you
I think
did.
I said rugby player, but yeah.
Yeah, that's even more accurate.
That was hilarious, Rob. Oh my God, that was worth it.
Dude,
Yeah.
I was laughing, bro. Rob, I was laughing so hard.
Here's the
Get a
thing,
rebound.
though.
He refused to pass. He refused to bring the ball up the court. Like he was no longer in Toronto. It was like, you are not in Kansas anymore. You get the rebound and you give the ball to Jalen Brunson right now.
Yeah. Jaden saying, I feel RJ thinks he's better than Scottie. I
I
want him
don't
to
think that.
I mean, number one, I don't, but you know what? Feel it.
I don't think RJ thinks that.
He should think that. He should just not act.
Some internal competition is fine if you want a desire to. And you
That's
want to
exactly
to.
it, right? Like, so
RJ
here-
to me seemed so happy because like he was raving after the first game about the assist, and Scottie was like, that was low for us, man.
Shout out to
Yeah.
RJ Cuts, by the way. Shout out to RJ Cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I mean,
big
like,
time.
RJ is attacking off of like gaps. Like, he's finding gaps and they're not defending him. When they catch up to him, it's going to be harder. But when it gets harder for him, it'll get easier for somebody else.
Right.
That's the way
And he's
basketball
making
works.
good
Exactly.
reads too.
Mhm.
Like he's passing the ball, making good reads. I honestly think he was hampered in Tibbs' system because when he did get doubled or had to get rid of the ball, I think a lot of his bonehead plays came from looking for Brunson or Randall, because that's who the ball had to go to. Here he can just look for the open man. Like I think I didn't like him at the free throw line tonight, but I really have liked what I've seen. He's been more than I thought he would be. Let's put it that way.
And the aggressiveness slashing to the basket, that's going to open up opportunities, like the gravity of that, right? And at the same time, you're racking up fouls on the opponents. If that's the same guy catching fouls, he might have to take an early seat. These
Does
are
he
things
have
that
a-
Go
Does he have a mid-range game? RJ, because I haven't seen much of it. Does he have a mid-range game?
He doesn't have a tremendous in-between game, no.
But what he can teach Scott, if there's one thing Scottie can learn from RJ, how to draw fouls.
I think it's just RJ takes contact. He invites contact. Scottie,
But it's not in the foul baity way.
sometimes
It's not in the
moves.
foul baity way. He's still trying to score. Like he
Do you
wants
think
to
that
score.
Scottie doesn't invite contact, or that he's so strong that he just doesn't? He doesn't sell the foul ever.
I think he kind of like I think Scottie takes the hit and then he pushes away. Scottie has exactly the same problem that Immaneul Quickley does. Exactly the same.
It's just it's
one step short. RJ is one player on this team that does not have that problem.
And
he
he
gets
leans into
exactly
feeling
to his
that-
spot.
Yeah.
I have a feeling RJ, Immaneul, and Scottie will spend a lot of time together this summer.
I hope they do. I think that would be really good for them. And I hope that like I trust. I don't know. Like I sometimes I try to ask myself what it would feel like to be a fan of another team. Like what would it feel like to be the fan of the Golden State Warriors? What would it feel like to be the fan of a New York Knicks organization or whatever?
Detroit Pistons.
The Pistons,
OKC.
the Rockets,
Hornets.
OKC, etc. Yeah, like every fan experience is different, so you like I don't know, like I mean, have we in Raptors history have we ever technically drafted a player like Scoot Henderson? Where there was like a definitive buzz around that player. It wasn't like some wide open whoever's going to be first round pick, whatever, and he struggled as hard as Scoot Henderson. What might that fan base be going through? I think about that. So I think to myself, one thing that I never have to think about is, was Masai transparent in dealing with Scottie throughout this process of the last 3 months? Explaining to him how this was going to go, being transparent about what was going to happen, what his role was going to be like. And look, like, I mean, and the funny thing is Masai and Bobby, they have like such obvious tells that they're not even trying to lie anymore. When Darko Rajakovic was hired, Bobby Webster asked about it. He said he's going to be really good for Scottie. When Gradey was drafted, they were like, really like how he fits around Scottie. Masai Ujiri on Open Gym, talking to Immaneul Quickley, really going to love your fit with Scottie.
We're starting fresh.
Yeah, so this notion of like that. So the question then from the fan base becomes, well, if he's such an important player to you, then why hasn't he been thrust into this, 29 to 34% usage role and just being asked to do everything? It's like, number one, that's not him. It's never really going to be him. He's not like selfish, and it's not really something that he's gunning for, because what reason could he have to do that? Number two, I think that's also not them. That's not the type of basketball they want to play. They want to initiate him as like the guy, and we saw that in the first 7 games. We saw it. They were 3-4. Pascal was being frozen out of the offense according to the other side, and I keep calling the other side because I want to avoid naming names. So I just say the other side, not to be divisive, although I do believe what I'm saying is at least in part divisive by saying the other side. That's very divisive language. So let me just say certain people. Now that feels passive aggressive and coy.
You can't not.
But then calling them out by name makes
the
them
opposite school of thought, if you want to say that, but it doesn't matter.
That's
I
very
got what you're saying.
political. That's very political, Michael.
Hey, look, man, I'm just trying to be diplomatic, brother. Okay, go ahead.
You're right. You're right. That's very diplomatic. The diplomatic way of saying it is that there are certain people who believe that Pascal Siakam still should have been the first option, and that any idea of him not being the first option was conspiracy. That Scottie hadn't earned that. That had Kawhi been here, Siakam wouldn't have earned that. So how dare this guy jump him? And I think
Pascal had years to step into that and do it, and he didn't do it. When the game was on the line, how many game-winning shots can you remember that he made? I can think of 2.
Forget the game-winning shot. How many games has Pascal closed like Scottie did tonight?
Never.
That's the point, though.
Zero.
He had
That's
that
what I'm talking about.
opportunity. He had that opportunity for what, 2-3 years, and never reached what he needed to.
Well, we gave him like ample opportunity after Kawhi had left. This is your chance to take the keys. We still had a lot of pieces there. We still had so the notion that that wasn't surrounded is ridiculous. And Rob has addressed this ad nauseum before, so I won't go over that too much. But that led to when Scottie got there, the lines of communication, the lines of the where we're headed. The Scottie became a priority, and rightfully so. And it's not for everyone to agree with, but it's for everyone to get on board with if you still want to be a fan and actually support the team that you're watching. And for me, I'm watching him. And he's like, what's a telltale sign that they're communicating clearly with Scottie is his reaction to these trades, whether it be OG or Siakam. He had to accept that the reality of what he was already told had transpired. So there's accepting the reality and the gravity of it taking place. That's different than shock and betrayal that comes along with it when you're out of nowhere and it's like a low blow and you had no idea it was coming. And he's a very transparent guy, wears his emotion on his sleeves. And I feel like, I could be wrong, but if he was genuinely shocked and feeling elements of betrayal, like this came out of nowhere to me, I had no idea they were even thinking about this, etc., that he would have reacted a little bit differently. Yes, he was dejected when OG was gone. Yes, he's like, oh, shout out to Pascal, but he saw the writing on the wall, but it wasn't just on his own. I think a conversation was had, and I think that establishes a bit of trust and understanding, and I think that with that being the case, those seeds being sown, Darko being brought in, all those moves, this is going to really help Scottie. That's going to really help. And you said Eric Spoelstra earlier. I think there's a big thing here where if Scottie approves, like, of the coach, we got our guy. Let's ride with him.
He's loyal. He's a very, very loyal person. And, I've noticed that about him. He doesn't just shed his friends, like his good friends.
And it's also within his nature not to jump on the, I'm ready for the challenge. Or he didn't even remotely go that way because it's not in his nature. He's about the team. He will only feel he succeeded if the team succeeds and they win.
Facts.
That question about being called last.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he didn't want to give the media what they wanted.
Exactly. He didn't exactly. Here's the thing. Like Michael said something earlier about
he's smart.
True. Like Michael said something earlier about that the way you describe, like even the way you order things, right? Like it explains your priorities, right? Like what you emphasize.
Yeah.
Like for instance, like Rob, you met this girl, what's she like? And be like, oh, she's a baddie. She's got the nicest ass. Like, okay, that's your priorities, right? That's where you're at. That's where your mind is at. And maybe her ass is really nice. Maybe that's what it was, right? But that shows that exposes character without realizing that exposes character, right? I'm not judging.
We talked all night and she made me laugh and made me think, made me feel.
Oh, geez. Well, that exposes character too, right?
But there you go.
What I'm saying is, like if I said like we had a real connection, like I really get this woman, I really trust her, whatever. I remember going back and I remember going on a podcast after Scottie was drafted. And I think the first thing I said about him was not, you got a really long defender. I didn't say anything about zero level scorer. I didn't say anything about that. I said, he comes from good people. That was the first thing I said. He comes from really good people. I spent a lot of time researching Scottie Barnes through the years and understanding where he's coming from, who his friends are, who his family is. And that's what I gathered. The question of like, why would the Raptors do this now? Why do they build around him? It's like, why not? Every team would dream to have a selfless superstar who works so fucking hard and wants to elevate his teammates and wants to see his teammates succeed. And one thing I've noticed, and really I noticed it today more so than ever before, is that your judgments expose character too. Your feelings about other people expose your own character. Mm-hmm. If you're a very cynical person, someone who's optimistic will drive you insane.
Agreed.
You won't call them optimistic though. You'll call them unrealistic.
Yeah.
You call them blind, you call them stupid, you call them something else. You will not call them optimistic because you accepting that they are optimistic paints you as pessimistic. But you see yourself as realistic, so they're insane. That's the reality of the situation. So it's like if I am, one way and there's like a balance of it, and then someone comes in and they're another way, in order to consent to basically re-perspectivize themselves as being centered, I must fall to the right or left. And I honestly believe that people do this all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you're extreme, you're constantly trying to convince yourself that you're not extreme. You're just perfectly rational. I don't think it's rational personally to stand outside a fur store and throw blood at people who come out of that store. I don't think that's rational.
No.
As justified as the people who do it is, like, I don't think it's rational that if somebody makes a mistake in addressing someone's pronouns or something like that, to like yell at them and shame them on the subway. No matter how rational you think it is in that moment, if it's an honest mistake, it's an honest mistake. Lead with that. So I'm just saying, like, I think like so many things that we say, whether subconsciously or consciously, they're constantly exposing character. And I think Scottie Barnes sort of showed you who he is tonight with how he reacted to this. Because let me tell you something. Pascal Siakam, when he was asked, how did you feel when Kawhi Leonard was traded? Very honestly, rubbed his hands and said, more shots for me. And that's not shade on Pascal. That is, however, exposing character too. Right?
Well, look at Pascal's fan base. If they truly are Raptors fans and Pascal fans, then they should be thrilled by this trade because it's a perfect fit for Pascal, and the Raptors also win.
Yeah, but it's not his team.
Why not look at the glass half full?
It's not his team. They want Pascal to have his team.
Right. And they feel like there is an ascension.
Pascal had a team and it didn't work. Hello.
No, but that wasn't his fault.
Right.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't built around properly. Right.
So
And I brought this up.
What Rob's saying, though, is that if you're looking for the negative, you'll find the negative. You want to look at the situation open-mindedly.
Well,
then
also,
you see that this is a really great fit for Pascal. He'll shine with the Pacers, and Toronto will be better as a team. We saw it tonight.
I agree. And it's a thing here about, I brought it up earlier in the trade live where I said, tell me how good a team of Fred VanVleet, Jason Tatum, OG Anunoby, Scottie Barnes, and Jakob Poeltl would be. How many wins would you put on that team? And I asked the chat, and they're like 52, 53, 51, 50, 56. I'm like, okay. The only thing that's different about the team that was last year and that team is you swap Siakam for Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're telling me that the team with Siakam finished 41 and the team you're telling me with Tatum is going to finish 14 games better than that, then you're saying the gap between not the MVP of the league and your all NBA superstar is 15 games? What part of this equation doesn't make sense to me and what part of it doesn't make sense to you? Therefore, it's not the question of whether you built around him or not. You misjudged him. You misjudged his leadership. You misjudged his impact. You misjudged his progression. And that's okay. It's okay because it was still a hell of a progression. Exactly. So when I look at any equation, like let's say I put 5 players on a basketball court and I severely misjudge one of them as being the greatest defender on earth. Let's say I'm coaching a basketball team and I say, let's say I get bad intel. Let's say I have an assistant coach that I trust implicitly. I've never met the team that I'm about to coach. And he said, yo, Rob, you know that center over there, that 6'7" lanky guy? He's got the same instincts as Bill Russell. Poof. Okay. I'm going to construct my entire defense around this guy. Now, if I anchor to the idea that he's going to be Bill Russell for me, he's so good, he's Bill Russell on defense, I start seeing Bill Russell shit on him. I want to believe it so hard. So he blocks a couple shots. I'm like, oof, that was very Bill Russell-like. He saves the block. He doesn't even knock it out of bounds. Oh, that's a very high IQ play. I'm starting to look for Russell-esque qualities. But then my team gets blown out by 16, 18 points, 8-minute quarters. Now I'm like, y'all other people are bums.
Right.
Y'all got Bill Russell on your fucking team and you can't fucking win this game in high school. The problem is, dude's not Bill Russell. I saw what I wanted to see with him. And that's the thing. We see what we want to see with basketball players. Sometimes, we prioritize a certain type of scorer, certain aesthetic of player, and we're missing all the other stuff. And then trying to explain to other people who are missing all that stuff because they can't see the stuff. And you're like, did you see that like soft ass screen that he set there? You see that time when he missed the box out? You see that? Like he's getting no separation on his finishes at the rim. Like you kind of see it. They're like, but that spin move, that handle, that little hezzy pull up.
That see, two things. The unrealistic expectations will lead to disappointment. That is just a fact of life. That's not really up for debate. That just is what it is. And inaccurate intel will lead you to have irrational conclusions. So when you have the marriage of both of those things and you have an expectation
You
of
stir that in a
Siakam,
pot and you got Siakam super fast.
right. So that's it.
It's like
You
the
have
top of Girls
an
Intro.
expectation of he's this and he's a top 10 or whatever it is. And you have the expectations of that. And then you have the intel that's faulty. And then you're letting that give you conclusions. Okay, well, your arithmetic was messed up from the very beginning, the first variable. You've now gone through a sequence of, and you're like, well, the answer's this, and anybody doesn't see it as crazy. Well, I mean, that is faulty in and of itself. You're not open-minded. You're not open to new intel that can change your arithmetic. And that new intel hopefully can help you change your expectations that go along with it. If you get new intel about me as a person or whatever, and you're saying like, well, this is all I know, that's all I care about, that's not really that intelligent. Like, it's all about aggregating data, coming to a conclusion, and being open to new data, changing your conclusion. But if you're not down, then I'm not going to change you as a human being. That change comes from within. So if you don't choose to change that disposition, it's on you.
Michael, you're telling me all those fourth quarters last year didn't change their mind?
But that's the thing, Mo, because a lot of the Pascal fans, and I mean, maybe I'm putting them into a box, but I would assume many of them became fans during the title run. So they saw Pascal playing outstanding ball, but what they're forgetting is that they had Kawhi, so he was drawing the double teams. They had Lowry, who was a brilliant floor master. They had Marc Gasol, who is an amazing passer and doing all these things. They had so much around him that he was put in a position to succeed. But when he was elevated to the top dog, he wasn't able to excel at the same rate. And to Michael's point, they can't stop to look at it and go, well, the circumstances are different now. It has to be everybody else's fault.
You know? The best way I can describe that championship team was Lowry, Kawhi, and Mark did all the grown-up stuff. It's like if there was a house, they were paying the taxes, they were paying the rent. They dealt with
don't forget Danny Green, bro.
Danny Green. They dealt with all the adult stuff, things you didn't even know.
And Serge,
like some months you may not have been able to pay rent, but you didn't know about it. Like to me, Siakam and Fred and Norm, they were at the kiddie table. They didn't know how good they had it. I swear to God, they didn't know how good they had it. Then Fred and Siakam,
but I wouldn't put Norm in the same boat.
They were brought to the big boy table. Now they have to deal with the authorities. They have to deal with the city, the permits. It's real now. You got to pay taxes.
I think Norm kind of deserves a little bit more credit because he's more willing to play a role.
Also, I think Fred deserves a little bit more credit.
I'm just saying they were shielded from so much. I'm being a little eccentric, but they were shielded from so much.
I think it's just like, man, like being 30, 32, 33, coming out of Popovich's system, coming out of Hubie Brown's system, even having the experience of like multiple playoff runs. Why do you think the Raptors want to chase the playoffs right now? The value of experience, I feel like this fan base doesn't understand. One of the key 4 recipes to winning a championship is playoff failure, previous playoff scars. One of the 4 biggest ingredients.
And our main guys had that.
Right. They had a lot of battle scars.
Lowry, Green.
Yeah. And how do you convince a fan base that is almost exclusively built up of people or that are either one of two, either completely casual or are basically getting all of their takes from the Raptors media or their own fantasy league? How do you convince them the value of experience? How do you give them the value of like,
that's a great point.
What is the tangible
history?
Like,
history.
Yeah, but the transactional.
How many
nature,
young teams have won the championship? history will tell you Giannis had to lose and cry before he could win. Joel Embiid now is willing to give up an MVP and possibly not play enough games to win MVP so that he'll be fresh and healthy for the playoffs.
Mhm.
You have to feel those scars in most cases so that'll fuel you to work harder and know that it takes more to win.
Well, one word that resonates a lot is sacrifice, right? But sacrifice comes in many shapes and forms for different players. Everyone's going to have to
Agreed.
sacrifice something about what they bring to the table or an aspect of them that they think, okay, well, I'm always bringing this. And it's like, oh, sacrifice. Maybe I shouldn't punch this dude in the face if I'm Draymond, but you need to bring the intensity. How
It's
do
Jordan
I,
Poole. It's
you
Jordan
know?
Poole. Should have punched him sooner.
Yeah, listen.
Should have punched him
Yeah,
sooner.
look at
Jordan
Poole
Poole
now.
has a
But
ring
I mean,
too. That should be
Michael's spot on.
Hmm?
Michael, you're spot on because look at the people that were left behind were Fred and Pascal. And do we really want to dive into what they sacrificed for the
Yeah,
team
look,
to win?
here's the thing, man. There's a type of person that walks into a perfectly clean room and fucks it up. I'll tell you I'll say it. It's kind of like an off the
Amen.
cuff, but it's
Amen.
a good metaphor for I think this. And then there's a quote too that I ended the last live on, and I feel like Michael being here somehow leans these conversations a little bit more in the spiritual side. I don't know why. There's always like a goodness to it. I don't know why it always veers that way. I feel like I'm angrier if you're not on the chat. So you're sparing a lot of people. You're sparing the chat. So the
He's
hallmark.
joyful.
No,
Joyful spirit.
there's like a very good energy to it, which I think balances
The
out my
angel, he's
somewhat
the angel,
sleepy
and
drunk
I'm the
person.
devil. He's the angel and I'm the devil. I just want to tell the Siakam fans, get your swirls right now. We'll get them.
There are McDonald's in Indiana.
Facts.
There's no Siakam swirls in Indiana. I'll tell you that much.
They got
They
Terry
ain't
swirls
coming,
over there.
and they're not coming.
They got Tyree swirls, and yeah. Okay, so the quote is: "The hallmark of an open mind is separating your ideals from your identity. If you define yourself by your opinions, questioning them is a threat to your integrity. If you see yourself as a curious person or as a lifelong learner, changing your mind is a moment of growth." And
Yes.
I really believe this is by Adam Grant. Great quote. I want to say this.
Awesome quote.
It's a great quote. Think about it like 2 times a day. It's like I've been thinking about it for like the last couple of days. And I'm like, whew, that's deep. I bought this place when I was 21 years old. And I fixed it up. And the one place I didn't fix up because I didn't know how to fix it up was the washroom. So I had this old dingy sink from the previous owners. And I had this kind of like really disgusting tub. There was like a lot of like, yellowing, old, whatever, right? I cleaned it, but like it's still gross. It don't look right. I was like, one day I'm gonna have to replace it, right? So I took on a roommate. Shout outs to Demeter. This guy comes in, looks around, starts doing some stuff. He starts fixing some stuff. Next day I come home. Yo, bro, that tub was like, I'm like, yo, you got a new tub? He's like, no, that's your old tub.
What do you use?
He used bleach.
Obvious. I never would have thought of that.
Bleach and lemon and just cleaner. And he just put in the elbow grease. And I was like, what? And then I've had, in my early 20s, I've had roommates who complete opposite. They do the complete opposite thing. You set it up perfect for them, they fuck it right the hell up. Like they will leave with holes everywhere, stains everywhere, shit everywhere. They don't clean up after they move out. Like there are those people, that genuinely have been ingrained in them, leave every situation better than you found it. There are those people. Mm-hmm. And then there are those people that have been ingrained a completely different type of person, which is leave with more than you came. So take what you can, basically. So ultimately, I look at a person like Patrick Patterson or PJ Tucker and these guys who have these sort of sustainably long careers, or Al Horford. And I wonder if they were raised with this ideal of leave places better than you found them. I wonder if they are my version of Demeter. He came here, he lived here for 3 months. I wasn't the greatest roommate at the time. He moved out, but he left this place a much better place than when he found it. bad roommates where I was in a good place and they left this place much worse than they found it. They took what they could. He gave and he left this place better than he could. And I feel that, this in the spirit of that, I really respect that person, and I try to be more like that person.
It's like when someone borrows something and they bring it back to you clean, or they borrow your car and they bring it back to you with full gas, or you don't have to track them down, or you don't have to track them down if they borrowed money. Like there's people like that.
Yeah.
But those people aren't common.
No.
But see, here's the thing. They become more common as you become them. Like it's like as you become more like that, the like attracts the like thing, right?
Exactly, Michael.
So the mindset of that. And so when you say
like speaks to like.
Right. So I don't know what triggered this thought. I have a feeling what triggered this thought is you saying something along the lines of those people are rare.
Mhm.
And so my question is, if those people are rare from your perspective, then how likely are you to demand that quality from the people you meet? If you subconsciously believe or consciously believe that a quality is rare, then how likely does it become to be a prerequisite? If for instance, I just accept that the world is a bad place and that very, very, very few people ever are going to be good and honest, then how likely am I to accept bad treatment from everywhere I go? So that's the thing. Like on New Year's, well, actually it was like much earlier in the year, I made a vow to myself, January 1st, I take no more shit. And I started like working towards that. And I respond to these lives as well, like these comments as well, callers, whatever. I'm just like, cut it out. That's final warning. You're gone. There isn't any more like necessarily like yelling back and forth, screaming back and forth. Because I was like, that's past. I'm done. I don't want to do that.
It's wasted energy, yeah.
Yes.
Because number one, this world is not a hostile place. It's as hostile as you believe it to be.
Yeah, it
Right?
doesn't have to be exactly.
Right. And how often do I believe, like, I don't know, how often can we walk into a situation that is perfectly neutral and come in very defensive and make the other person offensive?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So if you approach every single conversation as if it is combative, at some point it becomes combative. So if you approach every situation, like let's say for instance, I'm very, very scared of people in general. I don't want to be around people at night. So let's say I meet you, Coach Mo, at night, and I'm immediately like, hands up, like, whoa, don't come near me, don't come near me. And I start coming towards you and I start like pushing you, like, don't come near me, don't come. Are you thinking like, am I in danger? What the fuck's wrong with this person, right? I just created that whole situation because I have an imbalanced perspective on how dangerous or how safe the world is. You see what I mean? And now I might say, and you might say, yo, motherfucker, what the fuck is wrong with you? And you might even walk away and be like, this fucking person's crazy. And I might consider that a controversial thing that happened to me, or a violent event, or a scary thing that happened.
Yeah.
And I might walk home and be like, yo, this city's a scary place. Cities are such a scary place. And it's just like, yo, bro, you're creating it. You're walking around everywhere. I've watched so many people in my life just walk around being like, the world is so unfair. The world is so this. I'm like, you
countless people move out of a city to city, country to country, whatever it may be, pointing the finger at their surroundings, when it's like, you're trying to change the numerator. The denominator is you. And if it comes down to you at the end of the day, then there needs to be internal work done. But you're expecting the world to acquiesce to your desires. That's an unrealistic expectation. That's inevitably going to lead to disappointment.
Yeah. You ever had a bad roommate, Michael?
Pardon me?
You ever had a bad roommate?
I never had the displeasure of having a bad roommate. I lived with family. My family's great. And and then I lived on my own, and I was just like, I never had the roommate experience, but I've one of my best friends has had a very interesting roller coaster ride of roommates, and I am not envious of his situation, but I hear the play-by-play, and I'm like, oh, damn, who needs reality television when that guy's doing all of that? So, yes.
You learn, though. I've had bad roommates, but predominantly had great roommates, but I learned from that one bad roommate.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what about you, Coach Mo?
Never had a roommate. The idea of living with someone I don't know seems weird, but
I can just tell Mo's like,
yeah, I've only lived with family, or but anyways, usually from my understanding, if people complain about bad roommates, it's usually them, because like you have to be what you want them to be. So in the beginning, like I live with my brother, and sometimes he doesn't clean up after himself. But if I maintain cleanliness, it's
Mhm.
almost like you're shaming the other person into being clean. At some point, if there's any sense with that person, or they have any part of them works, they'll have pride and be like, this guy cleans up after his dishes, and he even cleans my dishes, and this
Mhm.
apartment's clean. He cleans the washroom. It's like, but you can't expect people to a standard you're not setting for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
Exactly.
can
You gotta
set a
be that person
standard.
first.
I've listened
You
to a lot
haven't
of
had
people
a bad
say, I
roommate,
had a
though.
bad roommate, I had a bad roommate, I had a bad roommate, I keep getting bad roommates, or even I had a bad tenant, or I had a bad landlord. I had 2 bad landlords. My landlords are all shit. There's 4 bad landlords in a row.
Mhm.
And it's just like, if you had 4 bad landlords in a row, as much as I'm willing to believe that landlords are a little bit skeevy, I'm
Look in
willing
the
to
mirror.
say you might be the bad tenant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the
But
same
that's a
thing
very,
as
very
those.
difficult bridge for people to cross.
It's the same thing as those people who have like, I have like 15 exes, and I'm like, are they all crazy? Is that possible, or is there something where it's like I have some internal work to work on, etc. And on top of it, the only thing I would add as an asterisk is you can still be a great dude, and you can set a precedent as much as you want.
Yes,
But if that other person is cut from a different cloth,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they're very egocentric, and everything's about them, and it's like they rules for thee but not for me, and you come home and your stuff might be broken, your carpet is cut in his case, like all this different, it's like,
Cut.
wait, yeah, like your carpet is cut. It's like, well, it should have been cut like this, and it's like, this person doesn't understand boundaries. This person, and like that's where you got to sit there and be like, okay, I can only control my reactions to your actions. I still have control over my reactions to your act. I can't control you. I will never attempt to do something that I know is not possible, because I'll drive myself mad, because that is an unrealistic expectation to control other people's behavior. What you can do is sit there and say, I can control how much I let this change my disposition, my mindset, my day, my week. Like we all know people, and sometimes it's ourselves, where a bad moment in the morning, all of a sudden I'm going to have a bad day. Or you can sit there like, that moment will come, that moment has gone, and now I choose to see the rest of my day out with a positive mindset. Sometimes it's easier than others, and we're all human beings, and it's okay to it's perfectly okay to get off track sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's like whatever's chronic is more of a, if something's chronic and it's happening every time, your first instinct is to do something good, or your first instinct is to do something bad. The first instinct is be opportunistic and take advantage, or be generous and offer your time when you didn't need to. These are contributions or demands from the world that you're living in, and we have to be honest with ourselves with what we're offering and what we're expecting back. That's just me, though.
No, you're dead on the money, and that's why I said I learned from the one bad roommate, because I tried all the positive things. I tried to give and tried to like have conversations, and it was constantly met with negatives. So
Yeah.
eventually I just said, this isn't going to work. I love you as a person, but we can't live together. And the next roommates that I had come by to apply, I asked questions that were relevant to what had happened bad, so that it wouldn't happen again. You have to be open to grow yourself, as you said. Like for me, a day that I don't learn something new is a wasted opportunity.
Absolutely. I think there's like a spirit to how you approach yourself in relation to the world, right? So, for instance, my dream every single time I do one of these lives is that somebody comes on and is better spoken than me, is better looking, more knowledgeable, something. Just so that
Gradey McGrady.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Trady McGrady got me on all 3. What I'm saying is, like, that's my goal. I hope that it happens every single day. I pray. And sometimes people come on and they talk bare nonsense, facts. But sometimes people come on and they're talking stuff like, oh shit, like, not like, you know what I mean? And that's the crazy part, is like, I want that to happen every single day. I hope it happens 10 times. I remember, like, just watching Scottie Barnes at the age of 15, 16, and I identified this quality in him too. My goal, like when I run Penn Dance, my goal is to hire a programmer who understands film better than me.
Right.
And I understand film pretty fucking well. But let me say this. I want to hire someone who understands it even better than me. If I want to hire a designer, I want a designer who understands it better than me. I watched a lot of people when I was younger, family mainly uncles and stuff, running businesses where their goal was to hire everybody who was worse than them.
Right.
Just people that didn't threaten their ego, people that made
Because
them,
you're not
people they can
intimidated by
control.
being around knowledge
Exactly.
and
That's it.
excellence.
Because I'm not defined by what I don't know.
Right.
I'm not defined. So if somebody comes on and they're
Because you
just
want
like,
to succeed.
absolutely. I would love to bring on a guest and you know, like I've been starting to reach out to more and more people, like, cause I would love to do more of this, like what we did last night with Sahil. I would love that. I think that this community could like, it could grow. We can give like a lot of spotlight to like, and I don't count the numbers and the clicks. I don't. There are podcasters out there with like 62 subs that are doing fucking ace work. And then there are podcasters out there with 6,000 subs that are fucking ass. Like I make my own independent qualification of if I think they know what they're doing and if they're doing it from a good place. So I would love to bring on more people and just talk this out. And at no point has it ever occurred to me like, does this person know more than me or less than me? I invited Samson onto this show. I think he knows a little bit more about breaking down a play or what action a team is running than I do. I really do believe that, you know? So it's like I would be happy to have that conversation. It never even occurred to me when people draw the comparison of like, oh, it's him or him. It's the same thing with Chev. You know,
Why can't it
NBA
be
Chev,
both?
right? NBA Chev, like I walked into a space because I was invited and they're like, oh, he's there, pull up. And I'm like, oh, great. Like people getting a real great. He's a very strong personality, very strong personality, very alpha in your face, you know, like he's like, I'm gonna tell you how it is, bro. Haha, you know, like he's great.
That
He's
laugh, that laugh.
the laugh is we may both be from New York, but he's really from New York. You know what I mean? Like he's got it. Like it hits different with him. Sometimes I find myself like admiring like how he flows. There's a flow to him, which is like, how does he do it? It's
I'm not
amazing,
gonna,
right?
I was getting high on his content the year after Scotty's rookie year. Man, that dude was gassing up the team. I was high on Chev. Whatever he was, I was smoking.
Right. And it makes you feel good. And he's selling feelings, right? So that's my thing. I pulled up to that space and I was like, yo, someone said he's there, you know, and I pull up and I said like, hey, what's up? And I get yelled at by some Pascal Siakam super fan, like, how dare you let somebody on who said all this stuff about this man, whatever. And then, you know, they say like, oh, Chev, you got something to say? He's like, I ain't got something to say to him. And he left. So my thing is like, yo, content, bro. Like your subscribers know who I am. I know our thing overlaps massively. I guarantee you, like half our subscribers know exactly who he is.
That's how I found you, Rob.
There we go. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean,
I
like,
never
bro,
watch him.
yeah. And it's like, I know what our demographic looks like, sounds like, talks like, because I know who I am. And so what I'm saying is like, why wouldn't we do one together? I don't have a problem with that. And if he owns me in a debate on Scottie, power to you. Hopefully the audience learns something. You know, that's totally cool. And I got to say, I've learned to really, really embrace this because I had to work at it. Because I tell you, at 16 years old, I was mortified that in a situation of, you know, conflicting ideas that I could look stupid. And I spent so much time defending myself and being angry at the world and being like, well, you know, that teacher, you know, tried to make me look stupid by calling on me. And I looked stupid in that situation and I looked poor in that situation. And it's like, when you can stop being obsessed with the perception of how the world sees you, you might actually stop and just be like, how do I see me? And if I see me okay, which is a question I don't think a lot of people ask, in fairness, like, do I really care? Because I think the validation from the other person becomes a substitute for the lack of validation for yourself or the lack of critical examination of whether or not you're willing to validate yourself. But I think once you validate yourself, you are free. Everyone talks about freedom. And how do people achieve freedom? You ask any person out there, and I guarantee you 99% of people would affirm this. Ask a person, ask your mother, ask your father, ask your grandfather. If I could make your life 10% more free, are you game? You don't have to do anything. It's 10% more free. You want to be 10% more free? Anybody out there, even the freest person in the world, be like, oh, you make me more free? Absolutely. You want to be 10% more free? Free yourself. It's a mental shackle. I really believe this is like constant preoccupation with what will people think, what will people say. do people think this about me, that about me? It does get the better of us. I think most of us, it does. But I like to thank this community for sure for allowing me to work through some of this stuff. It's a hopefully useful to somebody. But yeah, it's really great to exist without the preoccupation of zero-sum thinking.
I hear you, man. Like, listen, life ultimately is how do we take our perceived weaknesses, rationalize if it is accurate, and if it is, then how do we convert them into strengths? Because if we can convert our weaknesses to strengths, you have a superpower now. Because the person who doesn't understand what it's like to not possess that will not be able to relate to the other people who might need to work on it now. So that's why it's like, you notice like people who like build a company from the ground up, they know what it was like to work on that floor because they did it. And the person who might inherit it might not know what that's like. And that is that perspective, knowing what it's like to all the way up the ranks. When we can look at ourselves and see where we were, look at where we are, and then be able to articulate to someone where we see, oh, you're where I was. That's a perspective that only you can offer. That's a superpower. If you are better off going through hell and coming out the other side better, better and learning something about yourself and loving yourself because of it, you are better off going through hell than having everything just handed to you silver spoon style. That is not up for debate. That's just 100% the way that it is. So for me, I'm right there with you. I had a lot of analysis to do about myself when I was younger, whether it be anger or envy or different things I identified within myself. And now I'm like, I don't feel those things. And actually now I can address people that have those things with a lot more patience, a lot more understanding. I'm not like, how can you be like this? I'm like, I understand. I was. There's power in that. Because you can now communicate and connect with somebody where, see, a lot of people want to get to the blunt truth, but what's required is being supportive and having empathy to precede that truth. See, if we approach people with support, like I'm here for you, and empathy,
how you want to be treated,
and empathy, I put myself in your shoes. I can't imagine how you're feeling right now. Why don't you tell me? Then you have the truth that really might open their eyes. See, now they're not going to disqualify you as someone judging them. They're going to qualify you as someone who's there for them. And now you could tell the ultimate truth to anybody. Will they receive it? Well, maybe they need to put their shield down. Maybe if the only way they can put their shield down is if they see I'm there for them and not there to judge them. But that's life. I read that in a psychology book to deal with people with borderline personality disorder and different things like this, because I'm fascinated with connecting with people and like handing that, like bridging that gap, offering support and empathy. It takes people's shields and they put it down, because so many people go through life like it's a war, like it's a battlefield, and that shield being put down can open up, and when they can see you're not going to take advantage of those vulnerabilities and you're there to support them, it's just life-changing interactions that you get.
You gotta not be on the moral high ground. Nowadays, it's a race for the moral high ground.
Facts.
So
I'm curious, Michael, have you, given your personal curiosity with connecting with people, do you think at all this is guiding your support for, or I'm assuming support for Scottie, but perhaps are you learning anything from Darko or Jama, both of whom I have felt are excellent connectors?
100%. I can tell, like at this point in my life, I've been doing this for like so many years. I can look in someone's eyes. I can be like, okay, this person is speaking earnestly. This person loves people. They want to talk. This is like, there's a responsibility on this coach to nurture this young mind and bring him up the right way. This isn't just a job. This is a lifestyle. And it's not just basketball. I'm helping you grow as a man. Like when I see that, that's who I hire. That's who I want around me. When you were talking about, yes, exactly. You can't teach passion. You can teach skills. You can hone skills. But when you have an innate desire to connect, to understand, to nurture, to guide, and not have the end result be, look at my resume. Look what I did for him. Look what it's about them. Those people will sing your praises. I don't need to sing my own praises. These people will give you a glowing review of me, and I'm just going to sit there and be like, thank you. Because they're going to want to give that back. It's like that give and that get, right? When I'm looking for a leader in my locker room, if I'm looking for a coach, if I'm looking for someone who's going to be on the phones from my front office, that's what I'm looking for as an owner. That's what I'm looking for when I'm building any kind of a business. I don't want people that are going to be subservient, or I don't have to look at them and be like, wow, I can't believe you're able to do these things. Like, I want extraordinary people, because extraordinary people with extraordinary virtues, like, they're going to accomplish extraordinary things, and the credit will be shared among everybody. That's what it's all about.
Look at how many people, players, former and current, are singing Darko's praises, and how, excuse me, that they've never experienced that in a coach. It speaks to his genuineness. And I mean, I teared up tonight when Darko was talking. I told you, Rob, when I came on, like, it touched my heart because he's so genuine. For me personally, I've learned a lot from things done wrong, but I made the choice to do something better. You know?
So this is exactly it. You know, this idea of like, so I try to understand to the best of my ability. Granted, my perspective is limited as a straight man who's 36 years old who lives in this country. I can only try to empathize with someone who lives in China, or, a woman who lives in Australia, but there's only going to be so much I can do with that, right? But I try to empathize with someone on their level, what they mean, how they mean it. So when he says that when the team wins 3, he's going to take them to dinner on him, no kidding, and proceeds to get mocked for the next 2.5 months for this initiative with, are they going to get the pizza party? How can you motivate NBA athletes with a pizza party? Understand where that sentiment came from. Culturally speaking, I tell you, as a Serbian person, that every elder in my life, and he must see himself as an elder because he is older than the people that he is coaching, like almost like a father figure. I don't want to get into weird pop bitch territory, but
what you're saying.
like he's older than these young men. He must see them like children of his in a sense.
Sons, yeah.
Yeah, like sons. And how has every elder in my life ever shown me love? By shoving food down my throat.
Right.
All of them. Robert, you're not eating.
Right.
We've all had food. Yeah. This is how we show love and expression. I want to say this too. There was a story about Darko in which, he was meeting up with a coach. I believe it was an NBA coach. And obviously he understood the importance of this and the opportunity potentially, asking this person about an avenue to go from Europe, where he was coaching, to the United States, NBDL, whatever, G League at the time. And he didn't have the money, but he wanted to make sure that, he was playing host in that city. He wanted to be able to pick up the tab, because that's also something that we do in our culture, a very polite thing, that if you're inviting someone out to dinner and it's your city, they're visiting through, you pay for the dinner. He didn't have the money to pay for the dinner. He scrapped all that money together to be able to pay for dinner for this person. A friend of mine, who will remain unnamed, was going through a very, very difficult time financially 3-4 years ago. He's also from the same country. So again, trying to understand the culture of where a person's coming from. We were working together. We were like doing a lot of lunch, stuff. We'd go to lunch, and I would just pay. I knew he was going through a hard time. He didn't need to tell me. I knew the situation.
I understand those.
I'm like, this is like a brother to me. Let me just pay. I remember this one time, after I reimbursed him for some gas, because we were working on a film together, and he'd driven me to set. And I remember us pulling up to Burger King. There was a Burger King on Eglinton and VP by the Cineplex. And I remember I picked up a Whopper, and I kept talking in the car about like how I really wanted a Whopper. I'm like, oh man, I really want a Whopper. I really want a Whopper. Don't listen to this as a promo for Burger King. Just understand this. Like, I was a really messed up child who ate a lot of fast food. Okay. And we got there, and I put down my credit card, and he put down $10. And he's like, let me get this for you. I really want to get this for you.
That meant more than all the dinners.
Yeah. And I was just like, damn, I gotta let him get this for me. This is so meaningful to him.
Of course.
And I was just like, I had to ask at one point, and I was just like, what? And he's just like, I really needed to do this for you, just for myself. I needed to do this for
That's
you.
exactly it.
And that's exactly it, right? So for Darko Rajakovic, a man who is definitely not making as much money as the players that he is coaching, and is definitely not taking his family routinely. You understand how much debt you rack up, like going through some of the jobs that he's had. I know professional scouts who work for the NBA who are working for less than $35,000 a year, no cap. And maybe my information is a little bit dated because I know these guys from 6-7 years ago. Maybe they're $35,000 a year is not a normal salary for like maybe if you work as a barista at Starbucks, but not something that you would expect. Oh, I work for a scout for X team. You're like, how much do you make? $35,000. So these jobs at these lower levels beneath Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster, they're not really super high paying jobs. They're not super high paying jobs. Like athletic trainer, maybe you get a little bit more. So what I'm saying is this guy hasn't made like a ton of money to this point in his career where he can just be shelling out like, I don't know, $38,000 on a dinner. And trust me, the type of dinner he's talking about taking this team to, it will be like a $20,000 bill. I promise you that.
Right.
And people clowned him for it. He did it from the heart, man. He really sincerely did it from the heart, and they probably know it. And that's a promise that he's going to keep to those guys. And I think, like, you know, if you have good people in your locker room and you bring good people into it, there's never going to be endless friction. They'll always find a solution. Maybe Gary Trent Jr. is not thrilled about coming off the bench, but they'll work it out because they're good people and they'll talk about it and they'll come to a solution and they'll come to an understanding and they'll come to be an empathy of like, hey, he has 14 players. If I'm not going to not start, then someone else is going to go through what I'm going through right now. And Gary can understand that. And hopefully Dennis can understand that, even though he was initially upset about coming off the bench. Wonder how he felt tonight. I think about like all of these things that I'm just like, just keep bringing stack good people. Just keep bringing good people,
That's
good
me.
trainers, good assistants, good coaches, good players. Just keep bringing good people in, not dogless people though. Just good people. Rasheed Wallace is very good. Rasheed Wallace is a very good person. Dog is fucked though, right? You can be a very good person and still be very, very tough.
Of
I think
course.
you can be good and not neutered as a human being.
Darko showed that last week when he spoke passionately and genuinely from the heart about what happened with Ben Taylor and the Lakers. You know, there was people that said at that moment he became the coach. Well, you missed out on all the positive things he was doing prior to that, in my opinion. But that's fine. If you got there, you got there. On the food thing, Rob, I think it might be a European and a North American difference because if you think about it, I learned this really young. I was in college and it was my girlfriend's birthday, and when we went out, she had all this money. I go, "What are you doing? It's your birthday," and she goes, "No, no. Where I come from, we pay on our birthdays." And I was like, wow, what a cultural difference. Like in North America, everyone waits for their birthday to be taken out and everybody pays for them. And in Europe, where she was from, they paid for their birthdays. And I was like, that would be a really good lesson for North Americans to grow up doing.
You know,
It'd be very different.
You know, it's interesting because food in and of itself is an international language. You might not be able to speak a lick of English, but we all understand. We all understand that's delicious. And different cultures, yes, and maybe it's on your birthday, that's their custom. But the thing about, let's see, I used to be a chef for a little bit, so I love cooking. Like I love it with a passion. But as a job, I'm like, nah, I'm good. But like for people that when people come to my place, they know they're getting a meal, and I'm like, what are you sure you want? I'm making dessert. I'm making a Greek. Why? It brings me joy because when I'm done and I share that plate of food and I see the satisfaction on your face, I'm like, yes, this is it.
Because you make it from your heart.
Exactly. Right. And that was why doing it as a job was not the same, because they're like, this isn't like, and I'm like, this is perverting my escape. And I realized that in that moment. And I'm like, this isn't worth being a chef. I'm just like, this is taking it away from. So for me, the food thing's a perfect analogy because you can break bread with someone literally, and it will change a whole entire mood. How are we when we're hungry? How are we when we're full? Like small things like that. And when Darko offers that, it's a gesture. It's not just like hey guys, pizza, it's pizza lunch. Like, no, like this is a bonding moment. We're going to remember this. You guys remember when we go ahead.
They meme him.
It makes
Right.
him a meme, you know?
Right.
Like I have a feeling that like, and it's
That
just
says more about the people that were negative
Right.
than it does about
The
Darko.
court of public opinion,
it's,
right?
It's like you know, we do certain things to people who don't speak English very well, but he speaks English very well, by the way. I just want to say that as someone, you know, who knows a lot of people who
Yeah,
are
Evan
Serbian
Turner
and
was a
Croatian.
dick. So yeah.
Yeah, he was. And the thing is that like he said Scottie Barnes will be the face of the NBA, and he said what he said and he meant it and he stood by it. But it didn't stop Sam Mitchell from going on TSN Overdrive and saying, I don't think he knows what he meant.
My God, that guy's
He overrode him.
racking up.
He said, you know, he's like, I think he must have meant one of the faces. No, so Sam
The
Mitchell
face
says
of the franchise or
he's
something.
yeah. Sam Mitchell goes on Overdrive and he says, oh, he must have meant face of the franchise. I don't think he meant face of the league because I mean Anthony Edwards, right? And then today I heard it being discussed on another podcast, and I'm not going to name the name of the person who said it, but it's someone within the Toronto media, and they were just like, you know, he said he's going to be one of the faces of the league. They just corrected it. They just corrected it slightly to what they think he meant. And the plausible deniability there will be he doesn't speak English as a first language. That's what I thought he meant.
That's lame, though. Yeah,
it
he
is
knows
lame.
what he-
Condescending.
And so, like that, therein lies the question of like, who the hell is even thinking about this stuff?
These are the same
Once
guys
again,
rolling
it
their eyes.
reveals more about the people saying that shit than it does about Darko. Darko's a genuine person. There's no question about it.
You know what I love
He's
about
showing
Masai
it in
Ujiri?
every aspect.
You know what I love
Pardon?
about you know what I love about Masai Ujiri more so than anything
that?
else? This might seem like I'm like maybe ridiculous given how amazing a humanitarian he is, his business vision. I learned so much listening to him talk about like his vision for Africa. It gave me like such a new perspective on like how much you have to care about the things you're doing in order for them to matter
Passion. All
sustainably.
comes back to
Passion is so important. You know, Randy Pausch once said, if you don't care about the things that you're doing, you won't do them because once they get hard, you'll quit. And that's so true. And I found that to be true with everything that I've tried to start to do because I thought it'd be a good idea, but I didn't care enough about it. I didn't care enough about hedge funds. I didn't care enough about making money. I didn't care enough about this stuff. This I care about. Basketball, lifelong love. Film festivals, bringing people together. Interestingly enough, Michael, cooking, learning how to make Hakka food. Like, yo, we were at I think we were at New Year's party. We were at a New Year's party and there was like some soft shell tacos, like those soft, you know, taco kits, right?
Yep.
And I've just gotten so used to flavor and spice in my life, like especially over the last few years I'm cooking for myself. Like I just love it. So I was like, y'all got some red peppers. You got a little bit of fresh garlic.
Yeah.
And they're like, what are you thinking of doing here? I'm like, give me some of these soft shell tacos. I'm gonna make something for you.
Yeah.
And like I put them in olive oil and I started like frying them up and making like something different out of it, you know, like and just pressing it down. And then everyone's like, can I try that? Can I try that? And they're trying it and it's like, oh my God, I never had a taco taste like this. This tastes amazing. What the hell did you do with this? It's like putting a little bit of garlic on it. And it's just like it tastes so different. And it's just like I got so much joy out of that. So when you were saying like how you get so much pleasure out of that, truth be told, I got it from my mom. I'll tell you like a really random fun story. My mom, when we moved here, my mom was a single mom. So we had someone who was like a bit of a family friend who was trying to help us. This person was doing insurance fraud, right? I'm going to out this person because I don't fucking like them. So they were doing insurance fraud. So they're basically working for an insurance company and basically they sell people insurance. And if they stay on for 6 months, they get a massive commission check. Once they get the commission check, you can cancel. They'll pay you back the money. That's the scam, right? So let's say, for instance, you pay $20, right? So let's say you pay $20 a month for 6 months. That's $120. Sorry, someone's got me repeating on echo delay. We're not wearing headphones.
I'm wearing headphones. I was just checking if they were dead, but I'm good.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna mute Coach. Coach, is it you?
I don't know. Is it me?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
No, wait. Let me try to mute you. Okay, let me try. No, it's Tamberlyn. Check. Got it. Okay, Tamberlyn, it was you. You need to, if you don't have headphones, can you put on headphones and then just like message me and then we can unmute you. So anyways, he was doing insurance fraud. So his company picked up on it. they started to pick up on the fact that all of these people that he's signing up
We're canceling.
And he decided that a lot of the people that he had asked to do this were maybe a little bit closer to him than my mom, who was almost basically a stranger, even though she's a family friend. And my mom was very tolerant and very nice and very forgiving. And so every single month she kept paying, and he kept saying, oh, don't worry, just 6 more months, 6 more months. 2 years passed by, and she kept paying into this insurance, even though she already had insurance from somewhere else. And every week I would do a calculation like, Mom, do you know how much 20 times 20 is? He owes you this much money. Don't you forget. And then one day they came over to our house. And I was like, for sure, she's going to confront them today. She didn't. She just made them food. It was the nicest food in the world. And after, they left, I was like, why did you do that? Like, why'd you do, like, they owe you money. Like, what are you doing? And she's like, one thing doesn't have anything to do with the other. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And that was just like a very, very kind thing that I observed my mother doing. And to be honest, like I always watched my mom do this. And so the first time I had a birthday after she passed away, my first thing to do, I invited all my friends over and I made food for them. Fun fact, half of them came having already eaten dinner.
Right.
Because their parents were like, bro, 21-year-old kid trying to make dinner for the first time, y'all gonna die because the house is gonna be burned down by the time you get there. So you might as well eat before you get there. And they were just like, oh, this is not that bad. And I came so far in terms of cooking from there. I think I learned that because my mother really genuinely, she really believed in giving people joy through food. And so I really identify with Darko in that sense, like what he's trying to do for his players. I imagine for him, the $35,000 will be so pale in comparison to watching these guys rack up a bill on him and just have some fun.
You know what? If we take that take that, what's so eloquently stated, you go one step above all of that. What's the common denominator here now? It's offering a new experience. Your mother offered a new experience, not to you. You're like, wait, what? People react this way and just like this is, and guess what? The person who's running the scam sitting there like, is she really like still feeding me food and not bringing this up? It's a new experience. Darko, how many of your coaches are offering this type of an opportunity? And yeah, even if you have had a team dinner before, are you having a team dinner with these guys, with me? It's still a new experience. See, every time they eat a meal, they come over and they eat your food. They come over and eat my food. It's different. It's a new experience. So when you can offer something unique, what brings more joy than knowing you're taking your significant other on that trip they always wanted to go but they never got to? It's a new experience. There's all of these things that are lasting memories. Even if you went to you saw that same sunset 50 times, but you saw it with that one person. It's a new experience. It's unique. And that is what makes these things so powerful and stick in our minds. And our memory bank gets filled with these things that we hold on to. And you can hold on to experiences that made you feel like crap. And you can hold on to experiences that made you feel great. And there's no problem holding on to the ones that feel like crap as long as it doesn't tow you down and you start treating everybody and acting like projecting that that's what everyone does. But you can't forget forgiveness. But forgetting, we need to understand these things. So these new experiences that are unique, that's what people remember. Even if they do, and the thing is that something like you give them that meal, and you just gave them a meal, doesn't matter. But on that day, they needed that
pattern.
meal.
I think it's because it disrupts a pattern that's like pre-existing. If there's a person out there that is just used to being invisible and someone sees them, like I remember, there's a period of time in my childhood where I was homeless for a bit. And I remember people I didn't panhandle. I was too shy to panhandle. But I remember just sitting there and not panhandling, just kind of hoping for life to sort itself out. And I remember just feeling like people went out of their way to not look at me.
Unseen.
Felt very weird.
Of course, yes.
And this was a common experience. And so later on, when we would do Warming the Streets, something that I hope to do with this community, maybe next winter, what we would do is we would enlist a whole bunch of volunteers, and we did this for years through college, and also a couple of years after. But then slowly stopped getting into it. Pandemic happened, and we fell out of a habit. But it's this beautiful thing where you just rack up like all the clothes the good clothes that you have that you need, some food, some meals, some gift cards, like a $5 Tim's card, whatever. You wrap them up like you would for a family member, and you start walking through the streets of Toronto and you start like actually asking people, what do you need? Right. And all of these volunteers, they told me after, almost all of them, the ones that I talked to after, they were just like, for the next year onward, I felt so much more inclined to engage in a conversation with someone who was homeless. Way more likely to say hi, way more likely to ask them if they need anything.
Right.
Once in a while, I would observe behavior that I felt was maybe not maybe a little counterproductive. An example would be maybe someone who was volunteering from a position of superiority.
Yeah.
An idea of, who the fuck are you to turn down?
A great savior type of thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so you might offer this person, I remember this particular one. This person asked, do you have a scarf? And the person said, yes, I do have a scarf. They said, can I see it? They showed it to them. And the homeless person said, no, I don't like that one. Do you have another one? And I felt the entire physiology of this volunteer just change. Like, how dare you? How dare you refuse the scarf that I have? Who the fuck are you to refuse this? And I had to pull that person aside after and be like, what happened there? Like, what happened with you there? And they were just like, can you believe how spoiled some of these people are? And I was like,
Oh my God.
And I said, if you and I walked into a store right now, right? And I said, what do you want? And you said, a shirt. And I brought a shirt to you and I said, look at this shirt. And you said, no, not that shirt. I don't like that shirt. Would I think you're spoiled? And she's like, I'm not homeless. I'm like, you're not God. Like, this isn't like,
Perfect
it doesn't
analogy.
have to be said from that perspective of height and removal. And every time we engage in that paradigm of, I'm here, you're here, it reinforces it, not only for them, but for us. So in fact, it must be disrupted. It has to be disrupted.
It has
in
to
fact.
be.
So even the subtle gesture of when addressing someone who's sitting down, the simple act of crouching down.
Yeah.
I'll fully sit on my ass. Like, I will fully, like, in the snow, sit on my ass and talk to these people for 2-3 minutes, and from like a really clear place. And if they tell me I don't need anything, go fuck off, I'm like, my bad.
Yeah.
Not because I'm scared. Not because
right.
I wouldn't fight if they wanted to fight. I mean, like, shit, I hope I don't have to fight ever.
Right.
Like, that'd be fucked up. But like, it's not because I'm scared. It's because I respect that if someone comes up to you and says, yo, you want something, and you tell that person to fuck off, then that's perfectly within their right too.
But
you know?
like you realize you're when you have the mindset that you're a couple bad decisions or a couple bad breaks from being homeless. Like, some people believe it's not in the realm of possibility that they can be homeless. Like, it's not possible. Not me.
I studied
Ever,
finance.
no way.
It is very much within the possibility
Yes,
of
it
a
is.
lot of
Yeah.
people becoming
But
homeless
the
very
person with
quickly.
the scarf, I guarantee you that story about the person with the scarf, there's no possibility in their mind that they could be homeless.
Right. And here's how this story can be even worse. If I remember the person with the scarf as being a bad person, or if I approached them like they were a bad person, but I didn't, and I don't hold that person as a bad person. And in fact, I actually know that person to this day. We're still Facebook friends. And I believe that person was just in that moment misguided in their approach. And they adjusted very quickly because we approached it from a place of humility as opposed to shaming. Didn't say, you're such a terrible person because you did this, because anyone could make that mistake and anyone could be blind to it. I actually really respect that person for immediately saying, oh, I didn't realize I was doing that. My bad.
Course correct.
Course
And
correction.
did they come away feeling
yesterday with
positive?
Scottie.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Did they come away feeling positive after the experience?
I think when we went back on the street, they seemed a little bit apprehensive for a little bit, but they volunteered again the next year, which was a very positive sign
Well,
for
that's
me.
good.
So
Remember
most
Scottie
rewarding-
yelling at his. Go ahead. Sorry.
Scottie yelling
Sorry,
at
I
his
was
coach and then apologizing.
And that it was the course correction, right?
It is course correction.
It's not the yell. It's what you do after.
Exactly.
So like, for me, it's a big thing on like the intentions and motivations behind what you do are going to dictate how if it was a failure or a success.
Yeah.
Like you went up to that person genuinely to see if they wanted something, if they needed something, and they didn't want anything to do with you. Your intentions and your motivations in that moment were to genuinely help. And in that moment, the help was to leave them alone. So I'll gladly acquiesce. And that's, see, if your intention, motivation was like, I need to feel like I'm doing something for somebody, you've now made it a selfish act. And that's where it becomes this thing where it's like, what's your intention and your motivation behind what you do?
Yeah, how dare you refuse the scarf? I'm going to give
Bless you, Mo.
Thank you. But also, I'm gonna go, but I want to say, on near downtown core, like around the downtown area, like there's homeless people, sometimes like outside Tim Hortons, and I frequent Tim Hortons, and like you'd be surprised how many people ignore the homeless. And it's like, I don't like to give money, but I always like buy them something, and it's always a fun experience because I'll be like, do you want anything? Like they'll be looking, when the people open the door for you, like they hold the door over for you and they're like, have a good day, whatever. I was like, you want anything? And they're like, can I get a coffee? And then I look at them and I say, what size? And then you can see them being like, can I say large? Or can I say large? I was like, what do you want? Large? Okay, I'll get you an extra large. He's like, do you want something to eat? And they're like, they have like, they're like almost, they're so like, wait, this guy's gonna buy me something, because they're so ignored and people keep walking by them.
By it, yeah.
I remember there was one time this guy was like blocking the door, and there was a bunch of women he was like blocking the pathway. So I went up to him and was like, listen, you can't block the pathway, but if you move to the side, I'll buy you whatever you want. Like, tell me what you want to eat and I'll buy it for you. And then you can eat it on the bench, right?
Your reaction to this was a lot better than mine. When I was 14 years old, I remember my mom, having a homeless person ask her for a cup of coffee. And I snippily retorted to my mom, what the hell does he need coffee for? He doesn't have a job. Such a douche thing to say as a 14-year-old teenager, and it was mean and I didn't like it at the time. She didn't correct me on it either. I'm just remembering that I said that. And it's just always kind of bothered me that I said that. It's just like, who the hell are you to... but it reminds me of like, people trying to police the homeless in terms of like, what can you do with the $2 I give you? Like, are you going to buy cigarettes? Are you going to buy drugs? And it's just like, say la vie, man.
Yeah.
There's a concept on drugs, and I think a lot of us probably grew up with the say no to, or say no to cigarettes or whatever. And I think there's I don't know if anyone of you guys have heard Dr. Gabor Mate. He has some fantastic Gabor Mate, Gabor Mate, Matte. You have?
No, I just said when you spelled it.
he's fantastic, and I've seen him around Toronto a couple times. I believe he's BC based. He's Canadian. Fantastic. He has a lot of work on childhood trauma, early childhood trauma, enmeshment trauma, bonding, how children form attachments, healthy attachments, poor attachments, and ultimately addiction. And ultimately, he tries to reframe it through his work with people who suffer through addiction based on clinics that he's run in BC. So it's a lot of like on the ground research that he's done with these people. And I remember reading something from his, and I messaged my friend who is in prison right now, and I said, do me a favor. Just do a straw poll around the people that are around you. Can you tell me like what percentage of people come back as having been abused as children? Or having like very insecure attachments with their parents, like unsecure attachments or abused. And he said it's like 80%. Like 80% of all of us in here are like this. And it was just like, okay. And if you took a poll of like meth addicts or crack addicts or whatever, alcoholics, whatever, you would find very similar trends.
Yeah.
Any sort of deviance. What is deviance? Like we say, that person's a deviant. What is deviance? Break down the word. What does it really mean?
How did they get there?
Right. Yeah. And that examination of how one person goes from one path to another path, I think it's not properly examined because we're so busy to label it as worse, better, poor, rich, whatever. Yeah. I'll tell you what, there are millions of Americans who currently live indoors who are two bad paychecks away, two missing paychecks away from being homeless. Millions. So it really could happen. it really could happen to a lot of people, and I think there needs to be a little bit of empathy for it, for sure. Yeah.
I want to read about. I want to see what that guy does. Like I've told you before, Rob, I lost both my parents when I was 2 years and 9 months old in a car accident, and it would have been really easy for me to become a statistic. But like I said, I chose from a very young age to look at things that maybe weren't the best and learn to do better from that. Like I learned more from things done wrong than things done right. So I know I could have been another statistic and fallen down the negative hole. But the most rewarding thing in my life that I can recall is, fun fact here, when I was in my early 30s, I was Darkwing Duck for Walt Disney. I wore the costume. And one of the events that we did was for CTV for the sick kids, and a lot of them were terminally ill. And I could only be in the costume for like a certain amount of time because Disney had rules about it, because it just gets too hot inside there. And I went 3 times past the time, and I was crying inside the costume, thinking to myself how lucky I was to have had the life I had. And my girlfriend, when she took the hat off, the head off, and saw me crying, she goes, "Are you okay?" And I said, "I'm just so touched by these kids and their spirit." And she said, "See, that's why you are so different from anyone I know, because you grew up in a situation that none of us can relate to, and yet you're always looking for the positive. And you were touched by these kids." You know?
See, it's your superpower, though, right? Out of the weakness becomes strength, but it becomes a superpower. And now you're touched because you can connect with people on a way that only your life experience could inform, and only you can offer that. Like that is that's what's so beautiful about it. Only you've lived your life, experienced what you've experienced, reacted to it the way you reacted to it, and now here you are offering your superpower to the world. And the superpower is I feel you, and I love you, and I care about you, and because let's see, the losses. If you ask somebody, name all the stuff someone did wrong, you did wrong. Name all the things someone wronged you. You know how easy that list is to rattle off? Name all the things someone's done for you. That's I guarantee the list will be a lot shorter, and it'll be a lot more. It'll take longer for them to think about it. I say that to say this: losses create lessons, right? And when we have wins, it gives us an opportunity to form a habit. But sometimes in those wins, without the careful analysis, you don't figure out the places where you could have been even a little bit better and a little bit better. Yeah. But the losses make you get into the minutia. What did I do here? What did I do there? Could I have done this? And I'm an overthinker.
How could I have improved?
I know, right. But the thing is, that is what makes you deep dive into yourself. You're not avoiding the question. You're running head first into it. And you're asking those questions while being, and the thing is, the hard part about that is, especially in the immediate aftermath, is how do you ask yourself fair questions where you don't take responsibility for things out of your control. That's the difficult part about doing the analysis. But once you get past that, you start unlocking these self-truths about yourself because you're asking the fair questions, the right questions. And that's what gets you, that amalgamation of all those things becomes who you are. And that's why it's a superpower, because you've put in the work to be better than your circumstances.
I always looked at it like I started younger than everybody making those choices. So I was ahead of the game. But I made that choice too. So
that's interesting. Coach Mo, this is not your account, is it?
No, because that's not a playbook. That looks like an encyclopedia or a glossary.
But it's like a very detailed playbook.
Yeah, it is.
It looks like a stand to me.
No,
it's a
kindness
stand.
Is a key philosophy of Coach Mo's playbook. I know this is a troll account, but sometimes they're really funny. So therein lies the moral conundrum. Do you allow a troll that is contributing positively?
Yeah. Is a positive troll a troll?
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, is it trolling when it's a positive? I don't think
or are
so.
they a fairy? They're not a troll. They're a fairy. They're a fairy godmother.
On a random note, isn't it common to be a good host? Like I grew up. That's how.
Is it uncommon?
No, isn't it not common? Like you have people over, you don't serve them. Isn't that how most people were brought up?
So like, here's the thing though. Like, I mean,
I don't know. I'm old school, so yeah, it's all about being a good host.
I mean, there's like, I grew up with this idea that you clean your home before people come.
Right? Oh yeah,
and I don't do that. I don't do that anymore. I won't do that.
Do you clean
So
it for you?
yeah.
You never had a
Well,
girl
there you
come
go.
over
So
and
your
you
house
just
is always
clean the
clean.
entire apartment?
I have. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to cap there.
Right.
Yeah. When I was 20, 21, yes. But lately, obviously, because I'm in a very long term relationship, but like prior to even her, no, I won't. And yeah, I'm very proud of that. I know that sounds really smug and stupid, but like I'm very proud of that
I
because
hear you.
yeah,
But
because
sometimes,
it's
sometimes I invite a girl over just so I can clean the apartment. I just need motivation.
No, you need to clean it just for you, for a treat for you.
I don't care
It'll
about
make you
me.
feel better.
I do not care about me.
Listen,
That's a big
Coach Mo,
problem.
man. Listen, Coach Mo. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't done that to do that. But if there's a woman of the fairer sex coming over here, I am inclined.
Women are the greatest motivator, my friend.
Touch up. So I get you, brother. And listen, at the end of the day, again, intentions and motivations. If that's your only motivation, then it's like, yo, come on, man. We got to shape up. But if you're like, look, I know someone's coming here. I know how I want to present myself. Look, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Sorry, I got to flash a comment for women are the greatest motivation by a person named Simp Exterminator and just tie it up. I got to do it, man.
Oh my goodness.
I got to do it. It's just it's too funny. It's the connection is there. I got to do it.
That's
Look,
perfect.
man, I don't want to turn this into a dating advice show, but I will say this. I had no business dating half the girls I dated. None.
Yeah.
I don't think and I think most of my friends would probably agree with that. They'd probably be like, fuck him. Right? What is it? Is it really big or do you have a lot of money? Like, what is it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I learned this from my cousin who always pulled way out of his league in terms of like the girls that he dated. It's not even the looks. It's just they're just out of his league. They're just people that are out of his league. Like it's just like,
I get you.
whoa, she's a what? She did what? She studied what? She's like fantastic. She's got a beautiful smile, beautiful personality. I'm like, how? What? Does she know you? You're a fucking slob. What are you doing? Right? And he always told me, he's like, I accept myself. I'm very comfortable with myself. Once you're comfortable with yourself and you like good with yourself, people feel comfortable around you. When they feel comfortable around you, they feel safe.
Yeah.
Once people feel safe around you, suddenly there's an element that is relieved.
Especially for women, to feel safe is a big deal, Rob.
Yes.
Big deal.
Yeah.
Right.
I always thought, I feel like I've known you forever. And I said, that's because I'm comfortable with who I
Well,
am.
they feel safe with a clean washroom. Just saying. Just asking.
Hmm?
No, but it goes a long way. A dirty washroom is kind of a.
You might want to clean the washroom, Rob. You might want to clean.
He's in a long-term stable
I have a
relationship.
question
He's
going
not
back
having
to
that
the.
time.
We haven't cleaned the washroom in months. No, I'm just kidding. That's not true. We
I
cleaned the
have a
washroom
question
last week.
going back to the food thing, Rob. Is there anything else in the world that you can do for someone that gives you that much pleasure and gives other people that much pleasure that comes from your heart? Like
Teaching.
if you think I can't teaching, okay, yeah.
Like teaching
But for
someone
me, like,
something that's valuable to them,
Right.
that has
Yeah.
that exponential growth factor.
Well,
So
that's
for
kind of
instance,
what this channel is too. You're teaching and you're allowing other opinions in. So everyone, even if someone has a different opinion than you, that's fine because those shared opinions, you might end up feeling there's a portion of that, yeah, that's right. I never thought of it that way. But for me, food is one of the big indicators because it's something that you created and it's a piece of you, you know?
I mean, I don't know if you're religious, but like I don't think I created food personally. I think it's like you're serving something that was created for you to someone else in a form that was like, I don't know. There's a really weird way to look at this from a more religiously conscious perspective. But what I would say is this comment here is hilarious.
But Rob,
If you can read it.
Yeah, I'm reading
It's
it. but
Tony
Rob-
Montana. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the woman.
Wow, you're even saying.
Yeah,
This
so
guy's
here
screenshot, Jet has like a good like screenshot. Like, what do they call it? The headshot.
Headshot.
Yeah,
Jet is also
Even has the head,
Jet
he has
is
the
also
head tilt. He has the head tilt. Like, you know what I'm saying?
he
Like,
has the head tilt. Jet is also an actor, so that's worth noting. I will say this though, he's true. He's right in a way too. Although I don't necessarily think that people should try to model their life after Tony Montana.
No.
Spoiler alert, doesn't end up so well. But I will say this:
bypass all
um,
that if you just accept yourself.
is it possible that Fred VanVleet just watched Scarface too many times growing up?
Yeah.
Is it just possible? This seems like the ultimate bet on yourself movie, right? It's like Scarface.
Does Tony Montana even come off likable?
Hey, you hate
When
on
he's
me
joking around
because
with
you need to
Elvie,
point the finger and you need to say that's the bad guy. my Pacino impression is horrible. My Denzel impression, however, is much better.
Oh yeah,
Let's hear it.
Much better. No, I can't do it here. If I fail, the failure would be
No one
so
wants to-
spectacular.
It's
It would
2:20
be
a.m.
so
No one will play it.
memeable. Oh, dude, you don't know. There, you know what? There's
Rob, we're
303
4
people in
hours.
here.
We're 4 hours and 17 minutes in. It's buried. Go ahead.
Bro, I promise you, you have no idea. The love that this community shows, the haters show more love.
Yeah, the haters.
There
will
is
dig. They
someone
will
who
dig, yeah.
dissects. I promise you, I know this for a fact because they have actually emailed me about this. There are people in this, and I don't mean to sound paranoid, but there are a couple of people who do this. They hate watch the entire thing. They download it, they source it, they put it into a file to be constructed, deconstructed, used as evidence in a court of law later. Okay. So these people, if there's something that is said out of turn, and that's the nauseating kind of fearful factor of this, because when one of those things does happen, like, you know, I don't know, something, you know what I mean? Like, God forbid, I should, I don't know, flash Google for a second and just type in SE, and then boom, the search result is going to be screenshotted on Twitter. I promise you that, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like I have to be pretty careful. I have to also be free. It's a really weird balance to strike.
A lot of people are
but I
very
will say
sensitive
this:
about the SEC.
if I,
I'll say that.
Absolutely. But if I do a Denzel impression and it is bad, the Twitter headline tomorrow will be wannabe actor / podcaster fails to impersonate Denzel Washington. And a picture of my dumbass next to like Marshall Mathers LP right next to it. So yeah, I have to be real calm. Like,
No
yeah.
mention of, they're not going to mention any of you know, the film festival. They won't.
That's I mean, that's the bonus of like this channel growing as fast as it is right now. I was like, I don't know, someone messaged me and they said, Rob, you just hit 130,000 views with that Scottie and RJ video. And I said, that's 130,000 people that just saw Pendance Film Festival ad just flash across their screen, which I am weirdly enough just as excited about as there's 130,000. You know what I mean? The number means like very little to me. Subscriber growth just means growth. So I'm not intimidated by a channel that has 20 million subscribers, nor am I like envious. I like growth. I just want to grow. You know what I mean?
And
like every
share.
single day, I just want to grow. I don't like stagnation.
When it comes.
Go ahead.
Right. You know, this is the thing is, they say things like overnight success, right? But they ain't with me in the gym, like they ain't with me shooting in the gym, that kind of thing, where you've been putting videos out and you're doing this for some time. See, it's overnight discovery. It's not overnight success. The success is the culmination of all the work you put in.
Yeah.
And then the growth is exponential.
The pinnacle.
So what happens is then people start going, oh, there's value here. Oh, I love this. Oh, there's more. Oh, he's dedicated. Oh, I want, like, that's the stuff where it's like, you are an overnight discovery. The success is the culmination of the work that you put in. And that's where I'm proud of you. I know you're proud of you because you're seeing it pay off right now. And that's why I'm just like, yo, I like this guy. I'm gonna join in on the call. I'll say hello.
I appreciate it.
Where are you from, Michael? Are you in Toronto?
Yeah, I'm born and raised in Toronto. One of those 90% of people who don't leave their home.
And if you don't mind, what did you?
90%.
What did you transfer from being a cook to being a chef to being?
Well, I went to school for sport media. I worked at Sportsnet for a little bit, and then like I was gonna go interview Francis Ngannou. I knew he was gonna be world champion. I just knew it. I'm like, this guy. I just knew. And then I was about to go, and then COVID shut everything down, and I'm like, I did some honest reflection. I'm like, maybe this just isn't the life course for me. And then I just started doing my own thing afterwards. Made some good investments, and I'm just relaxing at this particular juncture. But I have more time for meaningful conversations, and I can't put a price on the quality of conversation and connecting with people such as yourself. So thank you for asking that question. I appreciate it.
Well,
That's a really qualitative view on
You're a
life.
breath of fresh air, Michael. I've enjoyed your opinions all night, and you have a real spiritual quality to you. So, likewise.
Michael about to turn into a priest after this one. He just sign up, right? Just go straight up, be like Pascal, old church abandoned. Michael signing up. No, it's believe me. Like I was on a Twitter space earlier, and someone named Swipa was the person before me to speak. Pretty intimidating act to follow because he was amazing. He might have gone after me. I can't remember, but everyone before him was so catty and negative, in my opinion. Not labeling, but it felt to me the energy was very zapped,
Negative, yeah.
breathy, kind of veering towards hostility, whatever. He came on with this very, very optimistic, positive, life-affirming, energetic, positive view. Find out that he's a Nuggets podcaster who does, I think, Locked On Nuggets, right? Checked out his profile. I think he has like 7,000 followers. Checked out his YouTube, 10,000 subscribers. I was like, yes, this adds up.
He was in a Raptors discussion.
Yeah, he was, because he's from Canada, and ironically, he was giving so much praise to Scottie and how he thinks he can be top 10, and he thinks like the Raptors should have done this a long time ago. And I was just like, this guy's making bare sense. This guy's really cool. And I thought, like, what a really refreshing thing to come onto Twitter and expect to hear such garbage sometimes, and you're really weeding through and trying to find the people that are really trying to make sense in this world. And he really did. And he just comes on and he's paying gratitude towards the people having him there. He's just like talking about the people he came up with. And I was like, this is a person who really, really, again, Michael said, the first thing you say shows me character, right? So not to paraphrase, like, it's showing what you value. And so he's doing all that. And then somebody basically, says, you're a fucking Nuggets fan. Get the fuck out of here. What do you have to say? Why are you saying we? And I was just like, what? Like, I almost like got mad for him, but he was just like, no. That's fair. That's fair. And then the guy's like, what the fuck were you guys before Jokic got there? And he's like, no, that's fair. That's fair. And he dealt with him so calmly. Whereas I was just like, dude, if that was me, I'd be like, where the fuck were y'all before you got Kawhi? I would have immediately gone to the immediate obvious,
If I had been on there, I would have said any great podcaster is cognizant of all of the other 29 teams. That's what makes them a great podcaster. They can't just, they're talking about their team, but they have to know about the full gamut to be able to be profound in their own comments.
Bingo. And both my response and your response would have yielded the exact thing that would have been toxic to repeat, because they wouldn't have wanted to hear what you had to say. They wouldn't have had. Oh yeah. But the minute he said, I hear where you're coming from. I get what you're saying, and that's fair. Even though it wasn't fair, and he did, but he did understand where he was coming from, and it doesn't matter that he knew he was coming from a place of hostility, anger, misguided, probably mommy or daddy issues or whatever the guy that was wrong with that guy, probably because he probably understood that Pascal Siakam was his favorite player and that he got traded. I'm talking about the guy named Keenan, for those of you who are wondering who I'm talking about, that immature guy who came on, I think during the chat when I was doing the thing, he's like, this guy's a bitch, that guy. And I just thought it was really interesting that he would respond in a sort of like immature, very, very infantile way. And then this guy would just keep it like, okay, I get where you're coming from. And it immediately made the situation at least 10% better.
Right.
It was like, you need to learn from this guy. That is a great way to diffuse a really terrible situation.
And you see
Instead
that,
of
like,
feeding into it, trying to use logic, he just acknowledged what he was feeling.
Remember
Smart.
what I said earlier at the SET principle, right? Like that support, that empathy, and then the truth, right? He's sitting there, he's like, if I give the truth, I know what this is going to be. But if I can sit there and be like, that's fair. What does that extend? It extends a little bit of empathy. I understand where you're coming from. I hear you. See, that's diffusive. That's the
great point,
that's
yeah.
what. So this is where it's like, oh, we can apply this. Like, he did that. He might not be conscious. Oh, I'm going with the E right now. No, he just understands this is how I diffuse. I've met this type of energy. I know I have a choice. I can't control their actions or their reactions. I'm just gonna sit here and be like, you know what? I have a choice. I choose peace, and that's it.
But you're
and
wrong.
that can be baffling for people at times. Go ahead.
That diffusing technique, like, it's like, I see you, I hear you, I respect where you're coming from. It's like hitting someone in their chi spots. It's like you're diffusing them. You're almost, it's kid gloves. It's like patting you on the back and you don't even know it. Like you're deranged. And he just used like, I've seen it, right?
There's
And
a
even sometimes I can be eccentric and I can just like, I like to joke around and have some fun. But it's like if there's somebody who's speaking loudly, there's no point in two people yelling at each other. You know?
And yet,
It's
so
like,
often we do have a world where two people yell at each other, right?
there's no point. If someone's really negative and they said your point, there's no point in you doubling down on what they said, even if you feel that way. It's like they've already said it.
I had to learn something when I was a kid. I had to learn that the louder you yell, the less you're heard, even if you make a great point, because your decibel level is what they remember, not the words.
Exactly.
Exactly. And I had to really accept that about myself when believe it or not, I had to go to an anger management thing at one point. I was one of those people who harbored a lot of anger from some childhood stuff and whatever, what have you. And I'm like, oh, like I am in control. This is how I'm supposed to live out my life. I'm supposed to operate from a place of self-love, not defense. I need to have a scout mindset, not a soldier mindset. What you believe is not where you die. Like, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to have an opinion that all three of you could disagree with me. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, that's fine. And there's a prior iteration of me that wouldn't have been cool with that. And I'm okay. That's the whole point of evolution, of growth. And I take pride in the effort and the work I've put in on myself. And you know who reaps the rewards? My own sanity and everyone that I get to be around, because I consider myself to be a blessing to others. And that's not about ego. That's just about me sitting here echoing what other people have given me as feedback. And I'm like, great. That's what the effort, that's the imprint I want to leave on people. Be a blessing, be a blessing, be a blessing. And when someone tries to make me try to get into that mode of myself where you can be I'm good with my words. If I wanted to tear someone down, I know what I'm capable of doing, but I've seen what that does to people as well. And I'm like, I choose not to give that kind of energy, because I know what that investment is karmically when it comes back to me. And I can't sit there and hold anyone accountable but myself.
And
that confirms no Denzel impression tonight.
Yeah.
And yelling never accomplishes
he's gonna
anything
rip me apart.
No, yelling accomplishes absolutely nothing. And I remember,
Rob, go ahead.
You were talking about, you said this before, but it's like people don't remember, what you said or what you did. It's like how you made them feel.
Facts.
And it's like if you're yelling, they don't remember what you said. They just remember you yelling at them and you being angry.
Exactly.
Right?
I had an ex that used to say, I hate when we have arguments because you talk softer when you get mad.
People get upset when you don't feed the fire. When you diffuse, they're like, they almost want to match it back, get like to make up for what you're not contributing. They almost feel, they're like, how dare you just be level-headed and calm about this, and like diffuse.
And it was a natural instinct for me to get quieter.
Some people correlate that to not caring. Because some people who
they knew from the words I was using that I cared, trust me.
Right? Because if you're loud and demonstrative, that means you're showing emotion. Emotion means care.
Michael, you said that I believe what you said was the louder you are, the less they hear you. Is that what you said?
The less you're heard, yeah.
The less you're heard, right?
Yeah.
Can I flip that?
Yeah, go ahead.
The less you're heard, the louder you are.
Yeah, love that. That's beautiful.
Think about it from a child's perspective.
That's better.
When you are not heard as a child, what is your response? To scream.
That's literally what happened for me. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or to never speak, which is also speaking in volumes. Like that's
yeah. And I think that it always, like this sort of yin and yang or circular, I think we have a problem. It's a big problem, I believe, like that kind of continuously loops throughout all walks of life, which is that we have a very linear approach to life. I'm poor, I'll be rich. We do it like this, right? Mm-hmm. We never accept that in our attempt to draw these lines, that no line is straight. No. It's always a circle. Every one of them. The line of progress. Like imagine Scottie Barnes right now, right? To revert this back to basketball on the basketball podcast for a minute, but it ties to life. Scottie came out guns blazing after an entire summer of hard work on his jump shot, right? Three-pointer, 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 wet, wet, wet. He's so excited. Right now, it seems like the last couple of weeks, tired legs, maybe bad reps, maybe bad luck, maybe shooting variance, maybe,
Taking on the
statistics,
harder defensive role.
or maybe just a statistical, coming back down to earth, right? Shooting coming down to earth, 39%.
Regression to the mean.
Yeah, a regression to the mean of like, does he now accept that there will be another part of this process where it comes more reps, more success, which will be followed by more failure, which will be followed by more success.
Right.
And that in the process of building these circles of success and failure, that at some point the circle turns into a bit of an oval or an oblong shape, I don't know. And it continues to move in a circular fashion, but it's not a perfect circle, is what I'm saying. And you sustain more and more time in success, but higher success. Steph goes through a bad shooting night. It doesn't look like Fred VanVleet's bad shooting night. Doesn't look like Malachi Flynn's bad shooting night. Doesn't look like my bad shooting night. But we all go through a bad shooting night once in a while. We just have a completely different way of defining what a bad shooting night is for us. So what I'm saying is that the acceptance that things that come will also go, that everything that's gifted will also be taken away, that things that are good can one day become bad. The acceptance of this circular nature of how our lives flow, I believe, can make us much more at peace. Because there's a lot of Band-Aid. I don't want to call it Band-Aid because that sounds almost judgmental, but there's a lot of ways and hacks to work around the problems that we have, We might eat a lot of food and get very overweight, so we go to the gym. We might have poor self-esteem, so we buy nice clothes. We might not have a lot of money, so we make a lot of money. We work really hard. We may not have like a tremendous amount of self-esteem, and so we start asking ourselves, what's valuable to me, and then acquire a lot of that so we can build up self-esteem. This to me feels very, very fleeting, and so there's like a permanent way, in my opinion, to quell any notion of like anxiety and fear that we constantly feel as human beings. And I think part of that stems from an acceptance that what is good today may not be good tomorrow. Whatever sustained period of success this channel is enjoying over the last 14 days has been exhilarating, humbling, and awesome for me. Bueno Kitty, who had this really, really nice chat here that I've highlighted. This is the Breath of Fresh Air. A panel can go for hours making sense and having interesting takes and actually allowing others to speak and don't speak over each other. These callers are goated. Bueno Kitty, ironically, happens to be the caller / super chatter earlier who put us $43.43 super chat, $43.43 super chat. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was you, Bueno Kitty. That super chat put us at our all-time highest month financially ever. We're 17 days into the month, now 18, right? But this feeling of like, how do I feel next month when it goes downhill? Team struggles, people start tuning out, subscriber growth goes down, no more super stickers, no more super chats, everyone's super sad. Raptors are 15 games under 500. Do I view it in the linear way? Do I view it as, oh, well, January is so good, why isn't February so good? Why isn't February better? You know what I mean? Or do I view
That's
it
not
in...
your way.
It's not. My way would be to view this as both are part of the process. That I will go through a period of sustained growth, which will be followed by a period of sustained regression, maybe stagnation. We went through like this insane period of growth. 2021 summer. Otto Porter, Precious Achua video, Koloko video, whatever. We're so excited. Koloko. Oh, Koloko. Okay, sorry. I'll cry later. So that entire growth boom stopped around 5,000. And we just stayed there. Like we just stayed there for weeks and weeks and weeks, it felt. And every day I would see like 10 subscribers gone, lost. And then I'd make a video and get 10 subscribers back. And I'm like, I'm just
is there a cap? Like I can't get past 5,000
Right.
subscribers. Like what's going on? And it's because I was making these very, very, angering takes for people, Fred, Pascal. And then I made this like Joe Wieskamp video to get myself over the hump. I had to make this very positive, fluffy piece about this new player. And every view that video got, I told my girlfriend, I feel sick. I feel sick. Nothing of this 9 minutes is of any real substance. He probably won't be on this team next year. It's informative, but what's the point? This is not my style. This is some other channel's style. You know what I mean? And then I came out and I said, Will Barton is not it. Like, I don't like this Will Barton signing. And I don't know why Will Barton became the trigger point for this community, but I lost 60 subscribers on that one video. They were just like, bro, I get he's hating on Fred. And I get that he's hating on Jakob trade. And I get that he's hating on Pascal's shot selection. But hating on Will Barton is a bridge I will not allow this motherfucker to cross. Yo, I don't know why that. And it just lost all the subscribers from the Joe Wieskamp video. And I was like, you know what? Never. Not doing it ever again. I will never make a video to appease something other than my own.
When Nurse played that guy over Gary, that's when I was done with Nick. When
Will Barton?
When Nick
Over
put
Gary
Will
Trent.
Barton over Gary, that was the final straw to me. Like I'm out. I'm out.
Rob, this is the thing, right? Is like your audience in a way is going to be a mirror, right, of you. And if they're there for you and you do something inauthentic, we're going to sniff it out. You know what I'm saying? Like we're gonna sit there and be like, that's not you. I'm here for you. I'm not here for what you think I want. What I want is why I'm here, and that's more of what you're doing. Just be organically and authentically yourself. Be the same guy. If your girlfriend wanted to go check how you were on your live, and she can get a good idea of how your day was going. Like that's what got people in the door. Don't switch it up on them afterwards. Like so,
Being
that's
genuine.
what. Exactly. Genuine authenticity. Humans recognize effort. They recognize an effort to dupe them. They recognize an effort to give them an honest take and just be yourself. And that's the beauty. You want to be loved for who you really are, not a version of yourself, not a performative version of yourself. There's a lot of like actors, for example, like a Jamie Foxx, who have a stage name and then there's their actual name. And then there's like, okay, like I'm this to these people and I'm that to those people. But then there's this different type of new media where people are just being themselves earnestly, openly, and honestly. You don't want to be caught into what you call audience capture, where you do this performative thing, and now your audience expects you to keep doing that. And if you don't keep doing that, they're gone. And all of a sudden, you're typecast yourself. Right.
Yeah,
and now
it
you're
won't-
unfulfilled, and you have a
Exactly.
choice. Do I keep doing what doesn't fulfill me that the people have now been conditioned to want, or do I be myself? That is a big audience capture is a big thing. People talk about the influence that the person who creates content has on their audience, which is true, but it goes the other way as well. And when you start acting like a court jester, if that's what people want you to turn into, all of a sudden you being serious is like, why is he being like this? But when you're yourself from day one, you don't have to worry about that. That's beautiful.
Don't clean your washroom in a figurative sense. Like that's what he's saying. Don't
Has-
clean the washroom.
Does anyone here know anything about Streamlabs?
It's a streaming service, I'm pretty sure, like for going live and whatnot, but I'm not like in depth on it.
There's someone in the chat saying, not chat, but private chat saying,
yeah,
use
I saw
Streamlabs for donations instead of super chat, bigger cut for you and more accessible to people in more countries and devices. And some want to donate 5K. No, sorry, 10K. YouTube limit is $500. You're free to use. I said you're free to use e-transfer or PayPal if you want. That's interesting. No, that's fair, man. Like, I mean, I know a lot of people, they start every single live stream with like, you know, like this little thing at the bottom that says like my Cash App is, my PayPal is, whatever. Never really understood that, but yeah, all worth considering. Anyways,
Yeah.
This has been a really fantastic chat. It's gone 4 hours. Where we started to where we ended. What a journey. What we started with me screaming and doing an Oprah impression. Everybody
Flair,
gets
woo!
a pass. And a Ric Flair impression of
We
woo.
were deprived of a win so badly. This
Who
is the
was?
victory lap for one victory. We've been waiting for like Seems a while now.
Oh yeah, I mean, believe me, I'm so happy because I mean, it might be
Oh,
petty, but
timing too.
there's a large segment of this fan base that has told me that this would be a train wreck, and I'm just happy that it's off to a great start. You know, there's a lot of people who messaged me today and said, I hope you're happy. You got what you've wanted for 2 years. I hope you're happy.
That's what
And I was
LeBron
just
said
like,
to Cleveland when he left.
mm-hmm. And well, exactly. They think
Siakam.
they think they think Scottie Barnes is Anthony Parker or something, you know, or like Anthony Bennett or something. They're just like, okay, you know, just like hanging around. It's one of the Anthonys. Maybe he's both of those guys. So it's kind of interesting to me. There's a part of me that knows that regardless of how well or how poorly this works out, somehow it's always going to be, they're always going to stay on exactly what they're on. Today, it worked out well. What are they saying? RJ carried. Scottie's lucky he has RJ. He carried, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I've come to realize through basketball, more so than anything, because, and I want to be clear about this, this is the most I've ever engaged, I think, in the last 15 years with people who are non-specific. Let me explain. Basketball is a beautiful unifier of people. You don't have to have $1 million to watch basketball. You also can have $1 million and watch basketball. You could also be a billionaire and watch basketball. You could be white, you could be black, you could be brown, you could be a woman, you could be a man, you can be old, you can be young. There's such a wide-ranging demographic for basketball, even if it predominantly leads one type of demographic. It's such a cultural uniter. It's really like something that is really profound, because even with music, right? Like specific music, like I might like rap and R&B, you might like soca, and we are like not listening to the same music, so we can't really have the same conversation. We can have a conversation about music in general, but how long is that conversation going to go? Bet you it's not going to go as long as whether or not Pascal Siakam is a top 5 player. That's a pretty long conversation. So what I would say is that, like,
that one's not long either. Top 5.
That's funny. That's funny still.
I was waiting for Mo to take the reins on that one.
That's when you just leave.
So what I'm saying is, like, this has been the most exposure I've had to that. What we don't realize, like, think about this. And this is I don't know, maybe this is a good thing to think about, or maybe it's not. When you were in grade 2, right? My grade 6 teacher actually turned me on to this, and it's always framed my thinking since. When you were in grade 2, you were in a class of, let's say, 20 people, right? Of those, no, let's forget that. You were in a class, let's say, of 80 people. Just imagine it's the most overcrowded class ever, right? By the time you all progressed up to grade 6, that class is already weeded down to 75 people. You may not realize it, but it has.
Yeah.
When you start to go up to grade 8, grade 9, you start to actually have even more fallout. People falling out, right? By the time you're in grade 12, that class is almost halved. If you're in the academic stream or you're in AP stream, like, dude, you might be 2 people left. Like, I'm not kidding. So I might have to start your initial class out with 800. So I'm going to slice people down into quarters, because just to make sense of this, because it's rare. Now you start talking about, okay, so now you're in a university class at U of T, right? After having, so now you're like a quarter of a person, right? In terms of your odds of where you are and who you came up with. But you don't feel like a quarter of a person, because you're just still one person in a room of 800 people. And nothing changed. The people changed, but your relation to them changed. Maybe you used to be the smartest person. Now you're not so. Maybe now there's like 180 people in this room that are much smarter than you, and you're just trying to fit in and trying to blend, right? Or maybe you're going to work super hard because your parents told you just work hard and you get ahead. At some point, believe it or not, you're going to go to year 3, and your quarter is going to turn into a 16th, because people are just falling fucking out, like, right? And now you're going to go into a specific line of work that is very, very specific to the career and education and demographic and whatever you got. And you're going to drive a very specific type of car, and you're going to live in a very specific neighborhood. And if you're really successful, it might be a gated neighborhood. And now we are really, really talking that in this country alone, you might be 1/64th of what was in fact effectively an 80-person class.
it's rare. And you're going to talk to every other person who's just like you. You're going to go to the grocery store that all the rich people shop at, or go the other way. You're one of the people who fell out in grade 6. You're also going to have a very specific demographic of people you're going to talk to. And it's going to somewhat homogenize your views. It's going to become a bit of a groupthink situation. You're not going to have a lot of people to challenge your views on things. I live when I came to Canada, when we moved to Flemington Park earlier on, it was introduced to me as Canada's first. I don't know if this is true, but this is what it was introduced to me as, and I always found this fascinating. It was Canada's first mixed income housing. And I asked, what does that mean? Because I'd always grown up in government housing where everyone around me was poor. I was poor, my neighbor was poor, nobody envies anybody. They said, the concept is to put people who are poor and rich together. The people who own homes and the people who don't own homes together. Put them all together, and ideally you'll get renters, owners, whatever, and you'll put proximity, and everyone will grow to be better. And this is a very beautiful concept to me as 14, 15 years old at the time. But I do believe that sports has that same unifying power.
Capacity.
That any one person. So now it's like, how distinct did our lives have to be for us to all end up on this chat?
Right.
We're all different ages.
Yeah.
Mo and I are pretty close. I don't know how old you are, Michael. I don't know how old you are,
turning 31 in May.
Right. So I mean, again, I'm 5 years older than you. Mo's probably a few years older than you. 3 years older than you.
I'm the oldest.
Tamberlyn's older than you as well. And so it didn't really matter where we came up. I came up in a different country, whatever. It doesn't really matter what we do for a living. You and I happen to be investors. I don't know if Tamberlyn and Coach Mo are investors. I don't know. But I also happen to be a podcaster. Are you a podcaster? You have a really cool mic, probably the same mic I have. Maybe you are a podcaster. So we have a lot in common. Michael and I are exempt from this. Michael and I might be a very specific. But I find a lot of people that can come on this show could be very different. They could be coming from a very different walk of life. And I really appreciate that, because I feel like the more we live our very, structured doctor, lawyer, carpenter, barista lives, we just get sorted by society into something that is very, very narrow. And I just want to be broad as humanly possible.
Diverse.
I've always been that way.
That's really cool.
Diversity is great.
Yeah.
I that's the thing about when I was talking about connecting with people, nothing's even. So the thing is, even if we have similar interests, the paths there, what sparked it, how did you get into it? There's always differences, but I think what makes people desire that connection and what sparks it is, we need to stop focusing on individuality and the celebration of I, and start really focusing on our similarities, and then celebrate our differences. Actually, because you can really appreciate the difference that someone has when you have a baseline of respect. We share values, we share ethics, we share a certain level of respect, and now it's okay, well, how'd you get there? That's always different. The same way my thumbprint's different than yours. And that's what's beautiful about desiring to get outside of that echo chamber that society tries to lump you into, like you talked about. And that these are the arenas in which you cross paths with people you would never have otherwise crossed paths with. And I appreciate you, and I appreciate you, Mo. I appreciate you. What was it?
Tamberlyn.
Tamberlyn. Got it. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I appreciate the chat. I even saw the chat change with the conversation changed. I notice these things. I'm aware of these things. And more of a positive kind of conversations kind of happening in the chat. I love seeing things like this, because you never know one person that's watching this right now or before. You never know how you change their week. You never know how you changed their day. You never know how you change their next interaction with somebody. And you never know how that spider web continues to go down, that domino effect continues to go down the road. That's beautiful to me. And
I agree.
All you guys, I appreciate it. And I can't put a price on it. So
that's awesome, man.
That's the beauty of this channel.
Yep.
Is that
we
there's
don't
so
talk
much
about
positivity.
basketball.
Well, we
are
do,
talking.
but
They say ball is life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, flip it. Life is basketball. What did it? Did it? Life is basketball.
I'm gonna take off, guys.
Yeah.
I gotta get some sleep soon. I usually I'm in bed by 11, maybe 12 or so, or whatever it is. And I'm getting later and later as I listen to Rob, and now I'm on here basically.
Don't worry,
co-hosting this
You're gonna
thing.
get your 3 hours of sleep, and there's gonna be a new live. There's gonna be a new live that's 2 hours long. We won't know how.
Now you know.
Oh
Now you know
The
why
math
I said
won't
that
even
I
make
can
sense.
only
It
do
won't
this
even
once
make
in a
sense.
while. I have to go right to odds
Rob
previews
Dr.
after
Strange.
this.
He's just bending time.
Yeah. Thanks a
I
lot for
love you
coming on,
guys,
Michael.
man. No problem.
If
Nice
you
to
haven't-
meet you, Michael.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you too.
See you, man.
All right, cheers.
Have a good one. Cheers. Tamberlyn, any final words on the game or anything else?
It was a beautiful day for me. I thought of you immediately when the trade was announced, and
Yeah.
enjoyed tonight immensely. Thanks for
Yeah.
keeping me up. Now I got to go right to odds previews.
Oh man, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, like
That's okay. I enjoyed it immensely.
yeah, I think it's like a very different, when I sometimes go check other chats or whatever, there's a lot of like fighting, a lot of
Yeah.
this. And I took it pretty personally last year, when people said that this community was very toxic. Like, oh, you can't go there and talk about Scottie Barnes. They all like get at you and they put you down or whatever. And I took that charge pretty seriously. And they all hate Siakam over there. And I was like, oh man, like what? And I
It's
kept
not true,
resisting it.
though.
I didn't think it was true either. But at some point I had to accept that something I've done has convinced somebody else that this is true. And if I'm doing something that has made somebody believe that I hate Pascal Siakam, that I have the energy in my heart to hate Fred VanVleet, may not respect what they're doing, but I don't hate them. And this feeling of like, this idea, and I was just like, okay. And then somebody said to me, once, and this was a comment that really stuck out to me, and they said, take a real critical look at the negativity that you're spewing and the type of people that you're drawing into your community and the cesspool of negativity that is there. And I took that hard too, because I understand theoretically what he means, right? If you
Is that
create,
when you started pointing out what you liked about Pascal more?
No.
Okay.
I did a real critical evaluation of it, and I started to notice bits of it too. And I tried to adjust how angry I was about certain things, how balanced I was about certain things. There were times last year where I wanted to say that I didn't think Scottie Barnes was necessarily playing very hard on a particular night, or that he had not had a very good game. But I was just fresh off of watching William Liu rip him a new one on his podcast and Doug Smith's new article. And I'm just like, you know what? I can't pile on this guy. So I decided to do what any smart, media person would do, which is I spun it to be why they're being so unfair to Scottie. They were being unfair, I think, but he was also playing not so great. And so by addressing the part where he's not so great, honestly, like it really made me think, like, okay, like this is a positive contribution towards truth. And that's where I talk about yesterday, like I started talking about like priorities versus priority and a priori. So like the concept of priority and what is your priority with this channel. Is your priority to defend Scottie? Is that your actual priority? Then you need to change it from Pinsari Basketball to Scottie Defender, And if your priority is to make people hate Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet and drive them out of town, then you need to change your channel to don't like Fred and Pascal, so that people can be very clear about what they're coming on to. But I'm like, that's never why I wanted to talk about basketball. I wanted to talk about basketball because I wanted to challenge people's critical evaluations of what they think about the game and how that can tie back to life. And I was like, okay, so you're just going to stick with the truth. And then I tell you, I've noticed this community a lot over the last year. Ever since that comment, I've been very cognizant of trying to see, what am I seeing? And anytime I would see somebody try to egg that conversation on of like, Pascal's better than Scottie, or Pascal's trash, Scottie's better, that kind of conversation, I would just be like, please stop. And when they wouldn't, I would just remove them. All of those people exist on one channel now. You know which channel. So that to me,
The one I don't watch. Right?
Another one. We can talk about it off air, but yeah, another one.
Okay.
And that to me was very fascinating, because when I went into that chat yesterday, I was like, oh my God, there's like the 18, 19, 20, 25 people that I banned, and they're all talking about how trash Scottie is. They're all trashing. They're like, he's so garbage now. He can't do this. He can't do. I'm like, oh, okay. So it wasn't me. They were just looking for a place to vent about how much they don't like Scottie Barnes.
I don't even know if it's vent. I think some people just have it's like what Michael said earlier, is that people enjoy looking at the negative and get so caught up in that, and it's easier for them to focus on negative than positive. For me, I'd rather look for the positives. Like I think about recently, what you brought up about Scotty 3 points shot being excuse me less than it's been, but I think there's a logical explanation to that, because he's replaced what
OG.
OG was doing. Yeah, he's taken on the major priority of, and he's also trying to, I think, get
RJ and
the
IQ.
yeah. Oh yeah, I'm getting tired.
No, I understand.
Like, the names aren't coming out fast. He's trying to help them mix in with and feel comfortable. So I think that's why. Because if you saw what he did in the fourth quarter tonight, he's still capable when he
Oh,
wants to be.
absolutely. Whenever he wants to put it on the floor, there isn't like, I don't know, there's this quote. I think it's like when an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object or something. Like that's the verbiage of it. So like that's what he is. Like if he puts his head down and he puts one crossover, secures the dribble and puts a shoulder into the person, he's clear. He's open. He's at his spot. One more off season, it's going to be cleaner, it's going to be quicker, it's going to be tighter, you know what I mean? And the passing is always there, and even those like on ball reps that he gets now, we had like a really long conversation yesterday about whether Scotty's a connector as a playmaker, which means, even as a scorer, where in the offense does he generate offense from, how does he generate offense, versus is he a primary guy? A conversation that Samson and Lewis have probably like exhausted. I think they have like the trademark on this conversation because they've had it a lot over the years. And I thought that it was a really good take on, unusual player comps, Manu Ginobili and Kevin Garnett, that type of player, but different, like how different are the two players that I just described? They're so different, but like having this like way of being both, and that is such a unique player. And when I did that interview with his trainer, he described him borderline like a unicorn. I imagine if I interviewed Victor Wembanyama's trainer, he would define him the same way. You've never seen anything like this before. And with Victor Wembanyama, the measurements speak for themselves, right? 7'5", the way he moves around the court, 8-foot wingspan. You're like, you don't question it. That is never anything I've ever seen before. I don't think people realize how special Scottie Barnes is, because I don't think many people have really, really stopped to ask themselves, find me another player who does everything he's done, that he does, the way he does it, as effectively as he does it in NBA history. Everyone can find players who can do things that he can't do. Everyone, right? But that would be like me saying LeBron's not great because he can't splash threes like Steph Curry. You know what I mean? Or like Shaq's not great because he doesn't shoot the the bank shot like Tim Duncan. But that's never how we define great players. We all define great players by what the defense can't take away from them or what they can do consistently. So I think that
And
Scotty's
how
really
much
close.
and how they make everyone around them better.
Facts. Yeah. And like
Right?
look at how clean Gary caught those shots tonight. The relationship between the pass and the shot is so related. Gary
Yeah,
has been shooting like sub 36% all year. He's a
I
38,
know.
39 guy, and he worked damn hard this offseason. To see him go 8 for 9,
Yeah.
it's not a fluke.
That
It's not a
last
fluke.
one that he hit, the way that Scotty got him the ball, I was like, oh my God, like this kid is so good. When he shot the ball, turned around and um what's his name? Bam was right in his face, and he was defending him really well, and
Mhm.
Scotty still scored. And it looked so easy. I was like, this kid is just gonna be so, so special. I'm so excited about this. And yes, they may not succeed this year, but I have a feeling they're gonna be better than most people think, and I don't think Masai is done.
Yeah, me too.
Even look at Dick tonight, how much better he was.
Oh my God, he looked great. That pass behind the back in transition, that needs
I
to be
know.
leading Sportsnet. The vision and accuracy to make that pass. I can't believe Alvin Williams didn't make more of a big deal of that. Like, that was
I know.
insanity. Like, we needed to
So
ask, can I get a replay? Can I get another replay? Did he just do what I think he did? Now, granted, I haven't watched it in slow motion, so maybe I'm wrong. But I watched it in real time and I'm like, did he just see that? This guy's vision has impressed me all summer. All summer.
yeah.
I'm like, he's seeing things on the court that other guys aren't. I think I understand basketball pretty damn well. I know this guy sees the floor. The only thing about Gradey Dick that has kind of scared me off right now is that I actually agree with people that are usually very wrong.
Mm.
Like, they were wrong about Scottie, they were wrong about a lot of things, and it's just like at this point I'm just like, okay, like I was a big Jordan Hawkins guy going into the draft, and now I'm very supportive of Grady throughout all the struggles. I've been very hold up, wait, he does this well, and people are just like, but what about Jontay? What about this? What about that? But now I'm just like, ooh, these people who are wrong about everything, they love Gradey Dick. So I'm just like, okay, we're just going to leave this as a statistical anomaly where they're going to be wrong and they're going to be right once about something, which is good. No one is wrong about everything. So yeah,
He looked good tonight. Looked really good.
I think it's great.
In the end, they had to get him off the floor. I don't think that it was great.
I think that's good though. It's good for him
Yeah.
too, so that he can
Mhm.
study back and in a weird way, I wonder if for a young player, I've never been a young player in the NBA or at really any level. I've always played at my age, right? I never like walked
Right.
onto like an older team and was like the young kid.
Mhm.
I wonder if, given the fact that he doesn't lean selfish, I wonder if he ever feels like, am I costing my team a win here? Do you know what I mean? Is my
Possibly,
development
yeah.
costing my team? And whether that is pressure. So in a weird way, once you figure that out about him, if you figure out that he has that conscious mind about that, knowing that he can go out there and if he struggles, he's going to get pulled out and explained, not just pulled out and then benched for life, but like explained, hey, this is why you got pulled out. Next time, don't do this. You won't get pulled out. See that first stint? That was great. This next stint, not so great. Here's what you need to clean up. Hand up, move your legs. This, you didn't box out. Here, you were too early on this screen. Here, you flared. My point is, he'll know. And that way, he'll trust as well, right? So then when he's on the court for 6 minutes, he's not looking over his shoulder because he knows when he really, really fucks up, his coach is going to pull him out,
Mhm.
right? So it's a weird
Well, I
thing because
also
it's like the anti-Malachi.
yeah. I also think that there's what we're seeing, and this is a guess on my part, but I think that everyone knows that Scottie is such a proponent of making sure that everyone else does well, that that's what he wants and that's what he strives for, that there's a positivity that the other guys that haven't been getting that feel.
Mhm.
Because Gary and Grady both had great games tonight. I immediately tweeted out that as happy as I am about the new era, the Scottie era, the BBQ era, I was really happy for Gary because he has been extremely professional through this time, knowing that he's going to be looking for being a free agent this summer, and he has always remained positive and professional, and I hope that this continues on for him, is that it's not just a one-off, because I really respect how he's handled it himself.
I agree completely. And I think that, moments where you no longer have a reason to stay professional, but you remain professional.
Yeah.
Like, not to throw shade at Pascal Siakam, but right now he has every reason to stay very professional with the Indiana Pacers. Everything's
Mhm.
all hunky dory. They hold his
Mhm.
bird rights, 5-year supermax. 2 years into that deal, you will no longer have any reason to stay professional. You are owed that money regardless, right? So you
Mhm.
can Jerome James, you can Ben Simmons, you can James Harden, you can do any of that stuff. You can quit on defense. You can absolutely stop rebounding. You can say, not my job, not my responsibility. You can completely fuck off in the off season. That's a trust thing, right? So that's when you really find out, I believe, who people are when they don't have something necessarily on the line to lose, you know?
I think it
I'm-
comes down to the fact that both Fred and Pascal came into the league as underdogs. Nobody knew who Pascal was. I remember because I had covered him and done a, a draft thing and said that he was better than
Hmm.
most people realized. So a lot of
Right.
people were asking me about him
Okay.
and what he did between his first year and his second year in college. It was outstanding. Like he took 3 shots that weren't under in the rim area the first year
Mhm.
and
It
missed all
expanded
3
out.
from 3. And in the second year, he was like out of control, like just so amazing. So I think that they looked at Scotty and whether they knew it and felt it subconsciously or whether it was conscious, they looked at him in a negative light that they weren't Kyle Lowry about it. Let's put it that way. Kyle would have embraced it and loved every minute of it and been helping him grow and done exactly the same thing with Scotty that he did with Fred and Pascal. They didn't do that. And I wonder how much of it dictated because of how they came into the league, you know? I've wondered
Yeah.
about that a lot. I think with Fred, I have a biased opinion, so I'm going to leave that to the side. With Pascal, I think that it was something that tore him up a little bit because him and Scotty were close.
Yeah, I think so too. Like there was a time last year where Siakam was really, really gunning for his offensively, right? And the team was struggling. And I
Yeah.
remember at one point someone that shall remain nameless said to me, it really bothers him. It really bothers him that his role in offense is so large and they're losing. And you saw it almost like the next week. You noticed like a complete shift in his own offensive diet. Like he was suddenly moving it more. Like this is,
Pascal,
yeah. They were just like he wants all NBA, but if he has to completely fuck his team over to do it, he won't do it.
yeah.
And I found
I
that
had
to
more
be the
respect for him.
moment. Yeah, and that was the moment that I was like, this is a salvageable case.
Yeah.
At some point, though, the conversation pivoted away from could you to should you, and
How
therein
much of
lies.
that do you think came from his agent?
I believe that Pascal Siakam has some not so awesome people in his ear giving him the
Mhm.
wrong information. However, those very same people somehow, some way, have landed him into the perfect basketball situation for him.
Oh
Um,
yeah, I mean, I'm happy for him that he's. I want to see him succeed, and I think he's going to. The best place for him to go of all 29 teams was to Indiana.
Now, here's a question for you that's worth thinking about. Given the seismic gap between Scotty in his rookie season and Scotty now, given the potential, let's say upgrade on talent from our bench. Like you remember who was
Yeah.
starting on you was coming off our bench at that time, right? Now you got Otto, you got multiple picks. Is there a version of reality in which you think to yourself, Pascal Siakam might be the best player Scottie Barnes plays with for a pretty long time?
No.
No. Who do you think will usurp IQ? RJ?
Yeah, I think IQ is the perfect partner or player to play alongside him. I think right now what we're seeing is IQ trying a little bit too hard,
Hmm.
and that happened tonight. And it was the first time that we saw uh, Darko sit him in the fourth quarter near the end and in clutch time.
Yeah, and again, I have
Um,
no problem with that. I'm a really big Immanuel Quickley
and he
fan.
shot,
He
I
was
think,
right.
6 for 16 tonight.
Yep.
And it's not, he was just trying too hard, which is fine. I mean, he's young and he's learning as well. I'm hoping Otto gets healthy soon because he's also
Mhm.
going to be a real positive.
Mhm.
And if you saw at the end of the game, the first person that went up to Scotty was Otto.
The first person that what?
Went up to Scotty was Otto.
I'm
Had his
happy
arm
for him.
around him, talking to him. I
Mm.
think that Bruce Brown will be good with him.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Bruce, I mean, they're just putting so many people around Scotty that I want to be around Scotty. Grady,
Yeah.
Christian, granted he's gone right now, which I'm gonna cry about later.
Well, hopefully he does get signed by
I hope so
905
too.
and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan Noir, from what I understand as well, is like this. Bruce Brown especially is like this. Like
Yeah.
bright smile. Everyone loved him in Denver. All the
Mhm,
media people I
mhm.
talked to in Denver, they were just like, best guy ever. Best
Yeah.
answers, best energy. Teammates loved him. Coaches loved him. Hated to see him go. All
Yeah.
time Nuggets legend, Bruce Brown.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a lot of talk on the chat, or this, not this chat, but like the spaces earlier, about like, he's not that good. What's he going to do outside of Jokic? He's kind of having a down year
I
next
guess
to
they didn't
Kyrie,
watch game 6 when or game 5.
or him at the Nets. There's such a dynamic,
He
interesting
was
way that
he
he
was
plays
the key in
basketball.
game 5 when the Nuggets won. If you remember, at the very end in clutch time, it was him that made all the big plays, him and Jokic. So
But isn't this interesting? Look at how much that means to Nuggets fans, who, by the way, it does mean a lot to them.
mhm.
And look at how little it's going to mean to Raptor fans. It's mean nothing. It didn't happen for your team. This is where I say, once you win a championship in a place, the business economic thing to do is to try and find a way to retire in that space, especially if you were a meaningful contributor to that championship, because the amount of goodwill that you build up, the amount of, let's say, equity you build up. Now,
Like
this may be,
Kyle.
yeah, like Kyle, like don't burn bridges on your way out, right? The
Mhm.
Siakam situation got messy. It didn't need to get messy. There could have
I
just been a
mean,
private conversation about it, and it could have played out. And if he
yeah.
didn't leak what he leaked in his camp, didn't leak what he leaked in the summer with Atlanta, he was Atlanta bound. That was done.
Yeah.
That deal was better than this deal. Let's be real. It was. Picks aside, I'm not a pick
What
lover
was what
person.
was what was coming back from Atlanta?
It was multiple young prospects and DeAndre Hunter, Bogdan Bogdanovic. I think that was
Okay.
the deal. So I mean, whether that was AJ Griffin or whether that was Kobe Buffkin or just the hypothetical, which was like the 16th or 17th pick, um,
Or
or
the kid that's
15th
playing
pick,
like crazy good this year?
or Jalen Johnson. Yeah, some people say
Yeah.
it was. Some people say it was him.
I
So
think Johnson would have been the guy because it was only this year that he really broke free and became what he became.
I was seeing flashes of it last year as well, and he's a very, very good young player. I just think that, like, yeah, you're right.
I don't think he would have been. I don't think Pascal would have had the success that he'll have in Indy with the Kings, for example, or with Indiana or with Atlanta. So things worked out for him, and as you said, I think he's surrounded by got some bad advice from some people,
Yeah.
and
Well, Caitlin
I
Cooper
don't
said she
understand
can't
some of the
believe.
media.
Yeah, Caitlin Cooper said she can't believe that Pascal Siakam was had without giving up Benedict Mather and Jarris Walker or Andrew Nemhard. Like, she can't believe it, and I can.
Yeah, me
So
too.
I'll be very curious to see who's right. Although that's not really even an adversarial position to take. It's just more like, I think this is pretty fair value, but I have to address my own blind spot. Number one, not the biggest Pascal fan.
I mean, I look at Pascal and I think he's a great third, like the third player, best player on a team kind of thing. I think
Hmm.
that's why he was so good when we won the championship. Maybe second because he has put the work in to grow, but he was not a number one player, and that it's evident. I mean,
Hmm.
look at what Scottie did in his first game without him, and Pascal had 2 seasons to prove and be that guy,
Yeah.
and he wasn't able to succeed. So, and he's not comfortable being someone who is verbal about things. He's like he's very much like DeMar was. He likes to lead by actions, and I
Pascal.
think he'll be great with Halliburton. I think that'll be perfect for him, having uh,
Yeah.
Turner be able to
That won't be
space the
his
court
job
because he.
there. That won't be his job there. He won't be tasked with like having to have tough conversations, especially to initiate tough conversations.
And they're
Sometimes
supposedly really close, that team.
yeah, and I mean, like, I think they will be so good. I said it in the
Mhm.
live earlier. I'm like, Raptor fans, please, 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 please don't watch Indiana play for like the next 3 weeks. Just don't watch it. It's not going to be good for your sanity. He's going to pop
Yeah.
off like crazy. Now, why am I, apparently the internet's biggest, Pascal Siakam detractor, saying he's going to be so great in India? And how can that possibly logically add up to the Raptors got a fair deal? And it's just like, you got to give something to get something. I don't know.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like,
Mhm.
at some point, like for instance, a good example is at some point there was being an exploratory offer of Tracy McGrady for Scottie Pippen. Do you know about this?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So when the Bulls were considering, disbanding everything, there was a talks of Tracy McGrady for Scottie Pippen, which was, very high praise for Tracy McGrady. I'm sure there was more added to it too. But Pip wanted to get paid. He ended up going to Portland. But nevertheless, think about who would have won that trade for the first 2-3 years,
Mm-hmm.
right? And think about who would have lost that trade the next 3 years. So it just kind of comes down to like understanding the vision of the time and stuff. And I've said this before, and I didn't say it to you, but I just like to give myself a chance to be at the table at the end. I just want to give myself a chance to be there. And I want to build a roster that is rationally constructed to have a chance to be at the table. No championships, not guaranteed championships. Get to top 10, then get to the next table, top 3. Once you get to top 3, it's just about extension. Extend the window. Pray on luck. Pray on injuries. Pray you don't have a Kawhi Leonard stepping on Zaza's Pachulia, or Pachulia stepping under, or Joel Embiid stepping on Scotty's foot type of situation. Like one of these situations. You pray you don't have that, and then you just try to extend it on and on and on, and see how far you can take it. Can you take it to the Golden State Warriors level or the San Antonio Spurs level? The true definition of the two peaks that Golden State is attempting to resurrect. It's funny, the inspiration, right? People talk about, I don't think I've ever heard anyone really say like, wait, this really totally new thing that the Golden State Warriors are doing where they're having 2 timelines. Yeah, the Spurs already did it, and they did a way better job.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And for me personally, if the Raptors are ever again in the Scotty era get an opportunity to try to win and make it to a finals, it will actually be even better in my estimation because we're watching them start fresh. They drafted
Yeah.
Barnes, whereas everyone that looks at that championship is as exciting as it was and as fulfilling as it was because Kawhi was here. And yeah, we had a lot of great players on the team. Pascal was amazing, although again, I think that Mark had a lot to do with it. I think that Kyle had a lot to do with it. It was a very deep team, and
It's very
Kawhi
fun,
was the
fun
difference.
team.
Whereas now we've got Scotty, who was drafted, so we're going to get to watch them build this team, and I'm excited about it.
At least 5 more years, ideally, hopefully. And hopefully we start constructing a playoff ready roster tomorrow.
You think it's going to take 5 years?
No, I'm saying we have it for 5 years.
Oh, okay.
And I hope
And
that this year can be year 1 of the attempt or the ascent. Let's call it the ascent. And
yeah,
I don't
do
want
you
this
think
year to result in like 12 wins or sorry, you
do you
can't
think
12 wins.
Masai is going to try and talk to Utah for Markkinen?
He'd be crazy not to.
I mean, when I saw
how
that tweet
Jontay
from
fits in.
Scotty,
Is that real though? Was that confirmed?
yeah, he posted it. What's the guy's name that tweeted? He only ever
Yeah.
tweets when
I
there's
saw it, but I'm saying like, is the screenshot verified as real? Like, did someone go and check and be like, yes, he actually did like that tweet? I'm curious. Scotty's weird. Sometimes he does stuff like that, but like, I think that like that might be hard because you're negotiating with the master negotiator, right? Danny Ainge is not an easy guy to get out. If he knows
Who did
that,
you
of
say?
course he's not an easy guy to like deal with. I find Danny Ainge is like really, really one of the best general managers in terms of trades in the league.
Yeah, he
Right?
always wants to like embarrass the other side.
Yeah, there's a competitive streak in the guy who played baseball and
Except
basketball
for
professionally.
except for Conley. He didn't go out of
Hmm.
his way with that one. I felt
That's
that was,
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, who's the other guy you said that you thought Masai might go after?
the Jontay. But someone told me that he didn't want to necessarily um, be shipped here. So yeah. She Wolf saying, and I trust She Wolf. She said, I checked Scotty's Twitter account. He did like that Laurie tweet. Facts. Okay, props. Props to Scotty. He has good
There you
basketball
go.
taste. He has great basketball taste.
I mean, I think he would be perfect on this team,
Laurie would be
especially if they're
great.
gonna keep the guy that they just got. So
Yeah, I wonder what would be shipped out in that case. I imagine it would be Boucher, Thad, Otto, or Boucher,
how
Thad,
about
plus something.
Dennis?
That would be fantastic. Dennis plus
Okay,
Boucher.
I'm not gonna. I won't be too negative.
Yeah, Dennis plus Boucher plus I'll go 3 first-round picks easy. And
Yeah.
therein lies the crux of it, right? When fan bases hear 3 first-round picks, they go insane. They got what
Yeah,
for
but
who?
too many
That's
people
crazy.
don't. Too many people don't look at what those picks are. Like,
Yeah. Well, I would love to see a compendium or like collection of all trades that have been 2 to 3 first-round picks based. And I would love to
mhm.
see what it's like. I think we all remember the 2 to 3 first-round picks given out for like stars. But of course, there's like a
Go
couple
back and
swaps in
look
there.
at. Go back and look at when um, Boston and Brooklyn, when the trade went
Paul
down
Pierce.
and KG and Paul Pierce went to
Yeah.
Brooklyn, and look at all the picks that Danny got. There was a couple years where he sucked and didn't get anyone good with the
Yeah.
picks. And then they finally got Tatum only because the Phoenix screwed up.
Philly screwed up too.
And yeah, so
No, Philly screwed up. Philly
well,
screwed up.
didn't Phoenix screwed up too? Phoenix took what's the guy's name? He didn't
Phoenix
stick
drafted
around very long.
second?
Yeah, I think so. Philly
Uh,
was first, and they took um,
Philly took Markel
Markel
Fultz.
Fultz,
Uh-huh. Who went
and then
second?
second was Phoenix, and they took they had 2 picks, and they screwed up bad. They took a center that didn't turn out to be very good at all.
That wasn't that year. They took Alex Len fifth at some point. That didn't work out. They took
No, no, no,
DeAndre.
no,
They
no.
took Dominate in first. That didn't work either. Who are you talking about?
Hang on. What year was the Markel Fultz trade?
Trade or draft?
Draft. Sorry.
Markel was drafted 2016 or 2017, I think. No, that's wrong. Hold on. Was he 2017? 2017 draft. So
2017.
yeah, so I have a feeling that the second overall pick was not who you think it is. It was Los Angeles Lakers, Lonzo Ball, man. Yeah, it was the Lakers, Lonzo Ball, and it was Jason Tatum third to the Boston Celtics. Fourth, Josh Jackson. Fifth, De'Aaron Fox. Sixth, Jonathan Isaac. Seventh, Lauri Markkanen. Okay. Eighth, Frank Ntilikina. Ninth, Dennis Smith Jr. 10th, Zach Collins. 11th, Malik Monk. Aha. 12th, Luke Kennard. 13th, Donovan Mitchell. 14th, Bam Adebayo. Oof. Draft. 22nd, Jared Allen. 27th, Kyle Kuzma. 30th, Josh Hart. 29th, Derek White. Oh my God, people need to see this draft. This is a crazy draft. Would you agree?
Why can't I think?
Isaiah Hartenstein, 43.
Real...
Hold on. Isaiah Hartenstein, 43. Dylan Brooks, 45. Sterling Brown, 46. Vlatko Konchar, 49. That's insanity. Those are all like
That's 2017.
No. I was naming the number. So it was like this person that. So saying Jared Allen 22, right? Josh Hart 30, 29 was Derek White. So Derek White was 29th overall pick. in 2017, and he's borderline all-star right now. So the people that are saying like, "Oh my God, first-round picks, what are those?" They really don't understand what they are.
Derek White's
They're an
really improved
opportunity.
though from when he first came in.
Fair, but at the end of the day, like that's the player. That's the player you get. Is if you had drafted him, the Spurs drafted him, what were they able to get for him once he developed for 3-4 years? They got multiple picks for him, right? They converted the 29th overall pick for like 2 or 3 picks from the Boston Celtics.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking? What year was Luka drafted?
He was drafted the next year.
2018?
Mm-hmm. Or was he drafted 2018 or 2019? I think Luka was 2019. Oh, 2018. He was 2018. Ayton, Bagley, Luka, Jaren Jackson Jr., Trae Young, Mo Bamba. That's funny. Back-to-back years, the Magic picked Mo Bamba and Jonathan Isaac. They have a type. They've always had a type. Shea goes 11th. Miles Bridges goes 12th. Mikal Bridges goes 10th. I remember that. His mom worked for the Philadelphia 76ers, and I was so proud of him for like getting drafted, and then they fucking traded him.
Yeah.
So many rotation players. Like when I look at NBA draft history, the number of productive players picked in the 20s is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Josh Okogie, Grayson Allen, Anthony Simons, Mo Wagner, Rob Williams. That's all 20s. All of the players I just mentioned. Jalen Brunson, 33rd. Gary Trent Jr., 37th. That's our entire range of where we're going to be picking this year. And I'm not saying those
Well,
players
it's
are
obvious
here
when you
now.
look at certain teams. If you look at certain teams, it's really obvious that there's certain head offices that what they do is they'll just pick players from Kentucky or Duke, and they don't take the time. And granted, in the year that we screwed up and was the year of the pandemic, so there wasn't the ability to spend much time with the players and get a good feel, because the Raptors do a good job when they're drafting late, and they did a great job by realizing Scottie was the guy to go with. But there are teams, like Phoenix said, we don't really care about the draft. Well, that's kind of obvious. Hello.
Yeah.
I remember this kid's name. It's
You're falling in and out, unfortunately. I don't know like
me,
what's
and
going on with
everyone
your
thought he
connection.
was going to be so great, and he's terrible.
Yeah, your voice is dipping
I
in
don't
and
know.
out. It's weird.
Yeah, I think
Anyway,
my
I
my
think
connection is playing games right now.
I think your connection is saying no one is going to watch a 5.5-hour live tomorrow, Rob.
Yeah, yeah. We'll cut this
We should
part out. Anyway, it
we
was
should
great
call
to
it
catch up.
likewise.
I'm happy to have come on
250
board
people watching.
and
250 people watching right now at 3:30 in the morning.
that's
Can you believe
crazy.
that?
And well,
It
people
is
are
crazy.
happy.
And people were happy, and we had close to 700, 800 people in here earlier. That's awesome. I'm so happy for this
Yeah.
community.
What time
Thanks a lot for joining us.
What time is Masai tomorrow? Do you know?
I think it might be like I think it's 11 or 1. I can't remember, but I'm going to be up at 7 anyways. So no
Yeah,
sleep.
I got to go right to odds previews and clean
Good
my
luck.
apartment.
Good luck with
because
that.
They're coming tomorrow to do a smoke detector check.
Okay. Have a
All
great
right.
night. Thanks a lot for dropping
You
by,
too.
Tamberlyn. Appreciate it.
Great
See ya.
to see
Bye.
you.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
She-Wolf, 1 p.m. Masai presser. Bang. Got it. Okay, so I have some time to sleep tomorrow. All right. 5.5 hours for this. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. I won't play the pen dance. I'm not going to play the pen dance trailer to end the thing. But I will say pen dance is sponsoring Pensar basketball, which means I'm basically my left hand is sponsoring my right hand. And it's a really cool event, and you should definitely check it out if you have a chance. All right. Have a great night, guys. To those of you who are still up, get some sleep. It's a good day to be a Raptor fan. It's a new day. I'm very, very happy. And I do want to say, like, I realized that the conversation pretty much for 2 hours veered completely away from basketball, but I don't think it veered completely away. Yeah, 261. This is hilarious. Yeah. Oh man, I wish I had a little bit more steam. I wish I could give 261 people like this massive golden nugget at the end, like some big grand revelation, almost like a 5.5 hour binged, Netflix series that you just have on, and at the end it's like, this is the meaning of life. But I don't have the meaning of life right now. What I do have is, faith that assets are only as good as the hands in which they are dealt. Ooh, that's pretty poetic for something that wasn't rehearsed at 3:30 off the top of my head. We've had a lot of draft picks that haven't really worked out for us in the past. Oh, thank you so much, Danish. Is it Danish or Danish? I don't know how you even tell me if I'm being correct, but I hope I'm saying that correctly. Kira Lewis, 22-year-old player. Many players will be drafted next year that are be just as old as Kira is. How quickly are we willing to give up on a player who has shown this much potential? And I do mean potential. Go actually study, not study, but just watch a little bit of Kira Lewis before you just judge like, oh God, not playing. Look at the numbers. Just watch, because there's a reason he's here. There's definitely a reason he's here. There is some potential here. The Christian Koloko news is bummer for me. Really, really bummer. And it feels not right to me. He's also very close with Scottie. So I really hope he'll stick around the organization. From everything I've heard from the organization, they love him. So if it's one of those things where they had to waive him now to absorb these contracts and they have some sort of agreement that they can sign him back later, it's going to be a different deal, et cetera, great. I just hope that I'm not dealing with some sort of thing where, some other team sweeps in, gets him, and then screws up his development. I want him to develop because I think the basketball can be a vehicle for him to do a lot of great work. And I think he's a very generous spirit and a very good person. And I believe that if you put good money in good people's hands, then a lot of positive change can occur in this world. So that might be a very weird and meta reason to be rooting for Christian Koloko, but I've always rooted for Christian Koloko, and I will continue to root for Christian Koloko. And I hope that he's back to the Raptors 905 plus Raptors really soon. Very good player. Think he deserves a shot. All right, guys. Take care. Have a great one. Okay. It's fine if he clears waivers. I get the Tim Hortons Danish for more people. Yeah. I try to make sure, like, when a name is not necessarily as familiar to me, that I try to find a way to get it as close as I can. I realize that to some extent, like, you're not going to nail it perfect, but I'm trying. Anyways, good night, y'all. Have a great one. And obviously, I started this live out tipsy. I think I moved into borderline drunk. I think right now I'm just dead. So this is not going to be a fun one to watch back, I have a feeling. But sorry for blowing out your ears in the first minute. Peace, guys. Take care.